Hello and welcome back to Hangar 51. And Brian is first in the room. Good evening. Rich, what's up? Good to see you. Who else is here? Whoops. Got a little off course here. There we go. Shadow, what's up? Sorry I'm late, guys. Just got back from the flying field. Flying my new jet. God, I love my new jet. Holy mackerel, I love my new jet. That thing flies fantastic. No, I don't want to open a new window. Why did you do that? Craig, what's up? Spencer, good to see you, man. Nathaniel, what's up? Good to see you, man. Oh, I'm already getting the not streaming enough video to maintain a smooth stream. Oh, yeah, whoopee. Robert, what's up? Good to see you, man. Matt, welcome. Good to see you. Jackson RC. Robert, Mike SS. Jeff's Custom, what's up? Where's your sidekick, Skippy? Joe, what's up? Good to see you, man. Look at all you guys jumping in the room. This is awesome. So I just got home from the flying field. I got, I think, seven flights on the jet. That's all I flew. I was going to fly my T-28, but I couldn't find my wing hold downs. I don't know what I did with them. So all I did was fly the jet. I had other planes in the car, but I didn't want to fly them. I just wanted to fly my jet. So, Rightsa, what's up? The insane asylum. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Roach Coach, what's up, buddy? So, anyway, yeah, love my new jet. God, that thing flies good. Oh my God, I love that thing. So, just flying it around. Found out that almost all of my 6-cell packs are finally giving up. They're not going to be jet worthy anymore. Gonna have to buy some new batteries. They'll still fly the Cessna. They'll fly the T-28. I have a Riff Raff. It'd fly that. But they're not doing too good in the jets anymore. So, let's see here. William, what's up? Good to see you, man. JCB. David Martin Graff. Haven't you been here before? I could have sworn you'd been here before. I saw you last night asking about my show, and I could have sworn you'd been here before. What's up, Bravo? Am I missing anybody yet? Ken! Good to see you, man. RC Rollin', what's up? GB, what's up? Jody, what's up, my friend? Oh, you've watched the recorded version. Okay, well, yeah, I've seen you forever on everybody else's show. Welcome to my show. I'm glad you made it. It's good to see you here. So, So I was going to build a rack tonight just to kill some time while we're chit-chatting tonight. Don't have any real agenda. I have plenty of things to talk about. I can go get all kinds of things to bring to the table. But I thought I'd start with building a metal plane rack. I was flying my new Taft Hobbies 90 millimeter Viper jet. It's been around for a long time, guys. At least 6 years, because that's how long I've been trying to get my hands on one. And I finally got it. I'm pretty certain that HSD is the manufacturer of the foam. Probably the aluminum gear as well, because HSD has equipment to make all that stuff in-house. They make their own retracts. They make all their own foam. They make everything, and they make a lot of products for other people. They've been around a long time, and they're a all-stop, one-stop, all-shop, 200 driver. What's up? They can build everything in-house. There's some really good videos out there. If you go watch one, they got the new foamy jet. In that video, he takes you on a tour of the factory, and he shows you the CNC machine that's making all their aluminum landing gear stuff, and he takes you down the assembly line where they're literally trying to rip a foam hinge off of a wing to show you how strong their stuff is. Roland, you ordered one in red. Good for you, man. Where'd you order it from? It's called a booster seat. Do I have a booster seat? Is that what's going on? Am I sitting on a booster seat? So anyway, I suspect that this plane is mostly manufactured by HSD. Taft is still in business. I went to their website yesterday. They're still offering a bunch of different airplanes. They have one called the Valkyrie, which is one of RC Informer's favorite planes, because when he was reviewing all these planes, he got rid of the Viper jet, the one I have, but he kept the Valkyrie. So he still has his Valkyrie. The Valkyrie's cool. I like it too. But this is the one I really wanted. This one is just a good-looking, good-flying, big son of a bitch. Mickey, what's up? 1450 millimeter wingspan, guys. So it's the wingspan of all of the FMS World War II warbirds. Same wingspan, so it's pretty big. And it's got a 90 millimeter jet. The thing is whisper quiet. It's amazing how quiet this thing is. I didn't get any video. I'm hoping to get video Saturday. I've got about, I think I put at least 6 or 7 flights on it tonight. And I've got, I think, 4 others total. So I'm at like 11 or 12 flights on it now. Some real minor issues. A couple of ball links have come loose. I had to retighten. I had to do a little adjusting on the nose wheel. It hangs occasionally. But other than that, no real issues. The thing just flies amazing. It's just a beautiful, beautiful airplane. Really, really love it. I had it on the show a couple weeks ago on the table here. And it's green. I got the green one. It comes in green, red, yellow, and a bronze black color, which is the color of the real one. The original one this is modeled after is the full scale one, is bronze and black. So you can even get it in that color. Although I haven't seen it anywhere in the bronze and black lately. 6 years ago, it was available at Banana Hobbies in the bronze color, but I haven't seen it since. So, let me get a little caught up on the chat here. I know I missed a message or two here. Hang on. Let me just kind of poke around a second. Get caught up. Hamilton's Hangar, what's up, Che? Good to see you, man. F-15 Club. F-14 Club. Yeah, there you go. Please check the weather before I go flying this weekend. Hey, that's good advice. Oh my God. Do you know how many people have told me that since they found out I got hit by lightning? Oh my God, it's hilarious. Like, I don't watch the weather profusely. Listen, you know, I knew the storm was there. I was packed. I was 60 seconds away from being out of there. All right? You know, everything was in the car except the glider. And they don't even screw on. The wings just snap on. I just had to release the snaps and slide the wings off and in the car. Literally, I was 60 seconds from gone when I got hit. So, you know, it wasn't like I didn't see it coming. Had everything packed away. You know, I was ready to go. And then, bam. So, all right. So, I missed the message. Or he didn't answer it. So, Roland, where'd you get the jet from? And how much was it? Inquiring minds want to know. And I'll tell you why I asked that, guys. I had another one in the cart. I was going to buy a second one. I love it that much. And they're out of stock. I went to push the button to order it, and it was on back order. So, damn it. Bang good. Okay, cool. Good. You got a red one too, huh? That's cool. So I'm waiting for. They have a red one right now. Kit form, you know, so it comes with everything but the servos and the speed control and the fan, which is okay because I have. Well, I don't have a 90mm fan here, but I have an 80mm fan I can make work. So I have what I need to buy a kit version, but the kit version's only about $70 cheaper than the plug-and-play version I got that came with everything. So I think I'm going to wait and see if they get them back in at that price. I'm hoping. They're definitely still in business, so fried Kenny. Well, the packaging on mine. Hey, planes, archery, and table tennis. What's up? They call you ping pong for short. Is that right? F you. Back at you, buddy. So, yeah, the packaging on my plane was not impressive at all, but it wasn't damaged. So at least there's that. I mean, it wasn't. It was kind of along the lines of the Dynam packaging. It wasn't quite. There wasn't any formed foam, but there was foam blocking, separating everything. Nothing got damaged, but it was a pretty shitty box, to be honest. It really was a crappy box, but I don't care. I got the jet. It was in good shape, and that's all I care about. So, super happy with that. So did you get a plug-and-play one, Roland, or did you buy the kit one? How much was it? Bus driver ain't as gummy anymore? No, I'm more on the toasted side now. George Watts, what's up, man? Good to see you. 335. Oh, really? No kidding. Yeah, I had it for 277. That's how much the first one was, and the second one was in my cart for 277. Yeah, Banggood's prices change hourly, honestly. They actually have the same product up for grabs at the same time through different ways to get to it, and they're competing with themselves. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. So yeah, the is yours coming from the U.S. warehouse or the China warehouse, Roland? No, not yet, Eric. They ain't killed me yet. They're trying, the bastards, but they ain't killed me yet. Yeah, I knew you meant plug and play. Yeah, that's cool. Dennis. Hey, I'll answer to Fester. I'll answer to Kenny. I'll answer to anything. Just don't call me late for dinner, and I'll answer to anything. So. Let's see here. Oh, they've got new radios out today? I didn't see that. I was at the field all day, so I missed any unveilings going on today. Did Ryan do a free a live show today? Air Marshal, what's up? F you, buddy. Trying to get caught up here. Wow, 48 in the room already. Holy crap, guys. Thank you so much. That's awesome. "20 minutes into the show. 48. Man, that's fantastic. Thank you. 1.21 gigawatts. Yeah, I did that 2 weeks ago. I had my hair all... I was trying to look like him. If my hair's too thick, it wouldn't cooperate. We couldn't get to stand up all the way. But you guys got the point, because you all made the jokes. Just, what happened to your hair? You stick your finger in a light socket? You got hit by lightning? As a matter of fact, I did. So I guess it kind of worked. Am I ignoring my new nickname? What nickname? Fester? No, I'm not ignoring it. I embrace it. I have a few new nicknames. What did they call me? Lightning McKenny? Either George or Fred coined that one. I forget which one. Yeah. Yeah, ping pong, I got it. Shazam! Hey, there's a new one. I like that. That's cool. Oh, that's hilarious. Captain Photon, what is happening, sir? Good to see you, man. You are greatly missed, I hope you know. I hope you realize that. Yeah, ping pong, I get it. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh. Yeah, that's okay. We're not gay either, but we still love you. So, not that there's anything wrong with that, but. Oh, Motion's got another new release tomorrow. Oh, do they? Yeah, it'll be another jet. They got jets on the brain. What did I miss? What's true? What did Dennis say that you said is true? I missed it. Did I miss it? What did I miss? I gotta go find it. Hello, where is it at? Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. Hey, Roy, what's up? So what problems did Roy mention? Winter is coming. Thank you, Captain Obvious. You couldn't tell here in Florida. Man, it's still hot as hell. Although it's getting beautiful out here tonight. It's a nice night out here tonight. It's a giant warbird they're releasing tomorrow? Really? I'll believe it when I see it. Oh, wow. 32 degrees. Holy crap. Yeah, it's probably... I don't have my thermometer in front of me, but... It's got to still be in the 80s right now. Yeah, Draco. Well, that's not coming from Motion. Draco's definitely coming from Horizon, so we won't be seeing a Draco tomorrow. Oh, George, you're going down to 35 tonight. 36. Wow. Yeah, we won't get anywhere near that. Yeah, it's. I think it was 67 last night. That's all it went down to. It was probably mid 80s today, low to mid 80s, I'd guess. Beautiful day, no wind. Oh, it's gorgeous. No, a 0% chance of boy, I can't say it, precipitation. There it is. I haven't seen that in forever. And they were right. No, F you too, Roy. Yeah, so yeah, Rich has got 82 right now. He's on the other coast. Yeah, I'm drunk. Yeah, I'm drunk on all your love, guys. That's what I'm drunk on. So yeah, we still have beautiful weather, guys. That's what's beautiful about middle of Florida. You know, especially on the Gulf Coast side, because the Gulf keeps us warmer in the winter and cooler in the summer. So it's a very nice place to live over here. I've been on both coasts. I used to live in Smyrna Beach, New Smyrna Beach, just south of Daytona. So I lived over there for a year, and then I lived over here for a year, and definitely liked it better over here. So that's why I'm here. My uncle lives on the other coast, and my grandparents lived on this coast, and so I got the chance to live in both places to check it out. And the Gulf side's definitely the better side, I think, just weather-wise. Not for any other reason, but the weather on this coast is more consistent. It doesn't have the huge... I mean, I was scraping frost off my windows over in New Smyrna. Might as well have been back in Ohio. You know, I've never had frost on my windows over here. So, but yeah, in the wintertime over there, I had to get a nice scraper and scrape the frost off my window before I could go to work in the morning. So that just was too much like Ohio. So yeah, that's just not for me. I like the nice, hot, tropical weather. And that's what you have over here. So you're having a night flight Saturday, huh, George? Where are you at? I might be able to make that. Club members only flying. Oh, well, I guess I can't make that. Yeah, the Dauntless was a cool plane. I wouldn't mind having a giant one of those. Behold a pale horse? Oh, it's trying to turn into winter there? Yeah, well, you know, that kind of happens this time of year. You guys might break a record tonight. Really? David? Holy crap. Yeah, we're not breaking any records here right now. What kind of planes are there, Spencer? The next, what do they have? Randy, what's up? Welcome, Tracy. Good to have you here. Yes, I did do some research on the Charger. Here's what I found out. On the oh, what do you call that thing? Crap. I can't think of the name of it. Oh, crap. The Venom. The Venom Duo Charger will only charge a 6-cell pack at 3.5 amps max. So it's better than the high-tech chargers I had, but still not that great. And that's on AC. Now on DC, you can crank it up to whatever you want. So if you plug it into a power supply that's, 240 watts or whatever, you could probably crank that up to 10 amps on DC when you're plugged into DC. But on the AC that comes with it, on a 6-cell pack, it goes to 3.5 amps, which is not bad. That works in most cases. 80 watts per side. So that only equates to about 3.5 amps on a 6-cell. On a 4-cell, anything you want it to go. It'll crank up all the way on a 4-cell, 3-cell. But on a 6-cell, my output, I had it set for 5.5 amps, and the most I could get was 3.5. So, per side. So you can charge 2 6-cell packs at 3.5 amps was the max I could get out of it. So on a 6L pack. So Roland, you can only get 6 amps on yours. Okay, but do you have the quad or the duo? Which one do you got? Which Venom charger do you have? So Tracy, I'm not sure if that's going to cut it for you. I was looking at some other chargers. You know, price-wise, yeah, I got to tell you, I'm not really happy with mine, only because it doesn't peak correctly, but I think there's going to be an update for it. It might already be out. As a matter of fact, let me ask that to Dave Marshall. The 2100, I believe that's the charger. The Smart 2100, the AC/DC Duo. Is there an update to make it programmable for the peak? And are they peaking correctly now? Is there an update? Because mine charges good, but doesn't peak good. It won't. It only takes the cell to about 4.17, and the charger shuts off. So I have to finish peaking them on one of my other chargers, which isn't a big deal. But oh, is yours? Is it AC only? I thought it was AC/DC. I thought I could have sworn. Yeah, you might be right. I think you're right. I think it is AC only. Okay, so no updates yet. Okay, I know they were talking about updating it. I know I'm not the first person that's complained about that. But anyway, but you can charge like 6 amps on each side. You know, 7.2, I think, even possibly. I know it makes what I give it. You know, even without them being smart batteries, I can program it up to like 6.5 amps, and it'll take it, and it charges. So it's got a pretty good power supply inside it. So that part of the charger I'm happy with. I like the fact that it'll charge, you know, some of my packs that can handle, you know, 6 amps. That I can do that. I just wish it would peak. You know, right? It doesn't. When it says the batteries are done, they're not done. So. Oh, that's good, Air Marshal. I'll have to get in on that. Is mine loud? My 2100? No, it's not loud. Most of the time, I can't even hear the fan running. But sometimes when I'm, you know, pushing it, I can hear the fan spool up. But it's not loud. My other fans on the other chargers drown it out. I never hear that charger. It's the other chargers that are noisier as far as the fan noise and stuff. So no, I wouldn't say it's loud. Now, I'm not charging it in the middle of the night in the bedroom while my ex-wife's trying to sleep, if that's what you mean. So I don't know if it's too loud for that. But no, mine's not loud at all. Really, Ken? Yeah, no, mine's nowhere near that loud. My other chargers are way louder, so maybe you got a bad bearing in your fan or something. Because yeah, mine's not. If I'm not pushing the charger hard, the fan doesn't even run, or it runs so quietly you can't hear it at all. Because I don't even notice it running most of the time. You know, it's the other when I fire up the other chargers, so when it gets loud, and it's the other chargers that are noisy. So yeah, my 2100's pretty quiet. Yours has heat issues? Well, then that would be the reason why it's loud, because the fan's trying to overcome your heat issues. So you need to send that thing back and have it looked at. because I'm not having any kind of heat issues. And that's why the fan's not running, because it's not getting hot. No to the lipo bags. David, I don't ever charge my stuff in enclosed areas. I do all my charging at the flying field now, because I have a generator that I bring with me. So, but honestly, even when I charged at home, I would charge them in the bathroom on the sink. And no, I never used the lipo bag. I kept an eye on them. And there's really nothing to catch on fire in the bathroom. You know, porcelain sink, granite countertop kind of situation. So, you know, if it bursted into flames, you know, I would know it before it could do any real damage, and I could just throw it in the bathtub, turn the water on. So, yeah, but yeah, it's good. I mean, listen, that's don't take that as advice. It's, you know, it's a good idea to use lipo bags. So if you've got them, use them. Absolutely. I never bought any, so I haven't. And when I charged off my car, I had a big long extension cord I had made. I think it was about 16 feet. So I had the lipo 16 feet away from my car battery, so I couldn't blow my car up. And I did a video on that. So yeah, so that's but it's a good idea to have them. You're right, David. Yeah, usually they're in storage charge. Depending on how long they've been sitting around, they should be. Usually mine are like at 3.7 in that range. You know, they've probably been sitting a while, and that 3.8 resting charge has probably drifted off a little bit. So they generally come in about 3.7 every time I check them. So yeah, that's where mine have been. No, guys, I'm not farting. If you guys see me lean over, it's not because I'm farting. It's because the stool I'm sitting on has no padding in it, and my ass gets sore because there's no padding in the stool. So sometimes I got to move around just to, you know, reposition. But I'm not farting. Although I feel one coming on now. It's too bad. Too bad you guys don't have smell-o-vision, because I might let one go here in a minute. It kind of feels like one's building right now. Ignoring you is a sign of respect. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no farts in the bathroom when you're charged. Yeah, well, I think I'm permanently charged now. Yeah, yes, I did just say smell-o-vision. Oh, that's funny. Let her rip, Kenny. You already know about the lightning. Let's hear the thunder. Hey, Jermaine, what's up, man? Yeah, never trust a fart. So, Roland, when's your Banggood plane coming? Does they give you a expected date? delivery date? Alan Gentry, buddy, thank you. Thank you very much. That's very nice of you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm still waiting on. It's been a month. I've got a expected delivery date of Monday, and it is moving, but I don't know. We'll see. Last time I got that was 2 weeks after that I got it. So yeah, I've got a part coming from Banggood, China, and then when it got here, it was damaged anyway. So still not here. When do you? I mean, is it coming from China or U.S.? I forget. Did you answer that? I forget. Part or fart? U.S. October 2nd. That's when you ordered it on the 2nd and you don't have it yet? Really? Damn. Yeah, mine came in like 5 days from the U.S. warehouse when I ordered mine. I was really, and it showed up on a. It was either a Saturday or a Sunday. FedEx delivered it, which I was really surprised. Yeah, mine came from New Jersey. I ordered two. I don't think the jet came from New Jersey, but I ordered two FMS planes from Banggood, and they came out of New Jersey, and I had them in 4 days. Um, so yeah, I ordered two of the 1700 Carbon Cub, the SS, I think they call it, 1700 plug-in wings. It's got that landscape bird head scheme on the side of the fuselage. It's gray and white, black, gray, and white. So I got two of those out of Banggood, New Jersey. And it came with a gyro in it, guys. It's the first airplane I've ever seen from FMS that came with a gyro in it. And it's a mixing gyro. So not only does it do the stabilization, but it couples the aileron and the rudder when you turn the stabilization on. When it's off, it's just normal AS3X, basically. Stabilization, no autocorrect, just stabilization. And then when you turn it on, it's it's safe, and it couples the rudder and the aileron. So it's interesting. I had to get used to that. I wasn't, I didn't expect that. Sweet, Alan. That's cool. The little P-47 from Park Zone. Now, do you have the silver one or the green one with the black and white checkerboard on it? Which one do you have? Oh, the delivery date was supposed to be October 2nd. You're still waiting. Ah, damn. That sucks. You know, Michael, that would be a really cool idea if you could do that. Can you run for Postmaster General? Because I'll get you. You got my vote. Ordered on September 28th. Entered. Well, that was before I ordered mine, wasn't it? God, that's real close. Green one checkerboard. Yeah, mine's the green one checkerboard. Yep. Robert, welcome. Good to see you here, sir. Oh, cool, Bravo. Got to put some pictures up. I want to see that. It's got a yellow cowl now. What color's the rest of it? Silver? Oh, the green one checkerboard. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was the upgraded one. It came with the flaps, the retracts, everything already in it. So that's why I got rid of my silver one to buy the green one, because the green one actually looked better. I like the paint scheme much better. I love the checkerboard, and I love that it had retracts and flaps and everything already in it. So I sold my silver one to buy the green one. So I still have both the boxes. The silver box is behind this box right here. The green one was up here. You've seen the green one. The box was up here a few weeks ago. It's out in my shipping container. Yeah, the Waco's probably going to be my next one too, Marshall. I wanted that Waco. Now that the lights work, I'm really hot to get it. God, I hate this thing when it jumps like that. So, Dave, are those more sample planes for you to review, or did you buy those? Tracy, which Spitfire did you go for? The small one or the big one? Oh, that probably looks cool, Alan. Yeah, you gotta send me some pictures of that. I like that. That sounds cool. Okay, Roach. All right. So what's the big surprise in your build video? Huh? Uh-huh. Yeah, Robert, isn't that cool? The new Spectrum radio has telemetry now. Boy, that'd be so cool. Wow. They've changed the world with that. Don't you know? Did you hear the guys talking about how it's going to revolutionize the hobby? Oh my god. That was hilarious. Oh my god. Yeah, their new smart technology is going to revolutionize the hobby. Oh, wow. If I could have only been there to see it. Yeah, Ken, that sounds like a good deal. What kind of shape's the plane in? If the plane's in good shape, that's a real good deal. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Photon. uh, yeah, so. Midget strippers just for me. Oh, don't say that. You'll make GB upset. You gotta make it for GB and me. We don't want to leave GB out of the midget strippers. Oh, that's good deal, Ken. Yeah, you're doing all right on that one. Good deal. Yeah, exactly, Bravo. Yep, all those drone guys are going to be hired by Amazon. They're going to be snatching them guys right up. Yeah. Sounds good, Alan. Cool. Looking forward to seeing that. All right, everybody, say a prayer for the Braves tonight. The Braves got to win. Everybody, yeah, please, please, please. Dennis, you're offended by the name Braves? Are you Cherokee Indian or something? There you go, Ken. No hurry. You know, just build it. Look at it for a while. You know, just give it a hug once or twice. You know, yep, that's fine. Don't don't just take it out there and break it. Actually, yeah, but. That's all right, Dennis. We won't hold it against you. 15-3. Holy crap! That was a slaughter. Oh my God! What were the Braves doing? Sleeping? Oh, that's good to hear, Dave. Is the game being televised? You tell him, Phantom. Photon. That was good. Oh, that's hilarious. I'm offended that you're offended. Oh my God. No kidding. That's cool, Dennis. It scored 11 runs in the first inning. Oh my God. Did you keep watching it or did you just turn it off? Apparently the Braves suck. uh, Roy's starting to chant. What's up, Terror? Dennis. Yeah. Yeah, Dave's RC is supplying all the amenities. All right, Roach, I'll check it out. Thank you. That was the big jet event up there. You went to that? Roy's dead to me now. uh, um, Shay, it's too expensive. That one's out of my price range. I would love to have the Tomcat. It's cool as shit. It's just too damn much money. Um, I just once they reach a certain threshold. So this is the way I equate it, so that you guys get a better understanding. I've pretty much said it at anything over $500 no longer can be flown with the $1.98 servos that come in them. Okay? So if I'm going to make an investment of over $500 on an airframe, I'm not going to fly it with the crap that comes in it. I'm going to replace it all with good stuff. So now we're talking about a plane like the F-14. I'm going to have $1,000 in that thing before I'm going to fly it. By the time I replace all the $1.98 servos with some good stuff, and possibly even the fan and speed control, and so at that point it's just not economically smart to expend that kind of money and then expect it to fly on the crappy servos that come in it. Hence the MiG-29 right now, that they're replacing all the elevator servos. Now, I don't know how many people crashed airplanes and whether Motion's replacing those planes or not. I hadn't heard. It seems their new policies are they're not going to replace planes that are crashed under those conditions, but we'll see. I understand that, Dave, and I agree with you, but that still doesn't mean I'm going to trust them with a jet that's in the $600-700 range. I'm not going to trust them, even if they are better. They're still not good enough. When I'm in for a penny, in for a pound. So if I'm in that deep on a jet like that, then no, I'm not going to fly it with the $2.98 servos that came with it. I'm replacing it all, and that's just the way I feel. I'm just not going to get that invested in it and then try to fly it on the crap that comes in it. I'm going to replace the crap with good stuff. Probably go to dual receivers for backup, the whole 9 yards. You know, and at that point, it's just too expensive for me to pull the trigger on it. So I'm going to stick to the $200, $300, $400 range planes and take my chances. And if I lose a plane, then I just write it off to, oh well. But I'm not going to write off $700 as oh well. I'm going to make sure I don't lose my $700 investment. So everything will be redundant. And that's just how I look at it. So that's why I limit my budget. I'm not prepared to go that far. There was a Top Flight Corsair at the hobby shop that he wanted $450. It was a quick build Top Flight kit, but it was a kit. So it didn't have the retracts, didn't have a motor, didn't have nothing, just the airframe. Okay, so by the time I made that thing airworthy, it would have been over $1,000. And that's, you know, and there's no way to go cheaper. Even if I put the $1.98 servos in it, I was going to be, by the time I put a motor, speed control, whether it be gas or electric, gas tank, retractable landing gear, all the hinges and, well, I think I don't know if they were in the box or not. They probably were, but all the hardware and everything, yeah, it was just, there was no way to get it in the air for under $800. And at that point, I'm not putting $1.98 servos in it, so now it's over $1,000. And you know, I just couldn't do it. Couldn't pull the trigger on that. So I can give you a perfect example of, it wasn't Taft Hobby's fault. It really wasn't my fault. I didn't do anything wrong, but just circumstances happen. So, okay, Taft was a little responsible. So one of the flap servos, or I'm sorry, one of the flap hinges on my new Viper jet was not glued in well. It was falling out, okay? It was very, very loose. It was flopping around. So obviously I had to fix that. Sure, Randy. I'd be glad to come stand under a tree for you. Love to. So, so I re-glued it. No big deal. I wiped off all the extra glue, all the, you know, and I used contact cement because I wanted to be able to, if I had to remove it for some reason, replace it. I didn't want to epoxy it in and then have to cut it out of the plane. So, you know, and the way this hinge goes in, it was easily good enough to glue it in that way. So it wasn't a problem. And I cleaned all the extra glue off and everything and dried it. And then, you know, 2 days later, I even made sure that it was still free, no glue in the hinge. Everything was perfect. It was fine. So I put it in the car. It sat in the car for a few days. Car got hot. The glue softened and oozed out and glued the flap shut. Or, you know, open. Okay, so it glued it. It glued the hinge. So I get to the field. I put a battery in it. I get it all ready to fly. And I'm testing all my surfaces. And the flap won't go down. That side won't go down. And I'm like, what the hell? And so I'm looking at it, you know, and amongst all of the trying to figure it out, I must have had the flap in the down position while I was trying to figure it out, and it burnt that servo up. It melted the case. It got so hot from the not being able to move when it was commanded to move. It just sat there stalled and burnt up. So there's a big hump in the side of the case where it melted, and so I had to pull the servo out and replace it, and that's when I found that the glue had oozed back out of the joint and had glued it, and I had to break it loose and take my X-Acto knife and dig all the glue back out of the joint again. And I've been checking it regularly to make sure that it doesn't happen again. But yeah, so that, you know, it's just one of those stupid things that happens. So thank God I did a surface test before every flight, and I caught it before I put the bird in the air. But still, I had to replace one of the $1.98 servos. Not the servo's fault. I understand. So I'll share some of the blame and Taft Hobby's bad gluing job in the first place is what started the whole ball rolling. So, but that's what happens. That's part of the hobby. But it's that kind of stuff that happens in the hobby why I can't spend $700 on a jet and then trust what came in it to fly it successfully. At that price, we're going through the whole thing. We're going to make sure everything's perfect. So, the only thing I think I could have done different is, and maybe I will the next time, it was kind of a fluke, but if I'd have left the servo arm off, or the push rod off that flap, and until I got it to the flying field and it had heated up and glued it, I would have tested the surface before I re-snapped the arm on and would have caught it and cleaned it up and everything, and I would have saved my $1.98 servo. So, but why would you think you need to do that? I mean, I made sure it was good 2 days later after I glued it, that no glue had seeped into the hinge, that it was still nice and free, everything is fine. But the heat of the car, and I've shown you what happens in Florida when a car gets hot. If you saw my RC truck body, the car gets hot, and hot enough to melt the stupid contact cement and cause that small issue. Dana, what's up? The spackle, that's for some fine repairs. I had the MiG-29 on the bench last week, and I was talking about how the nose cone was it broke off. I glued it back together, but there was some slight wrinkling in it, so I was spackling it up with this to sand it off and smooth it out, get it ready to put a little paint on it, and good as new. The nose cone came out perfect. It looks, it's absolutely perfect, other than it needs a touch-up paint. But this did the trick. I'd used some epoxy and Gorilla Glue both to put it back on, the nose back on, and then after I prepped it, I put some of this on it to fill in the small imperfections, sanded it smooth, and now it just needs a little paint, and it'd be undetectable that it was ever damaged. All it takes is a little lick. Oh my God. So how you doing, Christy? Good to see you here. Our only devoted woman that comes to our shows. One of you guys need to pick her up, guys. She's a keeper. The tree is racist. That's funny. Keith, I haven't actually used the glue, but one of the guys at the field did, and he was talking about it, and he was so impressed with how good that glue worked. I mean, he could not stop talking about his ultralight, ultraviolet light glue. So apparently it works really good. I haven't used it personally, but one of the guys at the field was just talking about that stuff, and he was so impressed with how good that glue works. So If that helps you make a decision, um, but yeah, it's don't do it, Christy. What is Christy gonna do? What did I miss? Yeah, it's probably very expensive. It's very similar to what the dentist office uses now. You know, for doing filling cavities. You know, they put this stuff in your tooth and then they use an ultraviolet light to cure it, and they have to do it in small increments because it I guess it won't dry. It won't penetrate through more than, I don't know, a 16th of an inch or 32nd of an, I don't know what it is, but yeah. But yeah, there's new stuff for filling cavities. Same thing. You know, they use ultraviolet light to cure it. Oh my god. Are you guys picking on Christy? Come on. Seriously? Oh, Alan says it works good. Maybe he has some personal experience. Oh my god, you guys are nuts. When you dentistry work, you only pull teeth. There's a dentist office right up the corner here. That's all they do is pull teeth. They don't do anything else. It's a pun name on the doctor's name. I don't know. It's funny as hell. Yeah, Christy, I guess I started something. I don't think I started it, but I made a comment. And these jokers have all ran with it. So, if I'm responsible, I apologize. I don't know if I actually started it or not, but they have sweet tea in Washington. Yeah, Mickey, it's the sweet tea again. Here we go. Dave will be putting up the recipe here in a second. You got butt plugs in Georgia? Yeah, I think Dave's manufacturing them there. As a matter of fact, you know, have 3D printer will travel. Tracy, where are you at? It's 3:30 in the morning? Where the hell are you? I think you told us that. Are you in, God, where was it? Iceland? Greenland? The UK. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that makes sense then. All right, buddy. Have a good night. If you have any more charger ideas you want to run by us, feel free. Contact me directly or bring them next week to the show. I think my best plug-in-the-wall charger right now, though, is the 2100 smart charger. Bang for buck wise. It'll charge fast. And then I can do the final peak on one of my cheapo chargers because, at that point you're only charging it under an amp to do the final peak. So it does work good in that respect. It's because it'll charge quick. So if that helps you, the 2100 smart charger's a good buy. It's not overpriced. It's a good buy. Smartphone stupid user. Sweet tea and vodka. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, he said neat. uh. Gin and juice Snoop Dogg style. Yeah, shaken, that's stored. Yeah. Oh my god, you guys are hilarious. Yeah, I guess the new one's called the Saloon, huh? So, Dave, tell us about this new program we all have to download or whatever. Since we're not going to be using... what the hell was it? Zoom. Yeah, we're not going to Zoom Friday. We're going to do something else. Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about this. Yeah. Yeah, I was doing some final touch up on the nose cone of my MiG-29. So it's been sitting on the table. I had the MiG on the table last week. So I took it off tonight because I want to work on a couple other things. Hey, guys. Hey, I got a fart coming. Here it comes. Here it comes. Maybe you'll hear it. Did you hear it? Anybody catch that? There's the thunder. It wasn't very impressive. No, I didn't wreck it, Dave. I had a... I told you about it. Maybe you missed it. When I landed, the first flight was with a 4500 battery in it, which is pretty heavy. And had a beautiful landing on the grass. Flared it out, but when it touched down on the mains, the nose gear came down and it collapsed, because it's kind of soft. I didn't stiffen it up. And I had the pitot tube on it. Well, it came down far enough on that part of the ground where it dipped slightly that the pitot tube stuck in the ground. So it snapped the little piece of plastic off the nose cone. It didn't take the nose cone off, the magnetic part. It just snapped the little plastic part that the pitot tube screwed into off the foam. So at first, I didn't even notice it. I'm taxiing it back, and everything from a distance looks good. And then it gets up close, and I'm like, hey, where's my pitot tube? And then hey, where's the whole nose cone? And I knew where it had to have come off at. It had to have been the landing, when the nose, collapsed slightly. So I went out to where it touched down, and there it was. The pitot tube's gone because it got stuck in the ground and snapped off the plastic part. But the plastic part was there, and it was fine. And so I just had to glue it back on the nose cone and then, doll it up a little bit. Nothing else. The plane's perfect. It's in perfect condition other than that. And now that I glued that back on, yeah, you won't be able to screw a pitot tube back into it because it's broke off in there, and I'm not going to try to fish the threads out of it. I'm just flying it without the pitot tube, but the magnetic nose is perfect. It glued all back together perfect. I did a little feather fill here, sand, to smooth it out, and I just have to do a little airbrush paint work on it, and it'll be perfect. So, but no crash, it wasn't even a hard landing. Honestly, it taxied off. I didn't even notice it had happened. It was so smooth the way the nose came down, snapped the nose off, and kept going. I didn't even know it happened until I got it right over to me, and then I know, hey, where's my pitot tube? Oh, wait a minute, where's the whole nose? So we had to walk all the way back out to where I touched down at, and we found it sitting there. So I just glued it back on. But it didn't even disrupt the landing. It was just perfect, smooth landing. It just, you guys know how much that nose collapses because of the soft spring in it. Well, put a 4500 battery in it, and that really gets the weight moving. It took off fine. It didn't mind it on takeoff, but the landing, just the force of the gear, the mains hitting, and then the nose coming down, it just came down a little too far. And the pitot tube hit the ground, hit the grass, and it stuck. So I was just surprised how clean it broke it off. I mean, it was seamless. The movement was, I saw the nose go down and come back up. It kept rolling, and and I just kept taxiing, and you had no idea until I got close that I could even see it. And then I noticed, hey, my pitot tube's missing. So we went back out there, and I found it. And then I flew it 2 more times with it just broke off. I just left the rest of the cone on it with the plastic tip broke off. And in the air, you couldn't even tell. It looks fine in the air. And then when I got home, I glued it back together. I did a little hot water to get it, the smushed part to pull back out. And then I glued the top half, because it fit back together perfect, with epoxy. And I glued the bottom half with Gorilla Glue mixed with water so it would expand. And I let it expand out and fill all the gaps and do its thing. And then I shaved all the Gorilla Glue off, sanded it, put a little putty on it, sanded it. Good as new. So, anyway. But yeah, no crash. The landing was fine. It was a good landing. It's not a bad flying jet. It's just it doesn't have the legs I want. It's a 3-minute egg. It's a 3-minute jet, 3.5 maybe. It's just I don't like that. I want longer flight times. So the new jet's getting 6 to 7 minutes easy. And it's a 90 millimeter, and I'm still getting 6 to 7 minutes. So I'm pretty impressed with that. On a 90 millimeter, that's impressive, because my F-22 doesn't even get that. That I've been able to push it to about 5.5 with the Smart Pack in it. That seems to be it seems to like the Smart Pack the best. As far as weight, power, all around, that seems to be the best battery. For the I gotta tell you, those Smart Packs for the jets have been wonderful. I cannot fault that battery. It's a little pricey, not too bad, but it performs well. It seems to carry its own weight well, as far as it's not really a heavy battery, but it packs a lot of punch. I'm looking forward to seeing how long it keeps that kind of potency. How many flights am I going to get before it starts falling off and it won't be jet worthy anymore? But so far, no complaints. I'm very happy with my Smart Packs. So yep, Joe, I agree. I really agree. The Smart Pack's power to weight ratio is pretty good, and they're not priced horribly. They're really not. They're a little on the high side, but depending on how long these packs last, I think it's worth it. So far, I'm on the it's worth it side. We'll see. Now, if the thing dies next week and I can't charge it anymore, or it won't fly the jet anymore, because then that's going to change. But right now, my opinion is I like them. I like them, and I think they're worth the money. I'll let you know when that changes. But so far, I'm pretty happy with the Smart Packs. Scotty G. Welcome. Welcome to the show. Good to see you here. How did you happen to find us? Yeah, Scotty, we're the nut house here, the sane asylum. What else do they call us? This is the what they like to refer to the marathon show. We start at 9 and go till everybody leaves, which is usually 3 o'clock in the morning, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, it's between a 7 and 9 hour show usually. We've gone longer. We've gone shorter, but usually it's 7 to 8 hours. Now, let's just say we'll leave 7 as the average. It's usually about a 7-hour show. So, because I just love being here, and I have a lot of guys that like being here with me, and we come in stages too. Some of the guys come in later because of the part of the world they live in. Got a new one a couple weeks ago from Dublin. So he usually shows up very early in the show. I don't know what time it is in Dublin at that time, but the Kenny Cave, yeah, that's it, Joe. So that's when you depart anyway. Now, Mickey, you've been one of the guys that have kept this show going late. You and Dave set the record. So, yeah, we had a 12-hour show once. And that was mostly because of Dave and Mickey. These guys were having a ball in here. There was like 9 or 12 of us in the room, but the only 3 of us chatting. It was Dave, Mickey, and me, and that was it. And it was a lot of fun. That was a good night. Right? Yeah, So Mickey's in Australia, and so right now it is. Hang on, I'll tell you what time it is there. Let me see. It's 10:45, 11:45, 12:45. Is it 12:45 in the afternoon tomorrow? 12:45 Friday afternoon. Is that right, Mickey? Yeah. So so yeah, Mickey's way ahead of us. It's already Friday where he is in the afternoon. He's put a half a day of work in. And so by the time our show's ending, he's off work, headed for the bar. I suspect that night that he was in here with Dave, he was probably sitting at the bar, having a few beers and chatting on his phone with Dave about different different military establishments in Australia that they had both been to. Both military and civilian bars. It was quite a night. Oh, that was a lot of fun. Spencer, are you still in here? Spencer Keith? Yeah, the loony bin. Absolutely, Roach. There you are. Hey, let me ask you something. Do I understand this correctly? You did order a the 90 millimeter Yak 130. Is that correct? Did you get one of those on the way? Do you already have it? Just curious. Till a rooster crows? Is that what you're saying, Alan? Yeah, we've got some roosters across the street. Thank God they're far enough that I can't hear them in the morning, or I'd go over there and shoot them. Spencer's working on his RC cars. Yeah, that's what he's working on for sure. You got it from China, and you already have it now? Did you get the gray one or the red one? It's a sweet bird, isn't it, Spencer? Man, that thing is so beautiful. How many times do you bounce the landing gear just to watch it, articulate? I love the landing gear on that thing. Have you flown it yet? Yeah, Ryan, we're talking about the Yak. Yep. The one that you were on the camera and Michael did all the talking about it. Yep. Does fly. It's on rails, isn't it? It's amazing how good that thing flies. And the landing gear, well, you're probably on. Are you on grass or are you on a paved runway? Yuck. Yeah. Yeah, Mickey. Yeah, Mike calls it the Yak. The Yak 130. Oh, cool, Ryan. When are you going to put that up? Looking forward to that. Yeah, you go watch my video. Watch it. Watch how the gear works on the grass. And I have it in my video. I show it taxing in the grass. And just pay attention to how the landing gear's working. It's amazing. So, yeah, I already have a second one. I bought Motion out of them. I bought their last two gray ones. They were both in the open box bin, the dent, scratch and dent bin, whatever. There was really nothing wrong with either one of them. The one's missing a couple things. The other one really didn't have anything wrong with it. Somebody made a mistake. Had something plugged in wrong. So yeah, I have two of them. They're both gray. My favorite all around plane jet. As far as looks, the scale of it, the sound of it. It sounds amazing. Yeah, I really love that jet. Now, just flying wise and all around having a plane in the car to go fly, I love the new Taft Hobby jet. That Viper's awesome. Man, does that thing fly good. But it doesn't have near the scaleism of the Yak. It doesn't sound as good as the Yak. It doesn't present in the air. The Yak is just so cool because it looks real. I mean, it really looks real. So cool. That's what I was. Yeah, wheels, make power, RC former. Nose gear plate. Are those some mods you did, Spencer? Yeah, no, Spencer, that 14's not going to happen for me. Just too pricey. Can't afford it. Yeah. And maybe if I could pick up a used one day or something, maybe. I'd love to have one. I mean, I'm a big F-14 fan. But that's one of those birds that's just not coming home to my house. It's just too expensive. The new MiG-29, the big, as Ryan calls it, the big 29. Not coming here. The 80 millimeter 810. Listen, I love all these birds, but they're just too much money. I can't go there. What did you print it out of, Bravo? What are you using? ABS, PLA? What are you printing it out of? Yeah, that's true, Spencer. And I understand where you're coming from. I get it, but not quite. Actually, at the price I'm paying for these Vipers, um, we're only at, well, just under $600 for 2 planes. But that's 2 planes. Not all my eggs in one basket. If I crash one, I still have another plane. Whereas if I crash the big 29, it's all done in one shot. So yeah, that's where I draw the line. And so what are you putting booties in, Spencer? Not the Yak, because the real, well, I mean, it would look cool, but the real one doesn't have an afterburner, so I can't imagine you'd put a burner in a, you know, it's not going to make it look scale, but it would make it look cool. So, yeah, that's what I have. I got it. Well, it's not a Pro. It's an Ender 3. That's what I got right here on the table. Um, but what kind of material are you printing with? Did I miss it? Did you tell me and I missed it? PLA. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So I got a bunch of rolls here that I'm gonna try. Um, so I've got this glow in the dark PLA. I got 3 rolls of this, and then I have 3 rolls of glow in the dark ABS. So we're gonna play with that and see what kind of fun we can have with that. I haven't printed a PLA yet, so I don't know. I'm gonna have to play with my settings. Oh yeah, you have one in the Venom. Yeah, thank you, Bravo. Yeah, yeah. So that's cool. Yeah. So is that what you like to print with the best all around, as far as durability and everything? Do you like the PLA the best? All right, Roach Coach. You have a good night, buddy. Thanks for stopping in. It's good to see you. I'll have to go check out your video. Surprise! 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 Oh, really? Eric, you put a blue booty in the Avanti, huh? Yeah, I learned that about that already. I don't have my heat. I was printing in the PETG, which I guess is much lower heat than the PLA. So I have to turn my heat way up. So my first attempt at printing something in the PLA didn't come out so well, and I just haven't had time to get back to it. I might play with it though. I've got a bunch of bench work to do. Um, I've got a bunch of batteries to solder, fix, put new plugs on, that kind of stuff. I broke a switch in one of my radios. I got to replace that, which the old one just bolted on or clipped on, but the new one they solder the wires on. So I've got to desolder the switch out of it to replace it. So I've got to do some solder work there. So I got a bunch of soldering to do. So I think I'm going to set this up to print and let it print while I'm sitting here soldering. And So yeah, we're gonna try. So 105% on the extruder, huh? Wow. 210, 220. .4 walls. Okay. Thank you. That's good advice. I'll start with that and see how it comes out, and I'll adjust from there. But that's a good place to start. So thank you. Yeah, I'll give that a shot. See how it comes out. Yeah, Spencer, I agree. I see no reason to go anywhere else for an afterburner than with Ray. I'm sticking with Ray. Anything if I need a booty for anything, it's going to come from Ray. Did you just hear Gomer? Yeah, you might have. You might have just heard that, Roy. Oh, that's funny. All right, Robert. Thank you for stopping in. You have a good night. Stay safe too. We'll hope we'll catch you next week. I've printed a lot of stuff on there, Spencer. I made some beautiful vases, but out of this other stuff, um, printed a whole crap load of them. I think about 13 of them. I think gave a bunch of them away. I've got a bunch of them in the house. They came out beautiful. I just haven't printed. But they were printed with this, and I didn't know it. That's how observant I am. You know, I assumed all this time it was PLA I was printing, because that's just what everybody seems to be the default go-to. So I assumed this was PLA. I ordered all this PLA and ABS, try something different. And then I first print with this new stuff, and it didn't print with the crap, and I'm like, hey, Fred, what's up? And I'm like, what the hell? And then I look and it says it's PETG. I'm like, what the hell is that? I hadn't even heard of that stuff. So, yeah. So, but yeah, I figured out what temperatures I needed for that stuff to work great. So those all came out super good. Furball, what's up? Well, thank you, man. So now I got to make some new adjustments for the PLA to get the temperature and the wall thickness and all that. You got to get it all gelling with each other. You know, how fast the print is printing and all that makes a difference. So I just have to get all that figured out, and then we'll try it again. So I obviously didn't have the heat high enough. It wasn't melting together well. So But I bought all this glow-in-the-dark stuff because I thought for some of this stuff I'm going to build, you know, if I'm building an airplane and I'm going to paint it, it doesn't matter what color I paint, you know, build it out of. So glow-in-the-dark or not doesn't matter. Although, if I have a fiery booty in the tailpipe on a jet, while that booty's on, it'll charge the inside of the tube that glows in the dark, and then when it shuts off, it'll continue to glow, you know, like it's hot steel, because the light will have charged it up. So that might look pretty cool, actually. And if I paint the outside, now I could do something cool too. I could just do like airbrush work on the tail, the actual tailpipe, where there's gaps, you know, and let the green show through, and then you'd see the glow on the outside of the tailpipe as well, which would probably look pretty cool. So we could get pretty creative with that. So we'll see how that works out if I print an airplane, which was my plan in the first place. So that was always the plan. When I bought the printer in the first place, I wanted to print airplanes. So I was thinking the F-86 to start with, just because I like the F-86, and the file that 3D Labs has for that looks pretty good. So that was going to be my first one. That could change, but we'll see. But yeah, I gotta sit here and go into the file, and which is on this computer, by the way. So everything's right here I need to. I was printing all this in the house, and I moved it out here. So yeah, all my 3D software is on this laptop. So I just have to do all my work, save it to the SD card, and then put the SD card in the printer here and print it. So where is the SD card slot, by the way? Oh yeah, there it is. And there's a card in it. So yeah, so that's all I got to do. But we'll get that fired up. If it wasn't so damn noisy, I'd have it running during the show. But you know, being right here on the table in front of the microphone probably wouldn't work out so well. I think it'd probably be a little noisy. Yeah, you're right, Bravo. I mean, the MiG-15 is pretty much the same plane as the F-86. So yeah, it's you know. So yeah, your settings should work pretty good, you know. So we'll see. Now, my main thing right now is the garage. I dropped off the plans to get the building permit so we can pour the concrete slab and get the building up. And they emailed me back that I didn't fill the paperwork out right. And the stuff they want me to answer on there, I don't know how to answer. So I sent them an email back that said, listen, I need some help. I don't know how to fill this paperwork out you want, because they've got all these check boxes for who's the contractor. And listen, I gave them all the blueprints. They're all notarized and everything. 2 copies, because that's what they require. You know, the company that I bought the building from supplied all that. So they sent it. Of course, I had to pay for it, but they supplied everything I needed. So I took it up to the county building, and I filled out the paperwork with me being the owner of the property and the contractor. And they said I didn't fill it out all. You know, I need to finish filling it out. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what else to put on it. I need help. So I got an email back today that said, your paperwork's back downstairs. Just come on in. The girls at the desk downstairs will help you answer any questions you have to finish filling this out. So that's where I'm going tomorrow. I'm going to go there and go back over what I missed on filling out and get it finished up so that they give me the okay for the building permit so that I can dig my footer and have the concrete poured, because everything else is ready, you know. And so that's where we're at. So I don't know how far backed up. They seem pretty anxious. They contacted me the other day wanting to put me on the schedule. So I guess they're not real busy right now. So once I get on the schedule, it'll probably happen pretty quick. Get the building up. So you know, we're on the final push here right now. It'd already be done if I hadn't broke my back on that frickin' jack stand. That set me back 2 months, guys. You know, I couldn't do anything. So, but we're ready now. You know, so we're gonna get the as soon as they give me my building permit back, I'm gonna I'm gonna schedule it to come put it in. And whatever I got to do to have the concrete ready by then is what I'll have to do. I don't care who I got to pay, how many people I got to get working, whatever. We're going to get the concrete in time to meet whatever deadline we have to meet for whatever day we set up to. That's the day they're going to come put it in. So that's where we're at. And then as soon as the building's up, I can start working on all these other projects I want to get done. You know, because, you know, of course, I got to build a room in the building first thing that can be air conditioned and heated, especially heated now with winter coming up. So I just got to get some drywall up. I got to form up some walls and put some drywall up. And but I can do all that myself. That's not a big deal at all. That's pretty easy stuff. And yeah, so once we start getting that accomplished, you know, my first show there, I'm going to let you guys already know that the first show I do there will just be a wall behind me. It's going to be it's going to be one of the walls, but that's the only thing that's going to be there is a stud wall with a sheet of drywall on it. That's it. And then if I've got a shelf hanging on it or whatever I decorate it with, that's all that's, you know, everything else is going to be wide open. You know, that's how quickly I want to get into that building, and I'm going to do my first show as soon as I can put one wall up. I'm going to do my show in the garage. I'll run an extension cord out there so I have power, so I can put lights on and run this. I might have to get a new Ethernet cable. I don't know if my 100-foot cable will go all the way out that way. Probably not. I'll probably have to get a 200-foot cable to go out that way. But yeah, so we'll get all that done so we can have the first episode. And I'll take the camera and walk you around the inside of the garage and show you, you know, what's going on. But it's going to be pretty funny because the background's going to look great. It might be a little bit of an echo because the building will be empty. But, well, the walls and ceiling and everything will be empty. There's going to be airplanes and crap all over the floor. But anyway, something's up with Eric. Oh, yeah? What's up with Eric? Oh, Eric's out. All right, Eric. Have a good night, man. We'll catch you on the next show. Tomorrow night, Dave's going to be in Dave's show? Because we'll be the lead-in for it. Yep, we're going to have a Virgin Garage show. Yep. We're going to pop its cherry together, guys. We're gonna gang bang the crap out of that thing. So be ready for that. Coming to a YouTube channel near you. So anyway, so that's where we're at with the building. I gotta go over there tomorrow and finish filling out the paperwork, whatever, you know, whatever we got to do. At this point, I don't care what I have to do to get it. Let's get it done. I just want it done. I've been wanting this building for a long time, and it's got to happen. It's time. I just got to have it. Yep. Yep, you're right, Dana. I'm gonna have plenty of room for RC car racing inside. You know, it's 40 by 60. So yeah, it's huge. So and I have every intentions of popping the orange car's cherry on that floor. So yeah, so there's that. Right. I know. Bravo. Trust me. I get it. That's why, you know, when I bought my and when they came out with the Ender 3, and I got mine for like 100 and it was like right around 180 bucks, I think. It's how cheap mine was. It was on sale, and I saw that and I was like, "Holy crap." You know, at that price, I'm in. And I'd already seen the video from 3D Labs about the F-86. So right away I'm thinking, hey, I can print airplanes, assemble them, sell them on eBay, or take them out to the flying field and sell them and make some money, you know, to pay for the materials and have, you know, and have a lot of fun for free, basically. If I can sell a plane for what I have in it as far as materials and stuff, maybe make a little profit, but um, uh, that way I can keep playing with the thing on someone else's nickel, basically. You know, I won't have to keep shelling money out to play with it. I can play with it, have fun with it, you know, learn to do new stuff with it and everything, and make enough money to keep it perpetuating. So that was my plan. You know, I'm not. There's no way I think I'm going to get rich doing this, but if I can just pay for, you know, my own playtime, that's good enough. I'd be thrilled with that. Right. Yeah, I already knew that part of it, Bravo. I had already checked with them, make sure there wasn't any kind of copyright laws involved here. If I buy the file, it's my file. I can do whatever I want with it. Um, they don't have any like Windows. You know, they don't have any back law crap that, you know, you're only renting it. You're not really buying it. You don't have the right to resell it, kind of crap. So, um, so yeah, that's kind of how I got between the price, um, as cheap as I got this damn thing, and uh, knowing that I could print because I've already made some money off of it selling the vases I made. I made these beautiful vases. They really came out good. They're transparent blue. It's real pretty. Um, this color blue, and you know, and it's transparent, so you can put, you know, when they're backlit, they light, you know, the light shines right through them. They look really great. They're beautiful. And I did two different styles. One's kind of like, it looks like an I Dream a Genie lamp, kind of, with a twisting swirl in it. And then the other one's more shaped like this cup. You know, it still has shape to it, but it's more vertical. It doesn't have the big base and then a neck. It's just kind of a... and they both came out really nice. So... Um, right, I can't sell the plans that I bought. You know, I can't like reproduce it and sell it. You know, make copies of it. But anything I print is mine to sell. I can, you know, whatever I print off the plans, You know, it's like taking Windows and copying it and selling it. Hell, you can't even sell your copy of Windows. You know, guys, I don't know if you know that or not, but you don't own your copy of Windows. I don't care if it came on your laptop or not. You don't own it. You don't have the right to sell it. You know, you have the right to use it for personal use only, unless you bought a contract, you know, commercial version. But you don't have the right to sell it. So if you upgrade your software, you can't sit like from 95 to 98 or whatever. You can't sell the 95. You don't own it to sell it. A lot of people didn't realize that. So, and that's basically the same thing here. Even though I bought these plans on a, you know, a file, it's just a file you download. They're not mine to sell. I can't make copies of it and sell it. I can't even probably sell the original. But I can use it to make airplanes and then sell the airplanes. So, oh, no kidding. Really? So you're printing it out of the flexi material? I wanted to print an airplane out of the flexi stuff. I thought if I put spars in it, you know, for the, you know, wing loading and stuff, but made the plane squishy soft, that if it crashed or had a hard landing, it would just flex, you know. But the ribbing or the spars would keep it, you know, rigid enough to fly, but it would have enough squishiness to withstand an impact. So I thought that might be fun to try. Yeah, well, I can definitely do that, Roy. There's plenty of Snoopy files out there I can download and print. So, yeah, I can do that. And that's an option. Of course, after I print it, then I got to paint it and all that, too. So, I just assume buy one if I can find one. Then try to print one. And then paint it and decorate it all up and all that, you know. You know. Okay, JCB. Have a good night, buddy. Take care. Glad you made it in tonight. Oh, you've printed a couple of Snoopies, have you? Yeah. Oh, you do? You got a baby Yoda Force hand printed. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've really been off with the garage and everything going on, the planes that I've been working on, the cars I've been working on. I've been really overwhelmed with so much to do, and so I haven't played with the printer at all because I just don't have any time. I did print with it a little bit. Listen, here's the mess. Maybe you've seen it. I've shown it before. I tried to print my my vases with the new material, with the settings for the P. Again, I didn't know, and this is what I got. So this didn't print with the crap. This is so flexible. It feels like denim. That's the base of the vase that I made. And this is so, I mean, it feels like denim. It feels like cloth denim. So there just wasn't enough heat. So it didn't stick to itself very well. It's kind of stringy and but it's real flex. It's like cloth. So yeah, and that's quite a few layers thick. But it just didn't stick because it wasn't hot enough. And it looked like it was doing well the first couple, you know, rows, but this is probably eight rows thick, the base here. So after 2 rows, I walked away because it looked like it was doing pretty good. And then it, you know, none of this stuck. It just, you know, so yeah. So not near enough heat, and so that was my first attempt. So we got to crank it up. again, when I did that, I had no idea that I wasn't printing in PLA in the first place. I was, I'm like, what the hell's the difference? And that's when I looked at the tag and said, PETG, what the hell is that? And that's when I realized, no wonder it doesn't work. So, and then I just haven't played with it since. Yeah, I could print Snoopy on the show, but again, I think it's going to be too noisy. We can try it because, I can start a print, and if it's too noisy, I'll just stop it and shut it off. But I have a feeling it's going to be too noisy. Sitting here, woot, 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 while I'm talking, and so I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I don't have a problem. I can even put, I can put Jeff Cam on it. I think Jeff Cam is actually working tonight too. Hang on. Let's see if Jeff's, Jeff, are you available? Why, yes, you are. Well, hello, Jeff. It's good to see you. There's Jeff, everybody. Jeff's with us tonight. So anything that goes wrong with any of my streaming tonight, it's Jeff's fault. Because he's the cameraman. Oh, you turn your cooling fans off, Bravo? Do you really? Oh, that's good to know. Thank you for that. I wouldn't have thought of doing that. So thank you. Cool. So you turn you off completely? No fans at all? Yeah, so the PETG, I'm pretty sure I had my temperature at 220, 225. Well, let me look. Let me flip it on and see what it was. So it looks like I had this extruder head at 240. And, but I got the fans running. So, yeah, it didn't work. So we're going to crank the heat up. So, yeah, I'll crank the heat up and turn the fans off. Okay. So the side fans should be so the front fan should be on. The side fan should be off. Okay. All right. I will, that's what it's doing right now. The side fan's off, the front fan's on. So, all right. It's good. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'll try that. I don't know what, honestly, at the moment what I had that stuff set at, but so right now the extruder head's heating up. I'm going to shut it back off. Yeah, I'm not using Cura. So I tried using it. I didn't have any luck with it. Not that I'm going to give up on it, but I had already been using what the hell is the one I'm using? Hang on, let me look here. Huh. All right, hang on a minute. thought I had it on the... Yeah, it's been so long I can't remember what I was using. I think it was... Huh. Where the hell did it go? Pretty sure it was on this computer. Oh, there it is. Idea Maker. That's what I was using. And again, you know, I'm not locked into that. That's not like the only, you know, that's just, you know, I started with that and Cura at the same time, and I was getting quicker results with the adjustments I was making in Idea Maker than I was in Cura. Cura was, you know, it was filling the vase internally with strings all the way across. You know, it kept, you know, and I didn't have any fill. It was just doing that, like, you know, leaving strings. And so the whole inside of the vase was all stringy inside. And Idea Maker wasn't doing that. It was doing exactly what I was telling it to do. So, so I just kept running with that instead of the Cura. But I have them both on here. So it's not like I'm not interested in ever trying that. That's just what I'm used to right now. So, right, 0% infill. I didn't have any infill, but it was doing it anyway, and then it went across the top, and it was boxing in the top. You know, it wasn't leaving it open. It was actually at the very end. It was filling in. You know, putting a lid on it, and I was like, "The hell are you doing?" So yeah, I don't know. You know, Cura was obviously I had the settings wrong, but I don't know what I had done wrong because I pretty much copied the file from Idea Maker into the Cura, but it wasn't behaving the same. So it was a learning curve. You know, it's going to take time to learn it, like everything else. So yeah. So anyway, you know, I'll play with it some more. Oh, is that right? So there's a setting for remove for filling all holes. That's why it's trying to fill in the top. Well, yeah. So you know, I have very little experience with this thing. I mean, I spent I don't know how many hours. I mean, between the 13 vases I printed and a couple of other little things, I did a little fox, you know, test fox, and then I didn't do the boat. What do they call that thing? The boaty, the whatever it is. I didn't do one of those. Um, but oh, oh yeah, I think I remember seeing that fix thing. I don't remember if I checked it or not. It sounds like I probably did if it was trying to fill in the top. So, uh, right. So nothing. No, don't check any of that stuff. Yeah, I'll definitely when I'm ready to start, you know, printing a plane. I'll get with you. We'll go over it together. Um, So, but I figured it out. You know, the prints I finally, you know, I mean, I had several not such great vases first. You know, as I was learning how hot to make it and how thick to make the wall and all that, and you know how much I was extruding, the temperature, speed, all that. And I finally got a nice balance where I was producing these really nice looking vases. They came out really nice. And then I said, you know, hey, let's try Cura. So I took all those settings and moved them over into Cura. Obviously, I didn't have everything checked right because I had never done anything in Cura. So I started printing some stuff in Cura, and I printed one whole vase, and it was much heavier than the idea maker. It was like twice the wall thickness. So the thing weighed a ton compared to the other one. It didn't come out as smooth. And like I said, it had all the strings running across inside it. And yeah, just, you know, considering all the settings were identical, it didn't behave at all alike. So obviously I didn't have it set up right. And I didn't want to, I just spent, I don't know, probably a month. Not all at once, but, you know, over time, learning how to do the idea maker to get a good print, to get a nice, you know, sellable print. And then to start all over again in Cura was like, not right now. Maybe later, but not right now. I don't want to relearn the wheel again. So I gave up on Cura for right now. But I know everybody likes Cura a lot. Listen, I've watched everybody's videos. You know, all the big guys. There was one guy in particular I really liked, who talked about he was making a lot of little figurine guys for the Dungeons and Dragons or whatever, you know, play pieces, and how intricate, you know, all the, you know, the eyes and the nose and how small they were, and what kind of settings he was using to get them. He was using an Ender 3, and he explained, you know, how the heat coming off the extruder as it's passing over the what's already printed, you know, the heat coming off of there is actually helping to, you know, attach the new piece down, you know, at the same time. So not only is the head heating the extruder coming out, you know, the extrusion, but it's also reheating the area around it. And he was explaining how all that worked, and it was fascinating, the depth he went into on how this thing works. So I was really paying attention, and it was pretty cool. So right, and that makes sense, you know, turning that fan off. I don't know if I have the fan on or off, honestly. It's off right now, I mean, when I fired it up, but I don't know if, you know, it's been so long. It's been a year since I farted around with it. So, you know, I'll have to get back into it and really start playing with it and figure out. But that's good advice about turning the fan off. So I will definitely, you know, doing the PLA, I'll try that. And I'll play with it some more, and I'll contact you guys, since, you know, when I get ready, and we'll make sure I've got, you know, a good starting place to start before I start printing. But yeah, I do want to print an airplane, so that's definitely something I want to do. You know, and I looked at the size of the bed compared to the other stuff, you know, other printers like the CR10, and I thought, you know, I'm pretty sure that whatever I'm printing will fit on this bed. I might have to put the wing on diagonal or something to get it to fit, but I'm pretty sure it'll fit. And obviously it will, because you're printing on your Ender 3, so it obviously works. So my guesstimation was right, that I can print. The bed is big enough to print a 3D plane. So that's good to know. All right, I think we're losing guys because we're talking 3D printing too much. What else? Let's get back on airplanes, guys. Yes, because we're losing everybody. Sorry, guys. Listen, if you got questions other than 3D printing, just throw them out here. You know, we don't have to talk about 3D printing. We just got off there on a tangent for a minute. So I flew, Fred. I flew my Taft Hobbies Viper, 6 or 7 flights today. I really love that airplane. My God, that thing is stable. Flies amazing. Really, really like that plane. Yeah, those new NX radios. I don't know anything about them. What's an NX radio? I don't know about it. And next gen. I don't know. So, what am I buying? Well, I'm going to buy another glider, my ASW28, because I love that thing so much, and they're so cheap. And mine, honestly, came so beat up in the box that, I mean, really beat up. But I've been waiting so long for it, I didn't bother to send it back. I just kept it. But the wings were trashed. They weren't secured in the box at all. So all the control horns from the 2 planes were just beating each other to death as it was bouncing around inside the box. So the foam on the wings was just tore all to hell. And I just wanted it so bad I didn't give a crap. So it flies fine, but it looks terrible. And the other day, one of the guys came out with a brand new one because he saw mine and he loved the way it looked and flew and everything. So he bought his own. And so he walks over with it and asks me to fly it for him. And I'm looking at this thing and it's perfect. You know, there's not a mark on any of the wings. They're perfectly smooth. The decals are all on it. And I'm just like, So now I want a new one because I want mine to look good. Yeah, I still have my Havoc. You know, it's a good plane, David. I like my Havoc. I fly it. Right now, well, not anymore, but it was until the new Viper showed up. It was my sport jet go-to airplane. Between that one and the Futura, the Futaba, or the FMS Futura, those were my 2. You know, throw in the car sport jets, go fly. So yeah, I still have my Havoc and I love it. You know, it's a really good flyer. Is it the best flyer? No. But I can't really say there's anything wrong with it. It flies fine. It's a good flyer. It looks good. I love the color. The bad things about it are so little that it's not hardly worth mentioning. But it does have that waggle a little bit when you slow it down. It kind of gets in the wind. It gets a little waggly. Nothing uncontrollable or anything. I don't have a gyro on it, and it's fine. You know, it lands good. I don't have any problem landing it. The landing gear's nice on it. You know, it handles the grass field fine. So yeah, I like my Havoc. I'm not planning on getting rid of it. You know, at one point I was trying to sell one or the other, either the Futura or the Havoc. I had them both up for sale, and whichever one sold, I'd keep the other one. Because they're essentially the same airplane. I mean, they really are. And you know, I don't know. I think I'm past that. I think I'm just going to keep them both. I don't think I want to sell either one of them now. But yeah, I like my Havoc. I don't have any problem with it. I had one little oops with it. It wasn't a crash. It was a failed takeoff. there were two guys standing on the runway. As I was passing them, I lost sight of the jet, and it veered slightly to the right and caught the thick grass on the right side of the runway and flipped over. And it really didn't do any real damage. It kind of just put a crack in the nose. Like the foam got flexed on right on the point where it had put a split in it. No big deal. I just glued it back together, and then I put a little putty on it, sanded it, smoothed it, painted it. It's perfect. It looks fine. And it wasn't really anything. It was such a small little oops. It didn't affect the gear or anything. It didn't affect the way it flew. It just didn't look right. And so I fixed it because I wanted it to look good. So, and that's it. You know, that's the only problem I've ever had with it. It flies fine. It flies off grass fine. It's a good jet. I like it. You know, I've flown it a lot. Get good flight times with it. You know, I can get 7, 8. I don't know, that one battery I got 12 minutes out of it when the battery's brand new. It's slowly been tapering off now. I can't get 12 minutes anymore with it, but the first couple flights on that battery, I got 12 minutes on that thing. So it was pretty efficient on battery. So yeah, it's a good airplane. I like it. I love the color. God, that green's awesome. I love the color of it. So, listen, I don't, David. I'm a very, so here's how I learned to fly. All right. So this is my original radio, Series 70, 1970 radio. I started flying in 73, and I have very little hands. Okay, so when I'm holding the radio, and I'm a thumber, I can't reach full left up on the stick. My thumb can't go that far. I mean, I have to literally take my hand off the radio and rotate it around to get that throw. Okay, so I can't reach. That's the only one I can reach the rest, but I can't reach that one. So if I ever need to go there, I can't go there. I can't reach it. So I learned to fly with everything very sensitive. All right, I have maximum throws on everything I fly. So everything is very, very touchy. Very, very, very touchy. Very, you know, I dumb down my thumbs to get the plane to behave smoothly. But if I want to, you know, most of my stuff will drill bit because the throws are so high that when I, you know, give it an aileron command, it's doing a drill bit. You know, but that's just the way I learned to fly, and that's the way I've always flown. So I don't go by the book settings because they're never high enough for me. I always have to make them higher than that. So I have my stuff very sensitive. And that's just the way I like to fly it. So, you know, book settings, you know, I could tell you that I've got the book settings and I like it that way or whatever, but that really doesn't tell you what you like. Okay? You know, everybody flies different. Everybody's feel of the airplane's different. You know, you like it softer, you know, low rates. You're not a stick banger kind of guy. I'm just the opposite. I'm not a stick banger. I'm a very finesser, but I have my stuff so sensitive that if you were a banger, the plane would be out of control. If you're a banger sticker and you try to fly my airplane, you're going to be all over the sky with it because it's so sensitive. You'd just be over controlling the shit out of it. So, and there's a couple of guys in the field that fly the same way I do. So when we fly each other's planes, we love it because we fly the same way. But most people that try to fly my stuff either can't fly it or are just not comfortable flying it. I had one guy try to fly my drone, and he couldn't fly it. You know, and he's a drone guy. I mean, he says he can fly drones. I said, "Oh, here, fly this." And he couldn't do it. It was doing all this, and he just set it back on the ground. Like, holy shit! And he just saw me fly it, so it's not like I gave him it set up so you could fail. You know, I was flying it, and he asked me if he could fly it. So I brought it over and landed, and I handed him the radio, and he could fly it. So, you know, it's just how I am. So, you know, now if you and I were at the field together and I could hand you an airplane and coach you or maybe do a pre-setup for you because you like it real soft, you know, I could have added a lot of expo or something to, you know, dumb it down. You know, I could make it so you could fly it. But, you know, for me just to talk over the internet and explain to you what your settings should be, I can't. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you know, I just know that the factory settings are never high enough for me on anything because I just like my stuff that sensitive. So, yeah. See, I almost never use Expo either. Sometimes I'll on the jets. Um, yeah, Ryan. I honestly I don't agree with that. I know you do, and that's fine. You know, and in your situation, I get it, and you should be using the book, honestly. Uh, but I'm not an influencer for Horizon, and their pilots have their likes, and that's what the book's based on, is the pilots that are flying the plane, you know, when they develop it, and what they like. And what they like is not what I like. So, but if I was an influencer and they wanted me to promote their product, yeah, I'd absolutely go by the book, for sure. You know, because it's a point of reference that you all can start with. But, you know, I just build it for me to fly it. Good night, Hamilton. Che, we'll see you, man. Have a good night. So, and like I said, the settings in the book are never high enough for me. So, and I don't use dual rates, ever. You know, I have one setting. It's all there all the time. I might put some expo in it if I need to dumb it down. Yeah, I'm a YouTuber, but, you know, so's everybody else. You know, it's not, you know, I'm not, you know, if Horizon approached me and said, hey, we want you to sell our product, well, then I'd have to change my feeling on, you know, going by the book to start with and then explaining why or why not I'm not changing the settings. You know, which you're even starting to do yourself. You know, you've ignored a lot of the stuff that you're, like safe. You never used it before. But you're starting to use it now because it's your job. I mean, you should be explaining the safe. Even though you personally don't like it, you should be explaining it to the guys that are looking to buy this airplane. Well, okay, that's a way to look at it too, Ryan. I agree, but like I said, you know, you mentioned it yourself that, you know, you never use the safe because you don't like it, you don't use it, but you should be, because you should be showing people what it'll do with safe, and now you're going to start using it. So, same thing, you know. It's just I'm not, you know, I don't start with the book settings. This book settings have never worked for me. You know, that just doesn't. It's not sensitive enough. The plane flies like a pig for me on the book settings. It's got to be way more sensitive than that. When people watch me fly and watch my transmitter, they can't believe how little I'm moving the stick. I mean, I'm barely even moving the stick. You know, and that's the way I fly. So it's hard to tell what I'm doing because I move the stick so little that you can't even tell I'm moving the stick. And that's just the way I fly. So, but yeah, to answer your question, David, yeah, you said it. You said you seem to think that the book settings were a little light. I agree. You know, for my taste, yes, they're not near enough. That's what she said. Yeah, they're not near enough throws for me, personally. So it sounds like maybe you fly similar to I do. You want the stuff sensitive. For a maiden, you know, book settings are probably not a bad place to start. just to get it in the air and feel it out. But I pretty much know what I'm going to get before I put it in the air, so I don't, I just look at the settings and pretty much know what I'm going to have. The, like when I did the Dynam, the PT-17, I went with, well, I increased the throw on the elevator and rudder immediately. I didn't even, their settings weren't even anywhere close to what I needed for that, so I increased those. But I left the ailerons alone because I worked them and they were moving pretty good. I figured they'd probably be a little light for me, and they are, but they're doable. It's not bad, you know. It's a biplane. It's not a jet. It's not a 3D plane. You know, it's a Sturman. It's a, you know, crop duster, you know, for lack of a better. So I was okay with leaving the ailerons a little on the soft side, and the plane flies great. I love the airplane. It flies really good. You know, I thought about increasing the throws on the ailerons to make it roll faster, but you know, it's good enough. I don't think it needs any more. It's fine. You know, it flies good. It's a good airplane. I like it. So, and that's the way the Havoc. For me, I like the Havoc. It flies good. You know, I fly it a lot. It's in the car a lot. But it probably won't be anymore. Now that I've got this Viper. Man, I really love this Viper. So, that's going to be in the car a lot. And, you know, if I put a second jet in there, it most likely won't be the Havoc. It'll be a military scale. You know, my F4, the Yak 130, the F22, one of the A10s, the 262 maybe. The chances of me going to an event with 2 sport jets in the trunk or in the back of the car, unlikely. And I can't see a time when I'm going to want to leave the Viper at home. Maybe it may, like, well, like for instance, if a bunch of guys said, "Hey, let's all take our Havocs out today," okay, well, I'm going to have to bring the Havoc for sure then. So if we've got something set up where we're going to fly a bunch of Havocs in formation, well then yeah, it'll be in the car. But other than that, I don't see a lot of flight time on the Havoc in the future now. Unless you know, if something happens to the Viper, it goes down for, you know, servo burns up or whatever, and I can't fly it, then, you know, the Havoc will probably be in the car. I usually have either the Havoc or the Futura in the car, and lately it's been the Havoc. You know, so, but yeah, up until about 3 weeks ago when I got the Viper. So well, David, you can always increase the throw on the flaps if you want. It's not hard to do. You can either do it in the radio or you can do it mechanically. You know, just move the hole. You know, if you set your flaps sooner, and you know, like on the when you're starting your downwind, if you've got the flaps already down and let the plane slow down before you make base and final, by that time you should have the plane slowed down to where the flaps are effective enough to get it slowed down. You know, if you're waiting until the final, you know, turn and final to put the flaps down, yeah, it's you know, you're never going to slow it down in time. You know, so yeah, I would just try, you know, deploying the flaps earlier in the flight. You know, and the gear, you know, get the thing slowed down way early, you know, and then you can always add a little throttle to make the runway, But, you know, if you've got it slowed down, you can always speed it back up. If you're going too fast, you know, other than lawn darting it, you're going to overshoot. You're going to have to do a go around. So, yeah, just try slowing it down sooner. You know, you'll probably be all right. I don't have any real issues with the flaps on the Havoc. They, you know, I always go full flaps, and it always seems to slow it down plenty for me. I have no trouble landing the plane. It flies good, and I landed slow. You know, I'm floating it in. It's you know, I bring everything in pretty slow. So, but yeah, I have not yet flown a Viper, a Horizon Hobby Viper, so I have no idea how that thing flies. I have not flown one. There's a couple guys at the field that have them. Nobody seems to be very impressed with it. They don't think the landing gear's grass field suitable. A lot of guys are having nose gear collapses on it. So I don't know. I haven't flown it. Don't have any desire to fly it, honestly. That plane does nothing for me. I have too many jets already. The only reason I bought this one was because I've been trying to get it for 6 years. You know, because I'm pretty jetted out. I don't want any more jets. I've got enough jets. You know. But this one I had to have because I've wanted it so long, and I'm so glad I got it because, man, it flies so good. Oh, my God, I love this thing. What kind of paperwork did you file, Bravo? Time to put in drink orders. Oh, time. 2 flushes. Now I get it, Bravo. Yeah, I still need to go do mine. It went away, so I'm all right now. But I had an urge, and then it went away, so I'm all right. I was gonna go get a drink and relieve myself, but it can wait. I'm good right now. So David, I hope that answered some questions for you. I like my Havoc. I know a lot of guys have had troubles with the plane. I don't have any problems with it. I like it. It flies good. I don't have any real complaints. You know, I don't have. Let me think a minute. Yeah, I think my Havoc does have AS3X in it. I think it's got the stock receiver in it. You know, I bought the F4 from Horizon Hobby, but I bought the plug-and-play version because they had it on sale. And I don't care for the AS3X anyway. I'm not, listen, if it's in the plane and it's on sale, fine, I don't care. It's fine, but I don't buy it for that. So if I have the opportunity to buy it on sale without it, I'm all over it. So that's what I did with my F4s. Sometimes I can't remember which plane I bought with or without, because I have a lot both ways. So, but I'm pretty sure my Havoc is with the stock receiver, the AS3X. So it's got AS3X in it. Doesn't seem to help it much. The plane seems to drift. It's one of my complaints on some of these planes is you take your hands off the stick and let it fly, and it won't keep flying straight and level. It's a very mild. Listen, it's nothing abrupt, but it'll start to. Now I've got a gigantic field I'm flying in. So from one end of the field to the other is you know, at least a quarter of a mile. Okay, and I fly out that end of it and out the other end. So I'm going more than a quarter of a mile. So in that amount of time, I want to be able to set the altitude and the heading and let go of the stick and have it fly the entire down the runway. And I have planes that will do it without touching the stick. You know, it's trimmed right and it just, you know, a foot off the runway and it goes all the way down the runway. Maybe I have to touch the elevator just once, but, you know, I don't have to keep adjusting it. The Havoc's one that it'll start to do a really gentle roll to the left, and I'll correct it, and then it starts to roll to the right. It won't stay level. It keeps wanting to roll one way or the other, and it just won't stay put. Now, it's no way violent or anything. It's very, very slow, you know, very, very slight. But it's not something that stops itself either. Once it starts to roll left or right, it keeps going. And, you know, so I have to do one little input to stop it, and then it starts going the other way. So, not a big deal, but that's just one of the minor little annoyances of some of the planes I have, and the Havoc happens to be one of them that has that characteristic. I don't know if it's just the servo's not centering, or the servos. Maybe one of them's not centering every time exactly right, so the aileron's stuck up just a little or down a little, and it just can't find that center. That could be it, you know, because, you know, they're not high-dollar servos. It may just be the characteristic of the plane. I don't know, but it just happens to be one of those that does that. Right, Mickey. Yeah, I agree. I think it's more likely just a bad servo, not the characteristic of the actual airplane. And that's why the AS3X can't correct for it. So, you know, but not, you know, I still like the jet. It's, you know, and I still enjoy flying it. I just, but like today, I went down the runway today with the Viper, like an inch off the runway, because the guys were all hooting and hollering that they thought I was gonna, you know, do a touch and go with the gear up. You know, because I was below gear level, and I went down the runway probably 300 feet at that altitude, and then did a real gentle climb out, and it got everybody excited. So they liked watching that. So, and it doesn't, you know, that plane stays rock solid. You know, wherever I put it is where it stays. So the wings stay nice and level, and it just flies. That plane would literally fly. If I put the radio down, it would fly away. The Havoc, no. It's going to roll itself into the ground eventually. It's going to just keep rolling until it rolls into the ground. It'll take a while, but it's going to hit the ground. Where the Viper would probably just fly away and then land itself someplace, you know, miles away when it finally ran out of battery and just start coming down. But some of my other stuff just won't stop rolling. It's funny you talk about the AL-37 because I'm finalizing my video on it right now. My flight review, my build and flight review of the AL-37. I was working on it today before I went flying, and I'd probably be too tired tonight, but maybe tomorrow I'll get it finished up and uploaded. So I'm doing my final review on the AL-37 right now. No, go ahead, Ken. Share away. Which Viper are you talking about? On the Horizon Hobby Viper? Wow, Bill, what's up? Mickey, I love the AL-37. I love the way it flies. It's super quiet. It's the best word I can tell you is majestic. It just flies majestic. It's beautiful, and everybody says that. That plane got so much attention at the flying field; it was unbelievable. I all day long, people kept coming over, asking what battery, what size were the motors, what size were the fans, what size would batteries do I fly it with? Oh, no, just one. It's 1.6L. Really, And then I was flying 7-8 minutes on it, and they were just amazed. and it's so quiet. It's the motors are just like my new Viper. The motor's super quiet in that one too. All you hear is the whoosh of air. There's no squealing, screechy, shrilly engine noise at all. They're super quiet. So yeah, I really like the AL37 a lot. I'm still working on the paint scheme for it. I'm leaning toward the DHL yellow paint scheme because it'll be very visible. Not that I have any, pull with DHL or anything like that. I just like the color yellow. I think it's bright. It'll be very visible in the air. So I'm kind of leaning toward that one, but I haven't made any final decisions yet, so we'll see. I don't like having to take it apart to take it to the field. It's a lot of work. It's not hard work, it's just time consuming. With all the wires that you have to plug into each wing, which is the small tiny wire for the strobe light, the 3 wires for the engine, all 3 wires have to be plugged in for the speed control to the motor. And then there's the big ribbon cord. It's got, 7 wires in it. Has to be plugged in. So you got all of that you got to plug in on both sides, on both wings, and then put them together and screw it together. It's time consuming. And if you go to the field with more than one airplane to put together, you spend more time building than flying. So that's annoying. I also have to take the tail off because the tail is so large on that plane that it won't fit in the wagon with the tail on. I got to take the tail off. So, and again, 4 screws, it comes right off. It's not a big deal, but when you add it all together, you're probably looking at 20 to 30 minutes assembly time and probably 15 to 20 minutes deassemble. It comes apart quicker than it goes together. So that's almost an hour of time just putting the airplane together and taking it apart. And that's not a big deal by itself. But if you bring 3 airplanes that you have to do that with, you're talking about 3 hours of lost flight time assembling and disassembling airplanes that you put in your car. And that gets old fast. So my AL37 is on hold right now as far as flying it until the garage is built so I can empty my trailer. Once my trailer is emptied, I can put the plane in there in one piece and then take it flying. And I'll take it flying a lot once I get my trailer back. So, but yeah, it flies like a dream. Takes off and lands beautifully on grass. I've got, and I talk about it in the video. I was filming a flight and I lost the whole thing. The camera didn't record any of it. I thought the camera was recording because I can hear the camera when it shuts off. I hear the lens retract and it shuts itself off. And it never did that. So I assumed it was recording the whole flight. And it didn't. So right at the end, just before I landed, I heard it retract. So I was like, oh crap, I lost the landing. Damn it. And then I checked the video and I didn't get any of it. So I immediately just put another battery in it, went right out, and just did 3 takeoff and landings. And I didn't even bother to get in the flight pattern. I just took off and then turned around and came right back in. And then I took off, came around, turned right back in, and 3 times. Just to show you guys how nice it takes off and lands on grass. So that's what I have in the video. And then I have another flight from another day after that all took place that I'm going to put in there too, where a buddy of mine's holding the camera, and he did a pretty good job of filming it. And I purposely buzzed him. So he fell on the ground with the camera because I flew right at him. And I flew right over his head, and he fell on the ground, and he laughed. He said, I hope I got that. So, and you'll hear all that. I'm not going to cut that out of the video. You'll hear that. And but again, I didn't get the landing. He was recording that on his phone, I think. I'm not. No, it was my camera. Yeah, it was my camera. That's right, it was. And it shut off again before I landed. So we got a good bit of the flight, but we didn't get the landing. We got the takeoff, and we got most of the flight, and then I was getting ready to land it, and the camera shut off again. That's why I need a new camera. So, but between that flight and the 3 takeoff and landings you'll get to see, it'll definitely give you a good idea how good this thing flies and how good it is off grass. So you'll definitely catch that. And then the takeoff and landings is pretty dark. You can still see it, but the lights are really showing up. So you get a good view of the lights, and it really looks good. So, so I'm finishing that up right now. That'll be up the next few days. And if you guys are on the fence about buying the AL-37, this should probably push you over the edge. I love it. It's just a beautiful flying airplane. It's, you know, it's under $500, you know, barely, but it is. It's single battery. It breaks down easy, even though it's time consuming to put it together. It doesn't come apart very long. And like I said, I'll have something to haul it together now. So once I get the trailer emptied, I'll definitely take it to the field a lot and fly it because I like it. And boy, does it get a lot of attention. So if you want to go there and show up with that, man, I'm telling you, mine's plain white, and nobody stopped looking at it. When I went to the show where I lost the Avanti, I had it there, and same thing. People were coming from all. I was the only one there with an airliner, and everybody was coming from all over the place to come look at it. It's big. You know, you could see it from anywhere on the field. And everybody saw it and had to come over and talk about it. You know, they wanted to ask a bunch of questions. And that was the Maiden, actually. A Maiden did there. And it was beautiful. Greased the landing. I mean, even Boozer was, you know, Wes stood there watching it. And as soon as I put it down, he greases the landing. Look at that. So, you know, that came right out of Wes's mouth. It landed that good. It's just a great airplane. It was a beauty to fly, beauty to land. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the AL-37 for sure. I just have to come up with a good paint scheme for it. I haven't decided for sure yet. Some jackass named Victor took the oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't see you there, Victor. Took that really cool orange paint scheme, so I can't use that one. Some mango something or other. I love that paint scheme, buddy. That thing looks so good. But yeah, so I'm trying to come up with something that'll be more original. Not going to show up at there, you know, and somebody else is going to have it. And I want it visible. I want you to be able to see it in the air. That's why I'm... You know, the American Airlines scheme is cool and everything, but it's not going to be very visible in the air. You know, you're not going to really get a good look at it. You know, Vic's, you know, mango thing is, you know, it's a flying orange. I mean, my God, you can't miss it. And I'm thinking the DHL yellow, bright yellow, might be similar. You know, it'll be very bright in the air. Yeah, Mickey, I agree. It's just, you know, it's so scale looking. How much shorter than Wes am I? I don't know, a couple inches. Wes isn't very tall. I'm taller than Lori. I bet Wes is probably maybe 5'8", 5'9", maybe. I'm 5'6". So he's got a couple inches on me. There's a video from there on Wes's show from that event, and Wes and I are standing next to each other, so you can pretty much see our height together. We're standing next to each other on the video. So, you know, Lori's filming, and then Papa's on the other side. So, you know, it's Papa and then Wes and me. So, oh, I don't know. 5'8's not really a midget. That's kind of 5'8", 5'9's kind of average for a man, isn't it? I don't know what the I know under 5'8's considered short, so I'm in that category. But I think Wes is like right on the border of it. So he's not considered short, I don't think. Um, but yeah, it's just a couple inches. How tall are you, Bravo? 6'2", 6'3"? Yeah, I'm perfect boob height for your average, tall chick. uh, oh, Dana, you're 6'2"? Wow. 6 foot. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's what God gave me. So you work with what you got. Yeah, yeah. I've already been. Listen, guys. The Hooters paint scheme. One guy wanted me to do the. Remember the movie Airport. What was the name of that airline? Trans World or something. I forget. They wanted me to do that scheme. They wanted me to do the Hooters scheme. They wanted me to do the. There was another one from a movie that was real funny, and they wanted me to do that one. Yeah, I've had all kinds of requests, guys. We've pretty much covered the gambit. Um, wow, Bill. Yeah, you're a big boy. Um, so yeah, so it's again that's on the back burner painting the plane right now. I got to get this damn garage done. So I'm not really thinking about what paint scheme I'm going to put on it. Although I was thinking yesterday actually, where did I put the damn decal sheets for it? Because I don't know where they are offhand. I think they're laying here somewhere. They're huge. So I got to find those. Make sure they're not getting damaged. No, I don't see them down there. Yeah, so I'm not sure where the decals are. I'll have to look around for those. Um, but yeah, that's all after garage. What's that? AG after garage. So yeah, actually I looked at that one. It's a good. I just looked at up another one. S7 because it's lime green. It's the Havoc green. Um, I know I wanted to do a Disney look too because I used to work for Disney, so that was an automatic. So I already looked at a bunch of Disney schemes as well. So that's still in the running. Might do a Disney scheme for sure. That's something I'm looking at. But I looked up this lime green. So look up S7 Airlines, guys, and you'll see it's a bright green with a slightly darker green um, silhouette of people like standing on the airplane. Um, the color, I love the color of it. So I almost, I looked at that real hard too. I forget where it's out of. It's Philippines or some airline somewhere. I forget. Um, Ethiopia, maybe. I don't know. I don't remember where it was from, but it was some. Um, so yeah, I'm looking at all these different schemes, guys, and yeah, it's supposed to be a max. The wingtips are the giveaway. Those V wingtips are the signature mark on a max. So yeah, it's supposed to be a 737 max, and they stay on very well, guys. The wingtips, they just snap on like the missiles do. In my video, you're going to see one fall off. The left one comes off on landing, not on the landing, but on the taxi back. It's in the shot, and I spin around the opposite way, and as I spin around, it falls off. And I didn't catch it at first, and then I noticed it after, right as I was shutting the camera off. I noticed that it was missing, and you can see it laying on the ground right behind the plane. It's about 30 feet back. You can see the white thing sitting on the ground, and it fell off right there. It's if you put it on really tight, it's really hard to get off. So I didn't have them on really tight that flight, because I didn't want to have to fight to get them off. When I put them on really tight, then Mickey, I can't open that link. I wish I could open it and look at it, but my computer won't let me open links that you guys send me. I'll try it again, but it usually will not let me open a link. I get the 404 snap, and the link don't work. So every once in a while I get a link that does, but most of the time they don't open. I don't know if maybe it's my AVG. Yeah, it says error, so it wouldn't open. Yeah, same thing. So yeah, I still can't open links, and I don't know why. If I'm in the stream with you, not hosting, I can open links. It works fine then. But if I'm hosting, I can't open links. I don't know if it's a safety precaution so I don't screw up my computer in my stream or what, but yeah, it won't let me open it. So yeah, it's a 737, Dana. I make that mistake sometimes. The 636, the 262, I call it the 626, and depends on how tired I am. Yeah, that was me. Now, if it was me on the ground, GB, it'd been orange. Because I'd have my orange parka on. So if you see something orange laying on the ground, think of me. All right, Victor. We'll see you in a little bit. We'll still be here probably. It's only 12:30. No, I don't think that's it, Mickey. Did you do S7? Did you look up S7 Airlines? I don't think the pilot and co-pilot were on the side of the plane. It's just a silhouette of people standing, holding hands down the whole side of the fuselage. And it's just a black silhouette, or not black, darker green. It's a bright fluorescent lime green, and then a darker green of the silhouette of the people, all holding hands down the side of the plane. It's just a real pretty green, and so I looked at that one. Yeah, lift with your legs, Victor. Oh, you guys, bunch of smart asses in here, all of you. You were kind of hoping to use her legs. Oh my God, Victor, that's hilarious. So you found it, Mickey? Good. Yeah, so that it's nice and bright green. I thought that would look cool in the air too. So I'm looking at that one. Not for any significance other than the color. It's kind of the only reason I'm going with the DHL yellow is for the color. I'm not a hater of DHL, and I'm not they're the greatest delivery company in the world. I'm gonna, it's none of that. It's just the color. I really like the yellow and red on the DHL. It's bright yellow, red stripe, big red red DHL letters. It'll be very visible. So I thought that would look pretty cool. I'm kind of not looking at that one only because the plane won't have windows in it, and I kind of want to do the window thing. I like the windows on it. They give you the stickers for the windows, and I think that looks cool. So I kind of thought, maybe I won't do the DHL because I want to put the window stickers on it. So these are all things that are still running around in my head. I don't know what I'm going to do. Haven't made any decisions, and honestly, like I said, the garage is the big thing right now. That's really what's on my mind. Not the paint scheme on the airliner, or I've got that brand new B-25 in the box. I haven't even looked at that. Well, all right, I did look. I took it out of the box and looked at it, and I put it back in the box. I did a Jeff. So yeah, I'm super excited about the B-25. I want to put that together, but again, it's going to have to wait till after the garage. All right, I'll take a look at that. I don't have my phone out here. I'd look at it right now, but I didn't bring my phone out. Yeah, I thought about doing a Ronald McDonald scheme. That definitely was on the possibility list for sure. I thought about Ronald McDonald. I definitely thought a bunch about Disney. I used to work there. I'm kind of a Disney. I still kind of feel employed there, sort of. I really loved my job there, and I'm probably going to go back after this COVID thing's all done, and we actually everything opens back up. I've already called them, and they told me that I can come back, no problem. So my job's waiting for me there. So when this COVID shit's all done and Disney goes back to full song, I'm probably going to go back to work there. It was a great job, and now the pay is going to be great. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't great. Now it's going to be great. The minimum wage is up to $15 an hour, and with regular, because it's union, so I get regular raises from 15 up, and that's down here, that's pretty good pay, especially for a basically a laborer. I'm not a manager. I'm not, I'm just a bus driver, and that's pretty good money down here to just do a menial job. You drive a bus. I don't have to do any real thinking, so yeah. Yeah, I remember you telling me that, Bravo, about the monster truck stuff. You're doing, still had to bring the trucks, put them on display at different places and stuff. So yeah, that's cool. I'm glad that still was working for you. I heard that they just laid off a bunch of employees at Disney and at Disney World. I guess a lot of the part-timers got laid off. Unlikely it was bus drivers. Even part-time bus drivers probably didn't get laid off. There's just too much demand. When I got some very good advice when I got over there. I got hooked up with the right people when I got to Disney that showed me all the ropes and taught me all the do's and don'ts. And the reason they said the bus driver job was such a good job was A, it was one of the best paying jobs. B, you drive around in a beautifully cleaned and air-conditioned bus all day long, sitting down. You don't have to stand up. You're not out in the heat. None of that. You're sitting in an air-conditioned bus, and all you do is drive people around. And the best thing about it is you can work as much as you want. You can rack up as much overtime as you want because people are always giving away their shifts. So all you do is go on the hub, and you just do a search for, if you want to work tonight, you just look for somebody's shift that's up for grabs tonight. They've got it up there posted that they don't want to work their shift. It's this shift, this hours at this park. And you just take it. And you put your name on it, and it gets sent over to the dispatchers over there, and then you just show up, and they already know you're coming, and you get to work. You can work as much as you want. You can do as much overtime as you want. So, if you want to make a lot of money, it's pretty easy to do because you can always pick shifts up, anytime you want. So, you get time and a half for overtime. You get double time if it's three back-to-back shifts over the weekend. You get double time for that the third day. So, it doesn't matter if it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Saturday, Sunday, Monday. The third day is double time. If you work those 3 days in a row. Full-time shifts those 3 days in a row. The third day is double time over the weekend. So, yeah, if you schedule yourself right, and have the opportunity to work those shifts because you're off maybe or whatever, and somebody gave away a shift that fills in the spot you need, you can make some good money. So those things, and they told me that they're never gonna, the buses are always running. So you guys love that joke. They're always running. The bus is never shut down. So when everything else is shut down because the power's out or the weather or there's a hurricane, whatever, it doesn't matter what's going on. They never shut the buses down because people need to get around. So we're never in jeopardy of being laid off or told to go home. We're shutting the park down. You guys need to go home. Because people are still there, need to get moved around. So that's why when I make, I kind of made a joke of it, but it's true. The buses never shut down. They can't. It's the only form of transportation that never gets shut down. As far as, the boats, if the weather's bad, the boats are closed. If the weather's bad, the monorail's closed. Obviously, the sky chairs and all that stuff are closed. So you need to get from one place to the other. The only thing that's still running are the buses. So these are the things that guys told me when I got over there, why you want to be a bus driver. And I'm like, I'm in. So that's how I became a bus driver. They pretty much talked me into it. I mean, that's what I applied for. And then when I got there, I got all this reassurance why I made a great choice. So, because I could have transferred out of the buses. And even now, knowing all that I know about Disney, the only job I want to go back over there for is the bus driver job. So, it's a pretty good deal. I should have been a dwarf. I don't think that's a Disney thing. Oh, yeah, the Seven Dwarfs. That is. Yeah, I could have been. Yeah, I should be Dopey, right? Yeah. Yeah. I could have been Dopey. Yeah. Trust me, it's come across my mind more than once. Dressing up like Dopey to drive the bus. I used to drive the bus. You know those big Mickey hands, the big white Mickey hands that light up? I have a pair of those. I drive the bus with those on. And when I wave to the other drivers, you know, there's a big, light up Mickey hand. You know, so it's funny as hell. Yeah, I was just as funny at work as I am on my show here, guys. Love making people laugh. And I did it at my work, Never got in trouble for it. Nobody ever told me stop wearing the big Mickey hands. So, yeah, it's everybody thinks it's funny, and everybody gets a big kick out of it. So, I tell you, man, there's worse places to work on earth than working for Disney. I can tell you that, and they treat you well. I mean, they really. There are some jackass managers over there. Listen, there's jackasses everywhere in life, even in the military. You're sent to one place and the guy's fantastic. Then you get a tour at another place where the guy's a complete asshole. You deal with it. We bid shifts every 6 months. To the longest I'm ever going to work for an asshole, 6 months, and then I can just bid my way out of it. Go take a position at another park, another time spot, whatever I need to do to get away from that asshole. It's pretty easy to do. So, it's never more than 6 months you have to put up with that crap. So, in the most part, we get all kinds of spoof stuff, giveaway stuff, tickets to stuff. When they have the first unveiling of new rides and stuff, we get invites to go to that if you're not working. What else? They do a big dinner for us every year, the bus drivers. A big luncheon, big to do. I mean, it's at the Contemporary Hotel in one of the big ballrooms, and they just do this all day long, and they bring us over there in shifts, so everybody gets to come to it. And if you're off the clock, you can just come over on your own, but if you're on the clock, you get to come over there while you're on the clock, and you get to hang out. They do games for prizes, and you eat unbelievable food. And it's a pretty good deal. And this is stuff that the other cast members don't get. And I was telling my friend that I was laying pipe for, as you guys put it, the plumbing girl. She's never been anything like that. She's been there, I think, 8 years now. She's never had anything done for her like that. She works at Animal Kingdom as one of the greeters. The person that helps you stick your finger on the thing to get, your fingerprint to get through into the park, and you keep getting the denied. She's there to help you get through that. And she's never gotten anything like this. When I tell her all the stuff that the bus drivers got, she just looks at me, really? And yeah. So we never get anything like that. So she's never gotten any of that cool stuff. So, it's a great job. Kind of looking forward to going back to it when this COVID shit's over with. I've pretty much made up my mind. There's a job that might be available local that I'm going to try to get that might pay pretty damn well. And if I get it, I'll go there. But if not, then I'm probably just going to go back to Disney. I'm tired of the minimum wage shit around here. It's ridiculous. I'll do it different this time, though. We're not going to drive back and forth every day. My pointer's got... No, it's not my pointer. Why is that screwed up? Oh, there it goes. Me doing the weather in a dress. Now, why would I... What are you thinking, Dana? What am I doing in a dress? And why would I be doing a weather report? You mean at Disney or in general? Or... Oh yeah, yeah. Over in the apartments that they rent you. Yeah, it's from what I understand. I didn't go to college, but from what I understand, it's a college campus. You know, smackdown every night. It's just crazy, from what I've been told. You know, that's for the younger guys, younger people. Us old farts. They wouldn't want me there. No, I don't need a blue pill, GB. All systems are go. Never had the blue pill. Never tried the blue pill. Listen, I can tell you right now, I'd be the guy that would be. If you have an erection for more than 4 hours, call a doctor. If I took a blue pill, so yeah, there's no blue pill for me. My ex keeps telling me I need an anti-Viagra pill. You know, so thank God for that. You know, all systems operational there for so thank God for that. Um, but yeah, some of the guys talk to me about the blue pill all the time, like they did, like everybody has to take it, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. You've never taken the blue pill? No, nope, don't need a pill. Not gonna take one. I don't want to end up in the ER with them sticking a needle in my dick to drain the blood out of it. No thanks. Joe, there's my guy from Dublin. We were just talking about you. I was telling somebody in here earlier that, about how late we go, and I said we just got a new guy from Dublin, and he comes in early in the morning, so that's why my show keeps going, because it keeps getting replenished with new blood. And there you are. So Joe's back. Hey, Joe. A bit of my show. Oh God, we've got hours of show left here. For Christ's sake, it's not even 1 o'clock yet. We're good till at least 3. So you got a couple hours of show if you want. Hang out with us, Joe. Yeah, we've only been on the air for 3.5 hours. That's nothing for my show. So yeah, we're good. Are you calling me stepdad, Colin? Not that I'd mind being your stepdad. Yeah, I'd be proud to have you as a son. But just curious if that was meant for me or somebody else. Warming up Penang curry. Really? Never had that. Penang. Penang? Is that her stage name? Hey, Ray! What's up? You probably just got done flying. Let's see, it's almost 1, 12, 11, 10. Yeah, so it's, 9:45 there, Ray? So yeah, you probably just got done flying. Haven't flown in 3 weeks? What's all the live streams you've been doing the last weeks? Is that all recorded stuff? I thought I was watching live stuff. Or are you just putting your camera up and not flying yourself? Fiery booties are kicking your ass. Hey, but thank God you got a job, dude. That's wonderful. Oh, one was a recording. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was a few minutes late to the show tonight because I was just got in from flying. I was flying all day today. Well, not all day. I didn't get to the field till about 3 o'clock. But flew right up until dark. And then came home. And honestly, I was home in time for the show. I couldn't get the computer to boot up fast enough. It kept saying that OBS was already running. And I'm like, why is it already running? I just turned the computer on. But it finally stopped doing that, and then it let me get on. So I was a few minutes late. Yeah, he needs a solderer, a solderer. Oh, you got an event to go to Saturday night. Oh, good for you, buddy. Is it a night fly event or just afternoon to dark event? Uh-oh. Why is your Mavic grounded, Joe? DHL take over and say, nah, gotta do an update or some damn thing. Oh, I gotcha. So what do you have to do on the gear, Bravo? I'm sure you're not 3D printing anything for the gear unless it's just cladding over the wire, the steel. You know, Ray, around here, work is a 4-letter word. Is that something you can adjust yourself, Joe, or do you have to take it in someplace and have them do it? Mosquito. So are they going to start hammering me now? They haven't touched me all night, but I just had one fly in my ear. I hope that's not going to be an ongoing event here. They shouldn't be up this late. You know, mosquitoes are usually, well asleep by now. So I don't know why I'm all of a sudden getting mosquitoes. Something to do with the pixels, but again, is that something you can do yourself, or do you have to send it somewhere or take it somewhere? So what do we got, Bravo? Servo operated gear, not servoless. The standard gear we use on all our other planes. It's got something different. The servo push rod operated gear. Could have been a lightning bug. Yeah, Ken. Did you see a lightning bug in my ear when I snapped it? I mean, you guys would have saw it. I wouldn't have saw it. You know, I didn't see it coming. Mickey, honestly, I haven't seen the stuff, but I am familiar with the VG stuff because Cowlin, who's just in the chat here, I was a representative for VQ models, and the Banshee that he has, I love. Yeah, we have them here too. We have lightning bugs here. I didn't know we did. I had them up in Ohio, big time. And I didn't know we had them down here. And then one day out on our property, we were walking around, and all of a sudden I saw some lightning bugs. I'm like, oh my God, we've got lightning bugs down here. So yeah, but they're not like they were up in Ohio. My God, there were thousands of them up there. You know, if I see 20 or 30 a night here, that's a big night. They're not like they were up in Ohio. We had them everywhere. But yeah, I haven't seen Facebook stuff. I haven't been on Facebook. I'm not a Facebook guy. I know I need to be, because I guess a lot of this stuff that I miss has all been released on Facebook, and I just don't ever go to Facebook. I'm not a Facebook kind of guy. So I really don't know anything about what Motion released today or what they're releasing tomorrow. There seems to be some consensus that they're releasing a new warbird, a giant warbird tomorrow. And if that's so, it's probably going to be a Nexus, VG model ARF, which means, you got to build the plane, you got to put all your own equipment in it, servos and motors, and set it all up, and it's a tremendous more work. Listen, it's still not building a stick kit or anything. I get that. But it's a lot of money and a lot of work still, to put one of those together. And that's just something I'm not willing to get involved in right now. I don't mind doing the work, but it's got to be cheap, and I'm doing the work. If it's expensive and I'm doing the work, I'm not really excited about that. If I'm doing the work to save a buck, I'm in. But if I'm paying a ton of freaking money to get it in the first place and I still have a ton of work to do, I'm not real excited about that. So if it's not a foamy they're releasing tomorrow, big warbird, like a 2,000 millimeter T-28 kind of plane, because that's what I'm really looking for. I'm looking for, I don't care what it is, a Zero, BF-109, Mustang, Corsair, P-47, Spitfire, Hurricane. I don't care what it is. Any of those. Anything. World War II, warbird, 2,000 millimeter, foamy. Bind and fly, plug and play. That's what I want to see. Obviously, it'll be a plug and play, but that's what I want to see out of Flightline. Is a 2,000 millimeter warbird. Anything else, I'm really not interested in. Right now, that's what I'm looking for. I want another plane like my T-28, because I love my T-28. I love how big it is. I love how great it flies. I love how big and presence it has in the air. I just love everything about that airplane, and I want more of those. I want a big prop World War II single 6-cell battery that'll fly for 12 minutes, which is no problem. My T-28 can fly for 12 minutes easy. That's what I want. So if that's not what they're introducing tomorrow, I'm really not interested. I'll probably watch it, but they're not going to get me excited unless it's that. If they put out another Black Horse model or a Nexus, I'm not going to be interested. Too much money, too much work. Not interested. Not right now. You know, I'm looking for a nice, quick, easy build, foamy, giant foamy, like the T28. It's long overdue. LX Models is the only one putting out something like that. You know, my P40 is the same size. It has the exact same wingspan as the T28. I have the wings standing up behind my door in the spare bedroom, and both wings are identical. They're the exact same wingspan. So my P40 it fit the bill perfect. I want more. I want another one. That's what I want. Yeah, I want a quickie. So yeah, Mickey, they do. I have it. That's what I'm talking about. You know, E-Flight's they did it, and they discontinued it. Then they brought it back, sold out of it, did it again. So I think that's where we're at now. They're either in stock now, or they're going to be in stock like this month. It's been a giant seller for them, and you know, yeah, I have that plane. It's awesome. I love that airplane. And you know, and then I bought a LX Models P40, which is the same size as the T28. The wingspans are identical. So I have two big birds now, and I love them. And both fly in a single 6-pack, 6L. Flight times are anywhere from, the P40 is, you know, 7-8 minutes, because I can't get a bigger battery than a 4500 in it. You know, their battery compartment idea is stupid. It's very limited. It's a box. It's the motor box that doubles as a battery holder, I guess I'd call it. And you can only get a certain size battery in that box. You know, nothing else fits. So I can't go and limit them. I can put a 6500 6S 60C battery in my T28 and get 12 minutes out of that easily. I haven't even tried to go distance with it, because I've been just having too much fun flying it around, you know, like a aerobatic plane, you know, like at an aerobatic show, and the T28's out there doing its stuff. That's how I fly mine, and you know, and I could do that for 12 minutes. So just putting around, God, I don't even know how long I could fly it. Probably 30 minutes, I would guess. I'd be willing to bet I can get 30 minutes out of that plane. Just farting around, you know, cruising around, nice cruise mode, scale, just a nice gentle fly. I bet I can get 30 minutes out of it with that battery. But I can't get that battery in the... Yeah, well, the Draco's coming out from Horizon, though, not Motion. You know, Draco is going to be... I'm sure it'll be out before Christmas this year. But that's definitely coming from Horizon Hobby, Draco, not Motion. So what's Motion going to do tomorrow? My guess is Motion's going to do another wooden Warbird. You know, it's either going to be the Nexus or a Black Horse plane. They're going to do a reveal tomorrow. And that's not what I'm looking for. Not interested in that. How big is the P38 Bravo? $56. Okay. You know, that's not bad. But I'm looking for, you know, 80 inches, 79, 80 inches. That's you know, that's the 2-meter mark. That's what I'm looking for. You know, I'm really looking for a another big foamy like my T-28, because I love that plane so much, and I love my P-40 too. Don't get me wrong, the P-40 is awesome too. Um, Not quite as aerobatic. It's not as overpowered as the T-28 is. It flies fine, but it's not going to go vertical to the stars like the T-28 will do. It's not near as fast as the T-28. Again, it's scale speed. It flies fine. So, when I'm in the mood to fly that plane, I love taking it out. It's a beautiful airplane. It's beautiful. I mean, they really did a nice job on it. It's a beautiful airplane. So, yeah, I'm not not upset with my P-40 at all. But I'd love to get a Spitfire that size. A 2,000 millimeter Spitfire would be awesome. Love to have that. I'd even take a Mustang. I've got 11 Mustangs already. I don't need another Mustang, but yeah, if that's what they came out with, I'd probably buy it. But yeah, something. Warbird in a foamy is what I want to see. I want to see a new Flightline foamy. I mean, when was the last time they released anything from Flightline? Right? Everything's been free wing. Everything's been a jet. They haven't released anything new from Flightline in forever. And, well, the Bronco, that's true. But that's been already a year, hasn't it? At least. So, yeah, the Bronco was but they did a double Bronco. They released the Bronco foamy, and then right after it, they did the Bronco, Black Horse Bronco. And that Bronco's not big enough. It's not big enough. It's not 2,000 millimeters. It's not big enough. So, so that wasn't a big. Listen, I like the Bronco. I'd love to do it in the fire, the fire bomber scheme. I think that looks awesome like that. So I'm not against that airplane at all. But I want a bigger airplane. I want something big. Well, that's cool, Bravo. So, I have a pretty big. I have an 1,800 millimeter DC-3 now. It's sitting right there. I'm doing a custom paint job on it, so it's not ready to fly. Well, really, I got to replace the rudder servo. It burnt up. Hobby King, So if I replace the rudder servo, I could go fly it right now. But I kind of wanted to finish painting it before I flew it. Yeah, it sounds like you are too, Bravo. So that's cool. So yeah, if you can, I really want to see what you're doing. I'm really interested. I want to see how your MiG comes out, see how it flies. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about this. I really want to see your stuff. I binge watched that whole. I think they did like 13 or 17 videos on the B-20 or the F-86 Sabre. And I binge, and they were doing fast motion, time lapse. And I binge watched all of those. I wanted to see that thing so bad. I wanted to see the finished product, how they glue it together, and all that. I was super excited to watch that. Yeah, 1700 109 would be great. I have a 1450 109. I love it. Love the scheme. I love the color scheme on it. And it flies fantastic. I love that airplane. Yeah, I'd love to have one of those in a big 2,000 millimeter. That'd be wonderful. I'd do it in the same color scheme. I'd paint it exactly like my 1450. I love that color scheme. It's cool as shit. But yeah, nobody's stepped up to the plate to do it yet, and I keep waiting for Motion to Flightline to do it, and they keep missing the boat. The Bronco would have been cool if they'd have just made it bigger, which I don't understand. They made that MiG, the big MiG, so big. Why would they think we would want a giant MiG and a small Bronco? If they think we want big, why aren't they going big with everything? Why are the propeller planes little and the jets big? I don't get it. I want big. Oh, I don't care. I want a 2,000 millimeter. I don't care whatever you want to build. I don't care. A Warbird. That's all. That's all it's got to be. I don't care if it's German. I don't care if it's Japanese, American. I don't care. British. It doesn't matter. I don't care. It's just I want 2,000 millimeters. I want a big airplane. I don't care what it is. I just want a big airplane. So if you could print I don't know if you can get a print that big on an Ender 3. Is it how many? Do you have other printers besides the Ender? Pick one. What's your fancy, Bravo? You got a favorite? What do you like? What's your favorite Warbird? Corsair would be awesome, especially if the wings folded. Just saying. If you could make a 2,000 millimeter Corsair with folding wings, that'd be freaking awesome. Okay, so yeah, so you're just gonna slice it however you have to and then put it together. I got you. That makes sense. I was thinking more along the lines of a one piece, wing panel that just grows lengthwise, for the wingspan. But yeah, I guess if it's so big, you might have to do like a top and a bottom, or probably more like a front and rear, because you've got room to go all the way around halfway, and then the tails would be a V halfway, and then slide the two together to make the wing. That would be there'd be more room on the table to do that than to try to print it any other way. So yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, that sounds cool. Not that you have to do a Corsair, but I'm just thinking, a folding wing, 2,000 millimeter, because right now LX makes a 1,600 folding wing Corsair, and it's beautiful. I'll tell you, it's the best looking Corsair on the market, I think. I didn't say it was the best built or the best flying. I just said it's the best looking. If you wanted a static display Corsair that can fold its wings and has lights, and I think that you can make the cockpit open and close from the radio. They claim it to be a 12, or I think it's 12 channels. So they have a lot of goodies going on. Yeah, I think it's the prettiest Corsair on the market. I didn't say it was the best flying or the best, built quality wise. I just think it's the best looking. According to Brandon Moon, who's a big supporter of a lot of different companies, FMS, he did a lot of work. Him and Rich Baker worked on the F7F Tiger Cat for FMS immensely. The two of them together designed that airplane for FMS. I mean, they took the initial, and then they made all the modifications that needed to be made to that plane to make it what it is. So Brandon Moon's a pretty high up there guy, and he loves the LX Corsair. You know, he's got one. He modified it. He weathered it, and he's done flight videos on it, and it's awesome. So, you know, it can't be that bad if he likes it. You know, and Rich has done a lot of LX stuff too. Although I don't think he's done. I don't think he's done the Corsair or the P40. He did the bomber, the B-25, and I just got that. I have that one now. I haven't built it yet, but I have it. How big's your A10? What A10 are we? Are you printing an A10? And how big is that? That'd be awesome too. I'd love to have an A10. Listen, 1700 is a pretty big airplane, guys. Don't misunderstand. I have the 1700 Mustang, and I have the 1700 P47 from FMS, and I'm pretty hot on that Corsair, the new one with the orange stripe on it, like the Bearcat from Arrows. I really like the looks of that, so I might be pulling the trigger on that. So as far as next plane for me, it might be that. I might if I can tell you, if I get the opportunity to buy a second Viper, I'm going to do that. That'll be the next plane. But other than that, yeah, if the new FMS Corsair is released pretty soon, I might just pull the trigger on that. I don't know, Dana. What do you mean? Is this what we've become? What would you have us be? There's a question for you. Oh, so this was a kit you bought. And you're building it. It's not, you're not printing an A10, you're building an A10. Okay. So and it's 83 inches. So that's, you know, listen, that's close enough. That's, you know, I would love something like that, you know, but again, you know, I'm looking for a foamy. Now I know, you know, on the A10. Listen, I already know there's one that big, the one from Free Wing, but it's too expensive, and that's fine. Listen, you know, that's just my call. I'm not saying it's overpriced or anything. It's just not in my budget. You know, it's 2 battery packs. I don't want to play with 2 battery packs. Listen, tonight I found out that all my jet packs are giving up. Okay? Flying the Viper is showing me that they're giving up. All right? I took off, really started getting low voltage battery on takeoff roll, which is normal on my 90 millimeters. The F-22 does the same thing. And I'm sure if I was flying the F-22 right now, I'd be doing the same thing. It's nothing like that. I get longer flight times on the Viper than I do the F-22. So obviously the Viper's more aerodynamic, more efficient, You know, less drag, less load on the motors, longer flight times. But the batteries are giving up. So now I've got four jet packs that are all going to need to be replaced. Those batteries are going to get relegated down to Cessna and T-28 packs, because I can fly those packs all day long in those planes, no problem, because they're prop planes. And in the P-40, fly it in that too, no problem. But they're not going to fly the jets anymore. The jets are too much load on them. They're too old. They've been cycled too many times, and they're not that old. They're not even a year old, and I'm already to the point where they're not going to be jet worthy anymore. A couple more rounds of charging, and that's probably going to do it. So, and that's no more hot rod neither. When you get a battery that's that weak now, all you can do is cruise. You can't do any kind of vertical or anything, because the battery just heats up to the point of exploding. I mean, two of the packs I took out of the plane tonight were hot. I mean, they were freaking hot, and all I was doing was cruising around. So yeah, they're giving up the ghost. So now I'm gonna have to replace those batteries, which is gonna cost more money. You know, it's just, you know, I'm not in that kind of position, so I'm trying to stay away from that. That's why I don't want any more jets. What is that? Robin one is cheap compared to what it costs to build one. Oh, I got you. I understand, Bravo. It's not so much the kit. It's everything you got to put in it. You know, motors and all that, and the quality of servos that you're going to put in it, because you got that much invested in it. You know, it all adds up. And then on top of all that, you're talking about a full build. There's a lot of build here, you know, to do. It's not a 4 screws, 8 screws put together, ready to go fly. So all that together right now is just not, you know, I've got too much going on right now to deal with that. You know, that's why I just want a simple fix. I need a fix. I need a fix, man. I need a quick fix. So yeah, I just want a 2000 Warbird that's, you know, 8 screws, and let's go fly. Mostly the Floron, whatever you pronounce that. They're 4500 45C 6L packs, and they're pretty cheap. I'm not really complaining. They did well, you know, for as cheap as they were, and the flights I got out of them, I'm pretty happy with them. I'm trying the Yumis. I think they're called Yumis. I think that's the name of them. I'm trying those now, and too soon to tell. I mean, I just started flying those. So we'll see how they go. Unfortunately, I don't have any the size I need, so I'm going to have to buy some of those to really give them a test. The 6500s are too big for the jets. I haven't tried one in the Viper yet, and I don't think I'm gonna. I just think I'm already pretty convinced it's too much battery. It's just going to be too heavy. I think the takeoff roll is going to suffer immensely. I think once I get it in the air, it'll fly okay. I don't have any doubts that I'll get pretty good flight time and it'll fly okay, because the wing loading is very light. But on landing again, I think, you know, when you slow it down and you've got that much weight, because it's a pretty heavy battery, I don't think the jet's going to like it. So I'm not really excited about even trying that battery in that plane. You know, I don't think the plane's big enough for that size battery. It didn't fly. You know, I put it in the F-22, and it didn't do any better in the I got no more flight time out of it in the F-22. It loaded the wing loading heavy enough in the F-22 that I had to throttle up to get the same flight performance as the 5000 Smart Pack. And I didn't get any more flight time out of it because I had to throttle it up to get the same flight characteristics that I got with the Smart battery. So all I did was carry a lot more weight around for no gain. You know, the smart battery's kicking ass. I really love the smart battery. So, yeah, why would I want to keep buying these big batteries if I can't use them for what I want them for? Like I said, it flies fine in the T28. The T28 can use the weight. Doesn't hurt it a bit. The thing don't care. It just laughs at it. Flies fantastic in the T28. So, actually, I think the T28 flies better with it in there. The wing loading is so light on the T28 that it just literally you can stop it in midair and just kind of hover it. You know, it's so light that a breeze going under it is all you got to do is throttle back, put the flaps down, and just hang it in the sky there, and it'll just sit there. It's hilarious how slow that thing will go. And I've got it to fly backwards. I had enough breeze one day that I just had enough motor and up elevator to keep it in a high alpha and just let the wind carry me. So it just kept pushing me backwards. And amazing airplane. So yeah, so the Yumis, the smart batteries, I'm pretty impressed with, and then the Floron, whatever, and I still have one very old Ace, Gen's Ace, but it's tired, so that's not working for me either. So yeah, I really don't have. Everybody's telling me to try the HRBs again. I've got some HRB batteries that I wasn't really impressed with, but they're old. They're very old. They're like 5 or 6 years old. So maybe they're gotten better. So I might try the next round. I might buy some HRBs and see how they do. If they last longer, keep their punch longer. So I'm thinking about maybe trying a couple of those. I think I'm going to try another couple of Yumis, but smaller, like 5000 size, not the 6500, and not the 3300s that I just bought for the MiG. And I flew one of those tonight in the Viper just to see how it did, the 3300 Yumi, and it did fine. I mean, the flight time was less, obviously. It's only a 3300 versus the 5000. But it's lighter, so the plane accelerated faster. It took off quicker. I could throttle back sooner. So the flight time was, I don't know, I'd say 3.5 to 4 minutes, at least, I'd say. Not great, but not horrible. For that size battery, it was good on a 90mm bird. So no complaints there, but it's not what I want. I want 5, 6, 7 minute flights, not 3 minutes. So we'll see. I don't know what batteries. I'll probably try a bunch of different ones on this go around. I'll probably get an HRB or two and a couple of Yumis and maybe probably just that for now. The Yumis and the HRBs. And I'll probably buy 2 of each and then do a comparison. Probably at 5,000, somewhere around there. So why not just a 6,000, 6S 4,000 Bravo? Why 2 or an 8,000 6S? Well, it just needs to be a 4,000 6S. Because if you've got them in series, then yeah, it's only a 4,000 milliamp. So why not just a 6S 4,000? Why 2 3s? I mean, I know, the nice thing about 2 3s is you can use the 3-cell packs and 3-cell planes, and then when you want to fly 6-cell, you just took 2 of them together. I get that one. I invented that one. Not really, but that's how I did it. When I first bought my first 1700 Mustang, it was 6S. I didn't have any 6S batteries, so I was, putting in series a pair of 3-cell packs to fly the Mustang in the beginning.
So yeah, I get that. So if you don't have any 6S packs, then that's how you do it, and it works great. There's nothing wrong with that. It gives you a lot more diversity because you can use them as 3-cell packs or 6S packs depending on what you're flying. So that's not a bad way to go. Um, all right, Ken. Have a good night. Yeah, the show seems to be dying off quick tonight. I guess I'm losing everybody's interest. I guess we're not talking about the right thing. What do we need to talk about? You know? What do you guys want to talk about? Yeah, that's true, Brian. You know, and we've all felt it in the super chat for sure. Um, and I get it. That's not a big deal, but yeah, but that was the first thing I noticed. Um, but yeah, and you and I are the same thing. We're in everybody else's show as well too, so it's the same for us. We only do one a week, but we're in all of them all week. So we get it, you know. Um, well, see, I have my Yak 130 uses 2 4S packs because that's the way they fit. Um, I don't know. I bet an 8S pack would work, but then I'd have a dedicated one battery dedicated to one airplane. You know, I couldn't use it anywhere else. I don't have any other 8S birds, and it would have to be a 5,000 or 5,500 8S, and that's a pricey battery for one airplane. So that's why I'm doing just like you were talking with 2 3 cells, I'm doing the 2 4 cells to get 8S because I can't justify buying that's the only plane I have that's 8S. So buying one 5,000 milliamp 8S battery for one airplane would be stupid. So I'm not going to do that. Right now I've got 2 unmatched packs that the plane flies fine on. I'm using a 4S 5000 Smart Pack and an RC Jetworks 5300 pack. So I put those 2 packs in there in series, and I hooked my telemetry to the 5000 pack, because I know if that one's dead, I should still have a little bit extra in the other one. If that pack's dying, then I should have a little bit extra in the other one, so I can range my gotta land longer. I know I should be safe to push the limit a little farther if I'm monitoring the smaller pack. So that's how I've been doing it, and that's worked fine. Um, so my findings on that, David, has been that the 80 millimeter planes have been the best. Flight time, um, power to weight ratio, in every aspect, the 80 millimeters are the winners. That's been my, every 80 millimeter plane that has been superior. The Avanti, the FMS BA Hawk, the Havoc, the Futura, the F4 from the E-Flite F4 is an 80 millimeter. All of these planes perform, in my opinion, they give you the best bang for the buck as far as flight time, power to weight ratio, all around flight envelope. It seems like the 80 is the right mix. That's the winner, as far as being good at everything. That's just been my experience. But all the 80s seem to be the good ones, the good, really good performing airplanes. The 90s, they're just battery eaters most of the time. My Viper doesn't seem to be, but a little bit. I know I'd have much better flight times on an 80 millimeter, but then a 90. But I'm still pretty impressed with the flight time on the Viper. Being a 90 millimeter and getting 7-8 minutes has been pretty impressive. But that's just been my findings. The 70s don't have the power usually, and so that consequently goes back to battery life, flight time. You're using more power to get it in the air, to keep it in the air, so your flight times are going down because you're burning up more battery. In the 90s, it just seems like the 90s too much. You get it in the air okay, plenty of power, but the 90 millimeter motor and fan unit are just not efficient enough, and they just suck the juice out of the battery, even if you slow it down. So that just seems to be my findings, my take on it. I really, really like the 80s. All the 80s I've flown and own seem to do the best. So, hey, the Braves won. All right, Dave. Awesome, man. Thanks for giving us that update. So that's awesome. That's really awesome. Is tomorrow night? Are they playing again tomorrow night? Is it a home game? Where are we at there? What's the story? Update us, Dave. All the games are in Texas. Really? That's weird. Well, I guess it was it was televised tonight then, I guess, right? Because it wasn't a home game for you, so you got to watch it. They're playing bubble ball. Wow, yeah, that's crazy too. You're right. They usually never do that. 7 games in a row. Wow. Dana. That's good. I like that. Yeah. Now we're not nerds. We're nerds are computer geeks. We're airplane crazy. What would you? Aviation, avionics, aviators. I don't know. We're just crazy airplane people. Flying fanatics. Hey, I like that. That's not bad. That's a good one, David. Not bad. We're just flying fanatics. That's a good one. Good. That's a good one. Nicely done.
We're toy pilots. I like Flying Fanatics better. Ab Geeks. Okay. Maybe. That's not bad. Ab Geeks. Better than NASCAR. Hey, Ronnie, what's up? Good to see you, man. Yeah, this is definitely better than NASCAR. Any game with balls, I like it. Yeah, there's some games with balls you like more than others. Don't kid yourself. Distance Daredevils. Nah, I think more like Speed Freaks. You know. That's what the guys in Reno, keep boasting it. The fastest motorsports on Earth. And they're right. Nate, what's up? Just get back from the flying field? Ab Nuts. Yeah, that's not bad either. I like that one, Tara. That's not what you're supposed to do with that 34 inches, Dave. I don't know if they broke that news to you or not, but that's not what that's for. Oh, hi. You just remember now I'm live. And guess what? I was still live. How about that? At almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Hey, he's still live. Wait, what? Yeah, that's the reaction I had when Chase said he was black. I said, "What? You're black? What?" Nobody told me. Yeah, I know. It's only 10:43 there. Well, there's a lot of things, Dave, other than what you want to do with it. So, just saying. But if you're going to do that, can I watch? Because I'd love to watch that. Yeah, it's 1:45 here. We're in the same time zone, Ryan. All Girl Garage. What's the vote? Oh, well, they already have that show. You know that, right, Ronnie? There's a show, All Girl Garage. I think that's even the name of it. Mr. John Hill, good morning, sir. How are you today? You got extra cups of coffee, I see. Were you chasing deer last night or this morning already? What? Having trouble waking up? David, I just got real Flite. The 9.5, I've been flying the crap out of it. I'm really having fun with it. I've been just doing fun stuff with it, trying different things. Coming up with new challenges that I think you guys would enjoy if we if either I host it or I have Air Marshal, I tell them what I found out, and hey, why don't we do this? Because this is the winning combination, and let's see who can figure it out. And so yeah, but yeah, I've been flying the crap out of it. I just got it. I had it about a week, I guess now. So yeah, I finally pulled. Well, I wanted to pull the trigger on it several months ago, but it was out of stock. But I got the new 9.5 with the controller. I bought the whole ball of wax, and yeah, a lot of fun. Having a lot of fun with that. I in no way think it's anything real. It's not a way to see if you like a particular airplane or not. The characteristics are not at all like the real thing. But the muscle memory to do maneuvers and stuff is there. So you will learn, like if you want to learn how to do rolling Harriers, that's the place to learn it. Not with a real airplane. Learn it in the flight. Pick a good, 3D airplane and learn to do rolling Harriers in real flight. And then you'll be able to take that to the field and reproduce it. But as far as, hey, this is a Havoc and this is how it really flies, no, it don't. No. The similarities are not, some airplanes more than others are there, but mostly no. So, but that's still no reason, not to have a good time with it. It's a lot of fun. I really like it. I'm having a lot of fun. I can't wait till Dave's next fly-in. Really looking forward to it. I got it Monday, last Monday, the day of Dave's show. And I was installing it in Dave's show. I was trying to get it to load fast enough so I could get in the room and fly. And it took too long to install, so I missed it. But, yeah, that was the day I got it. It was, and I got home late from, where did I go that day? I had to go somewhere. I might have been flying that day. I might have gone flying. I don't remember. All I know is I got home from wherever I was. I think I was flying. And I got the box open and I grabbed it out and I threw it in the computer and started loading it. And then Dave's show started, and I was doing everything I could to make I closed everything else down so that the computer could just, I could watch Dave's show and the computer could just install the disc. And it took too long, and I missed the show. So, but I was flying it all night after he shut it down. So I went to somebody else's room, tried that out. There were several rooms that no password, open format, come on in. So I went in a couple of rooms and flew around in there and had a good time. Yeah, that could be it. Yeah, that's the Lightning. Yeah, I have CRS. Can't remember shit. Yeah. That's what happens when you get old. Yeah, you guys, I've never had trouble taking off a tail dragger. Although, I mean, within 3 months of learning to fly, I was on a tail dragger. The Quickie 500 and the quarter midget Mustang, and that's all I ever flew after that. I never had a tail dragger again until. I never had I never had a nose gear plane until 6 years ago. The whole time that's all I'd flown were tail draggers. So, ground looping and that kind of crap was never an issue for me. It still isn't. I only ever had one airplane that was hard to take off, and that was the 109, because the mains are right together, like on a Spitfire. They're so close together that that was tricky. But everything else, I don't have any problem getting a tail dragger off. All the Mustangs and the Corsairs and the P-47s and the You know, everything I fly, the Bearcat, nothing. I don't have any trouble getting tail draggers off. That was never an issue for me. Um, just because that's where I was, you know, everything I flew was tail dragger. That's all we flew. I didn't have anything with a nose gear on it. My first plane, but it wasn't steerable. It was a hand launch and landed on 3 wheels, but you know, there wasn't any. You know, I mean, it was just the way the plane was designed. I didn't really get any tricycle landing gear experience with that. And everything else I've flown all the way up until now was tail dragger. So, but yeah, I think it's a lot of fun to fly. I'm having a great time with it. But as far as is real like the real thing, no, it's nothing like the real thing. Yeah, anything. I mean, anything. I was flying the obstacle course with the Havoc, and then with the EC 1500, and then what else? I picked a really stupid airplane to fly the obstacle course with, and just throwing different airplanes in there and flying around, and yeah, it's just a lot of fun, you know, because you can just make up whatever you want to do. I've been on all the. Oh, I was flying the glider. Yeah, that damn. I forget which glider it was. Went to the glider field and flew around there, and you know, there's a tow plane. So the tow plane takes you up, and then it wags its wings to tell you it's releasing, and that's when you hit the switch to release it. And then you glide around and try to find thermals, and that was fun. And then I see all the structures that you can fly into, like with a quad. So then I go back to that field with a quadcopter so that I can fly inside the arena area or down inside the building. There's a big hollow building at the glider site. So I flew inside there, you know, just farting around. And so, yeah, it's just fun to explore. I'm doing a lot of exploring. And that's been a lot of fun. So Ronnie, you already have all girl garage. Well, good. That's good. Oh yeah, I've flown off runways too, Dave. But yeah, I've mostly flown off grass, but I've flown off runways too. Um, Listen, probably part of the problem is, and I don't know for sure because I haven't seen you fly or anything, but you're probably pinning the tail on the ground. You know, relax your elevator until you get rolling. Let the tail come off the ground, so you don't have to deal with it anymore. You know, once the tail's up, it's just normal steering. You know, with the rudder. You know, you're not going to ground loop it once the tail's flying. So don't pin the tail down with full up elevator on pavement. You know, get it rolling right away and let the tail come up. Much easier to get off. We all inspire to work for NASA. That's funny. Yeah, that's probably true, Air Marshal. I haven't really played with the wind settings and stuff yet because I'm just having too much fun farting around with it. I haven't really tried to make it realistic. Um, but yeah. Um, I have like the show, the Boozer show we're going to is a paved runway.
You know, I had some tail draggers down there when I was flying down there. I didn't have any problem getting them off. Nope, just like going off the grass for me. I mean, like I said, that's pretty much all I've done for 47 years is tail draggers. I've always flown warbirds, or some kind of hot rod tail dragger, but you know, like not an ugly stick, but something similar to an ugly stick. I've never owned an ugly stick, but something similar to an ugly stick was a tail dragger. So yeah, I never really gave it much thought. You know, the first steerable nose wheel plane I bought was probably well, I take that back. I did build a Chaos, a balsa Chaos that was tricycle gear. So I guess that would be my first experience with a nose wheel airplane. That was a long time ago. Everything else has been tail dragger up until my 1450 T-28. I think that was the first foamy nose gear airplane I bought. Everything else I've owned has been a tail dragger. So I'm just used to flying tail draggers. Yeah, see, the Mustangs, both the 1700 and the 1450 are a dream to get off for me. I don't have any issues getting those planes off. But like I said, I'm not pinning the tail on the ground either. So, and I don't know that that's what you're doing. I'm just saying. But yeah, both my Mustangs are a dream to get off. Big, wide wheel stance. Not, you know, the ground looping bastard was the 109. You know, and I could get it up and down, but I'm not gonna tell you it wasn't a fight. It was enough of a fight that just for the sake of saving damage to the plane, I put a gyro in it, and the only gains I turned up were the rudder. I didn't even care about the aileron. The plane flies too good; it doesn't need a gyro. But I turned up the gyro on the rudder to compensate for me, and it helped a lot. So. The only thing I can tell you, Dave, is if you're really having that much trouble with those planes, put gyros in them and just crank up the gains on the rudder only. You don't even need to do anything with the elevator or the ailerons, just rudder, and it'll help tremendously. You know, because it really helped with the 109. I did struggle with that one a little bit. You know, I was able to get it up. I never went home without flying it. I always got it to fly, but there were days when I had 2 or 3 aborts, had to try again. You know, because I was just, you know, had some issues with, I don't remember the 109 pulling left that hard. I know the 1700 Mustang pulls left pretty hard. I have to hold a lot of right rudder with that one. I don't notice it with anything else. But I did notice it with the 1700 that, yeah, it tries to make a left turn. So you got to hold a lot of right rudder in that one. But I haven't noticed it on the 1400 109 or my 1450 Mustang. Don't notice it like I do with that 1700. That thing is definitely, it pulls hard left. Yeah, no, I had the same experience with my 190. You know, and I think it's the 3-bladed prop has a lot to do with it. Yeah, it would torque. It torque rolls left pretty bad. You got to get on the ailerons for that one. But yeah, I didn't notice that having any, you know, rudder problem. But it does want to torque roll. Yeah, the Zero takes off straight. I don't have any problem with the Zero either. I have all these planes. I have the Zero. I've got the 109. I got the Mustang. I've got the 190. You know, so every plane you guys have mentioned, I have it. So I can tell you from experience. The hardest left turner, you know, rudderer is the 1700 Mustang. That's the one that pulls. I don't have any trouble taking it off, but that's the one I have to hold a lot of right rudder to keep it down the runway. It doesn't want to. Even after I get the tail up, it still wants to go left. And it's really the only one I have once the rudder's off the ground that still wants to go left. I guess they don't have enough right thrust in the motor, or it's just that big ass 4-bladed prop that's swinging. I don't know, but it definitely wants. It doesn't torque roll, but it definitely pulls left. Yeah, see, you just need to take your Mustang off the same way, Dave, and you don't have any problem. Just smack the throttle and you're there. I don't know that it's the rudder throw that's the issue, Ryan. I think probably what it is people don't hold the rudder, enough. They probably relax it. It pulls again, and then they have to rudder it again. And instead of getting the rudder over there and just leaving it there until they're airborne, it's never been a throw issue for me as far as having enough rudder. It's just keeping it there. While you're, because I gotta hold it all the way down the runway. The rudder, I can't let go of it. If I do it, it just pulls left. So you just got to hold on to it. But it's never been a throw amount for me. But of course, my stuff's always full throw anyway. Yeah, speaking of the pits, sure wish I could remember what I did with the frickin' landing gear of that damn thing. I'll keep talking. I'll be here. But I'm gonna look around a little bit. I really want to find that damn landing gear, because I've got the wire to bend a new one. I just got to find the old one for a pattern. I don't know what I did with it. I set it down somewhere and I can't find it. Let me look over here. So keep talking. I'll keep peeking. I'll keep talking. I can't remember. I don't think I had any problem with the pits as far as having to hold a lot of rudder. I don't remember having to hold a lot of rudder on the pits. I think the pits took off pretty straight from what I remember. It's been quite a while since I've flown it, but I don't remember having to put a lot of rudder on that one. That's a great flying airplane. Boy, I tell you, I really love that airplane. Just found my mirrors to my truck laying on the floor here. I don't know why they were on the floor. My little bag with the windshield wiper blades and the mirrors was laying here on the floor. I've probably stepped on that 6 times. I don't think I broke anything though. Looks okay. So Okay, so landing gear, where are you? If I was a set of landing gear for a pits, where would I be? Oh me, oh me, oh me. Where would I be? I don't know what the hell I did with that shit. I had it out here in the vise, which is right here on the bench. I was getting ready to bend a set of gear for it, and the wire I had was not the right size, so I had to stop. And I don't know what the hell I did with it. I don't know where I put that stupid shit. It's driving me nuts, too, because I've had the wire now for a week. I had to order it on eBay. You can't buy music wire from Horizon Hobbies or Motion RC or Banana Hobbies or any of them. Nobody has the K&S wire rack, you know, that can send you wire. So I had to buy it off eBay. I had to buy 6 sticks at a time, which that's fine. I didn't mind that, but you know, I was just surprised that all these hobby supply. You can't buy balsa wood or plywood either. Go online and try to buy a piece of plywood. They either don't carry it anymore or they're out of stock of it. Who knows if they're getting it back. So I needed some plywood for a project I'm working on, and you know, they don't have it. So this is why we need brick and mortar stores. That's why I supported my brick and mortar store when it was here. Because I always bought all my wood, wire, glue, any of that stuff. I always bought it at the hobby shop. Never ordered it online. I always bought it at the hobby shop. And they're gone, so now I have to order it online because I don't have another hobby shop around, which really sucks. I'm not happy with that at all. I bet dollars of donuts that damn gear is laying out here somewhere. I just bet it is. I know I set it down on something, like a shelf. But I'll be goddamn trying to figure out where I put it. Thought. For some reason, I keep thinking it's on top of my toolbox here. I don't see it here. I could have sworn I put it up here. Damn. Double damn. Double doggone darn it. Dang it. Dang. Where'd they put that stupid piece of wire? Oh, crap. Oh, I wish I could find that. I probably had it on a shelf somewhere or on a box or something that probably fell off. And now it's hiding behind something. On the floor or some damn place that it doesn't need to be, shouldn't be. Oh well.
don't know when FMS is going to get that gear back in stock. Huh. Just can't figure out what I did with that. That's got to be the landing gear for the Sturman. Oh well. I took a shot at it while we were standing here. Let me back up, see what I missed. Oh, Dave, I wouldn't take it as a cheat. I would take it as a challenge. You should try to see if you can make that work. You know, I think that'd be cool. See if you could program that in just to see if you could do it. I think that'd be cool as shit. All right, Tara, if you're still here, have a good night. Dana, I'm definitely going to buy the LX Corsair. That doesn't mean I'm not going to buy one of the others or both of the others. But my first love is that LX Corsair.
With the full. Listen, the folding wings are very cool, but that's not why I want it. It is cool though. It just looks the best to me. I think that's the prettiest Corsair. The most realistic as far as all the details and everything on it. According to Brandon Moon, it flies fantastic. So yeah, I'm all over the LX Corsair. I had one here. I had it on my bed. Took it out of the box. It was broken. I had to send it back because the guy didn't want to fix it, and he told me I had to tape it, and I said no, I'm not taping it. You're getting it back. And but even, you know, I finally had it in my hands and I was looking at it, and it's just absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, the LX Corsair is definitely going to be in my hangar, maybe sooner than later. But I really like the new FMS coming out too, so I might get both of them. I really love that orange stripe. That's why I fell in love with the Bearcat, the Arrows Bearcat, because that orange stripe on the back of the fuselage. And now this Corsair's coming out with that same orange stripe, the version 3. So yeah, and that's the only 1700 bird that, from FMS, I don't have. So I'm probably going to get that one and the LX. More than likely, I'll get them both. Which yak are you talking about, David? Are you talking about the 70 millimeter Yak 130 from FMS? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. If you really like the Yak, listen, Motions. It looks like Motion's bringing the 90 millimeter back. And that's the Yak you want to get. If you want a Yak 130, that's the one you want. If you haven't seen it, go on the Motions website because it's back on the website. It's marked discontinued, but it was off the website for months, and now it's back on. So that's got to mean something. You know, I think they're bringing it back. The most scale airplane I own, in every aspect: looks, flying, sound, landing gear, how it handles bumps on the grass. I mean, it's just an amazing airplane. That is the coolest freaking airplane that I own. An air brake, functional air brake, lights, got crazy lights on it. It's just an amazing looking airplane. Amazing flying. It's the most realistic sounding airplane in the air. I mean, it really sounds like a jet. And everybody says that. Even at the event where I lost the Avanti, when I flew it down there, everybody was saying the same thing. God, that thing sounds like a real jet. I know, it's amazing. Yeah, if you want a Yak, that's the Yak you want. Just ask Spencer Keith. He was in the show earlier. I don't know if he's still here. He just bought one. He had his shipped from China. He wanted that plane so bad that he had it shipped from China. And it cost him a lot of money. He paid twice what I paid for mine. That's how bad he wanted it. He finally found one. He wanted the plane. He finally found it. And had to have it shipped from China. Paid outrageous shipping for it, I think, if I remember what he said. But he got it. And now it looks like Freewing's bringing it back. Because it's back on Motion's webpage. So go have a look at that. Go look at my flight video of it. Go look at other people's. Ryan's got a flight video on it from years back when him and Ryan did it. Go take a look at theirs. It's just an amazing airplane. I can tell you, I'm super happy I got it, and I actually got two of them. I got them both out of the scratch and dent box at motion. And neither one of them were damaged. One was missing some parts. The other one was supposedly had failed landing gear, but there was nothing wrong with it. When I got it out of the box, I just moved a wire from the big blue box. I moved a wire from one spot to another, and everything worked. And so I got a perfect condition one at a huge discount because they thought the landing gear all needed to be replaced. Oh, I don't know. It probably fit the same size box as the T28 fits in. You know, the Carbon Z T28. It won't be any bigger than that. I agree. I want to see it too. I would love to see a big P51 like that. Not that I need another P51, but if they make it, I'll buy it. You know, if they make one that big, I'll buy it. I just love these big airplanes. Man, they're so cool in the air. I really, really like them. So, yeah, I keep saying it. I keep hoping. You know, we'll see tomorrow. I'd bet money tomorrow it's going to be a Nexus plane or a Black Horse plane. It's not going to be a foamy flight line 2,000 meter something. Yeah, I'm sure it's not going to be that. You know, it's going to be something I don't want. So, I guess they got a new release tomorrow. So we'll find out at noon tomorrow. But I bet it's nothing I want. As far as the 70 millimeter yak compared to the 90 millimeter yak, the 70 millimeter yak looks like a toy. You know, that you would get your little kid to push around on the floor. I mean, all kidding aside, the landing gear's completely wrong. You know, it's not scale at all. I don't think the plane has any lights on it. It's only a 70 millimeter. It's pretty small. I know it's a lot cheaper too, but the detail on the 90 millimeter, as far as the landing gear it's exactly like the real landing gear. It works exactly the way, and it works perfectly. I mean, go watch my video. I purposely taxied it around in the grass with the camera pointed at the landing gear so you could watch it work. And it's just articulating, and the plane's rock solid, and the gear is just going crazy on the grass. And, you know, it's not hopping around like the F-22. The F-22 bounces around on the grass like it's a rabbit. I mean, it's ridiculous. The landing gear on that thing sucks in the grass. It doesn't hurt it for takeoff or landing. I mean, it works fine for that. But I mean, taxiing around, it hops over everything ridiculously. I mean, it's just stupid. I mean, the wheels literally leave the ground while it's hopping around. And just ridiculous. So this plane's got it all. You know, it's just the air brake and the, you know, everything. You know, even the cockpit is pretty detailed. It's not bad. You know, it could have been better, but it's got full-legged pilots in it. You know, there's two pilots in it, full leg, and you know, instrument panels. You know, listen, they didn't spend a lot of time on those silly details. They made sure it flew good, looked good in the air, flew good in the air, sounded good in the air, all the important shit. And you know, they made sure all that stuff was right, and it is, and it's beautiful. So you'll definitely be impressed. And it's a big airplane. That thing is, the wingspan's got to be like 50 inches. Yeah, I have two of them actually, Dana. I have two of the MiG-90s. I'm sorry, the Yak 130 90 millimeters. I have two of them. Yeah, just go watch the videos. You'll be impressed. All of them. You know, Ryan's back in the day, I don't know, about 5 or 6 years ago, I think is when they did theirs. the I think no, I don't think Air Marshal did a video. I did one, and I know Ryan did one. There's others out there. There's more than that. The other people have the plane and done videos on it. That's it. Ready to fly. Yeah. It was, I don't know. What did you say, Ryan? That they merged Ready to Fly and Free Wing? Or did Free Wing buy Ready to Fly? How'd that work? What was the deal there? I know Free Wing ended up with it. It was originally called Ready to Fly, and then Free Wing has it now. So I'm not exactly sure, but Ryan mentioned it in one of our other discussions, so he knows the story. I haven't seen that video, I don't think, Mickey. Oh, so Free Wing purchased Ready to Fly. Okay. So, yeah, so anyway. Of everything I've seen so far, David, that's the most scale everything airplane that anybody's made that I've seen. You know, as far as a foamy. Everything about that plane is right on. And the landing gear is one of the most impressive things on that airplane for me, because it's just right. The sequencing gear doors, Christ, there's like 8 doors, I think. I think there's 10 doors. Okay, so there's 10 doors that open all together. The gear comes down, and then, of course, some of the gear doors are blocked by the gear being down in the back and the nose wheel. So all the doors close except the ones that are blocked by the struts. So after the gear's down and locked, all the doors reclose except the ones by the struts that are blocked by the struts. They stay open. And then when the gear goes back up, of course, all the doors open up. The gear goes back up, and then all the doors follow and close. And it's the whole bottom of the plane's clean. You know, everything's covered. There's no holes in the bottom of the airplane. You know, that you can see from the air. The whole plane's, you know, from the air, it's perfectly smooth. And when it flies by, you can't see the door gear, the door seams, or anything. It just looks like a perfectly smooth airplane. And then, you know, of course, when the gear comes back down, and of course, it all comes down in a nice, you know, timed manner. It's not crap. It's a nice, beautiful scale, speed, opening and closing, and, you know, you don't even have to fly the plane to be impressed by it. You know, if you just got it sitting on your desk and you're farting around with it, you know, with the gear opening and closing and playing with the landing gear, you know, watching it, the suspension work, and I mean, it's just an amazing airplane. The fact that it flies and flies as good as it does, which is awesome, it's just all a bonus to how great that airplane is. That it does all of that so well, and it flies great. You know, and it sounds like a jet in the air. So, yeah, I can't say enough good things about that airplane. It's absolutely my favorite all-around airplane. In every category, if I was judging everything I own for its flyability, the sound quality, the scale quality, all of that, you know, manufactured, attention to detail, all of that. If I was going to judge all my airplanes, the Yak wins. That, hands down, the Yak wins. It's the best airplane all around. Now, you know, a plane to just take out to the field and bash around with. Honestly, I think the only reason I wouldn't pick it is because I'm afraid of it. And then I'm not afraid of it. I just don't want to break it. You know, and I'm not worried about I'm going to have a pilot error break it. just worried something's going to happen, and it's going to crash. And it's already happened once. And I was able to fix it perfect. It's undetectable that it was ever broken, but it broke the whole nose off. I had to fix it, but it fixed beautiful, and it's every bit as beautiful as it ever was. Gust of wind hit me and just flipped it upside down. No gyro in it. Was going a little too slow to save it. It was a little too slow, a little too low, because that's how I fly it. I'm always low and slow. And it was just one of those days where we had undetectable gusts that just all of a sudden appeared, and it caught me and grabbed a hold of the wing and flipped the plane over, and I was able to right it, so it hit the ground flat. All right, so it didn't nose in, didn't crush the nose cone or anything. The nose is in perfect condition, but the way it hit the ground was kind of like this, and when it did that, it broke the nose right at the intakes, where the narrowest part of the fuselage, because the front part of the fuselage is really narrow till it hits the air intakes for the jet, and then it turns into this massive flying body, and it broke off right there. That thin piece there, right in front of the intakes, is where it broke, and it was a clean break, so it glued right back together beautifully. I put a couple of barbecue skewers in there for extra support, and glued it all back together, and it broke so clean I didn't even have to touch up the paint. I just glued it back together, and yes, now that I told you, if you look for it, you will find the crack. But if I didn't say anything, you'd never notice it. You'd never find it. You're looking at it. It's undetectable to just look at it. But if I tell you it's there and you go and, oh yeah, that's the only way you're going to find it. Because otherwise you're never going to find it. It just hid beautifully. Where it broke is already pretty hidden. And the fact that it just glued together because it broke so clean, there wasn't any of that mushed. I had to heat it up with hot water to get the wrinkle out of it. None of that. It just snapped off clean, and it went right back together clean. So I'm super happy with the fix. It flies as good as it ever did. But it just makes me nervous when I fly it, because something like that could happen again. I won't fly it in those conditions again. I can tell you that. If it's gusty like that, I ain't flying it. I'll fly something else. And that's hard for me to do. I don't like defeat, and I consider it a defeat if the wind's blowing and keeps me from flying because it's windy. Then I lost the battle. The wind won that day. I don't like giving in to the wind. So I fly everything in the wind, and sometimes it bites you, and that's what happened with that one. No gyro in it, so I didn't have that to help me out. That would have, helped flip the plane, keep the plane from flipping over. But it landed nice and flat, so it didn't wrinkle up a wingtip. The wings never hit the ground. It came in perfect. It pancaked perfectly flat. I was able to flip it back right side up, and I just didn't have enough airspeed to pull out from that point. So it was in an attitude like this. The tail hit the ground. It slammed the nose down into the ground, and it broke the nose off clean. And that was the only damage. So which Venom are we talking about? The is that the twin boom jet? Is that the Venom, Mickey? I'm trying to remember what the hell the Venom is. Okay, so the one. Does Freewing make the Venom? Is that a Freewing plane? I know that. Who was the other one that makes it? Somebody else makes that thing. Dynam makes a Venom, don't they? Yeah, I think Dynam makes a Venom. Oh, okay. So free when purchased, ready to fly's venom. I got you. All right. Yeah, you kind of really already said that. Duh. I'm tired. Yeah. So that's probably why then. You know, because yeah, Ready to Fly, man, they did some good shit. I got to tell you, I haven't seen a Venom in person, so I can't say much about that one. But boy, I mean, they knocked it out of the park and out of the next park with the yak. I mean, it's holy crap. You know, it's amazing. So that was one of those planes I had to buy both of them. You know, there were two left at Motion, and I bought the first one and got it home and took it out of the box, and I was so impressed with it. I went back to look for the other one, and it wasn't in the scratch and dent box yet. It was, I think, still a plus. I think it was a plus though, so it was already missing the motor and the speed control, and it was priced that way, but it was pretty expensive. It was still over $400. And then I think I went back a week later, and it was in the scratch and dent now, and it said it was missing the blue box, and they lacked like another $100. It was, I think I only paid like $329 or something for it. So I snapped that one up too. So I have two of them now. I got one brand new in the box. It hasn't been out of the box, and one I've been flying for a couple of years now, and Mickey, do you have the Venom also? You've got a yak, I assume, the way you're talking. Do you have a Venom also? Oh, you had the Venom. Uh-oh. What, does that mean you crashed it or you sold it? Yeah, mine's 8S. Yeah, mine's I think originally they had a 6S version, but all they had left when I bought mine was the 8S, and I was okay with that. I didn't care. I'd have bought it either way. Yeah, but see, that's the way I fly my plane, pretty much, Mickey. I don't fly it wide open or anything. I cruise. I get it up in the air, and I do nice cruise passes down the flight line, or I do figure eights right out in front of me. But yeah, I'm 10 feet off the ground, you know, cruising. You know, nice, smooth. You know, every once in a while I'll take a run, you know, full speed pass, but usually I just cruise it around. So it would have flown just as good on 6S for what I do with it. I'm just scale flying it, you know. No, you know, it's subsonic. It's no afterburner or anything, so it doesn't go that fast anyway in real life. So I kind of mimic the speed that it would be going in real life, you know. So I don't make it go that fast. You know, if I'm in an event, I like down at the event, I had to do a loop at the event where I lost the Avanti. So, you know, I put it up there, and I had to do a full. They wanted a slow speed pass and then a high speed pass. So, you know, I dirtied it all up, gear out, flaps down, everything out, air brake on. Came by as slow as I could hold it comfortably, and then I cleaned it all up and went up and did a high speed dive. So, you know, because it was required for the fly off, and yeah, you know, it was moving pretty good. It's fast when it needs to be, if you want it to be. But you know, that 90mm fan, you know, you want to fly it around full throttle, it's going to be a 3-minute flight for sure. I mean, barely a 3-minute flight. You'll be lucky to get it, you know, 3 minutes, because it's, you know, and then the battery's going to be hot as crap. So that's why I fly it around so majestically.
You know, I'm trying to save the battery. You know. Yeah, that's a good point. You know, the more voltage like that doesn't necessarily mean you have to go faster. It means you can cruise it more efficiently. So I'm very happy with my 8S. Wasn't happy about having to put 2 batteries in it, but it hurts a lot less that they're 4-site, 4S batteries. Yeah, I need 2 of instead of 6S batteries. So I'm okay with it. And anymore, I pretty much only fly it on the 2 battery packs that I trust in it. You know, the RC JetWorks battery and the Smart battery, the only 2 packs I fly it on anymore. The other packs I don't trust them. I don't get enough flight time anyway with them, and I really don't trust them. You know, I'm afraid that they're going to crap out on me and leave me hanging, or I'm going to have to put it down out in the bushes or whatever because, all of a sudden this just dies. And so the Smart pack and the JetWorks pack I trust. And I fly those 2 together in series, and so far it's flown flawless with those batteries in it. So, but I really love that airplane. It's in it's on a box in my living room right now. It's always in my living room, right in front of, not right in front of the television, but right off to the right of the to the left of the television, so that if I'm watching TV, I just got to glance right there. And it's right there. I can look at it all night long. Just keep looking at it. Now it's right there in view. I can't stop looking at it. Yeah, man. Obviously, I didn't fly it as good as you did, for sure. I wish I'd have seen your flight. You really missed it, just nailed it. Because, man, I'm telling you, pulling that off, pulling the win off, because there was some good competition there. So, you didn't walk away with an easy one, buddy. You worked for that one. I really wish I'd have seen your flight. God. Yeah, for you guys that weren't there, Matt M here is Rich M's son. And he won the Best Jet award at that event down at Mulberry, the same place we're going to in November, which consisted of a scale standoff static display judging, and then a scale flight from takeoff. When they said go, you had to taxi out, scale, make your turn onto the runway, whatever you're going to do, check your flight controls, whatever you want to do to make this more scale, and then take off, do your flyby. You had to do a slow speed pass, a high speed pass. He did a 4-point roll, which I would have loved to have seen, and then a scale landing. I don't know if there was anything else. I think I'm forgetting one maneuver. There might have been one more maneuver. And he did it better than anybody. Overall, the overall static display of the plane plus his flight won him Best Jet. And there was some fierce competition there. So, he earned that one. That wasn't no walk away. I won by default because there was nobody there. No, he worked for that one. Oh, so you did an inverted pass and a 4-point. I forget what I did. I know I did a loop. I think I did a loop and a roll. I think I did. I think I did an axle roll and a loop. So yeah. So big kudos to Matt here, guys. That he really earned that one. The one guy had a scale plane there on 810 that was incredible. He won best. I think he won best static display. He didn't fly it, so he couldn't. He wasn't eligible for uh, dirty inverted pass. Oh, no kidding. He wasn't eligible for best jets because he didn't fly his, but he won the static display with this 810. I think it wasn't it a NASA scheme? It was white with blue stripes on it, and I think the bottom half of the plane was blue, and it might have been a NASA livery on it. I can't remember for certain. It was beautiful. I mean, I think it didn't have a ladder that came down. You know, open a door on the side, and a ladder came down, just like the real thing. I mean, it was crazy. You know, you know, and I don't blame him for not flying it, because I wouldn't want to risk breaking that either. But yeah, the static display was incredible, and that plane was awesome. And there's pictures of it online. You'll find it if you just do an 810 photo shoot kind of search. You'll find it because it's in a lot of different places, and you'll know it when you see it. You know, when I tell you it's white and blue, when you see an 810 that's white and blue, you found it. Because I'm sure it's the only one out there. Yeah, it was crazy. Beautiful airplane, Jesus. But he didn't fly it, so he wasn't eligible for, you know, best jet. You know, so Matt took home that one. But there were plenty of other planes there worthy of it. You know, so like I said, he earned it. His flight is what earned it for him. You know, because I didn't see anybody else fly their stuff worth a crap, and I missed his flight. Was I flying at the same time you were? Were we flying together? Is that why I missed it? I actually did find the real picture of it. I did find it. I forget where. That's what makes me think it was a NASA paint scheme, because I did find it. It is painted after a real airplane. I found it. I did a search for 810. I don't remember what else I did other than 810, but I searched around. I did find it. So I found both pictures, you know, the model and the real one. Man, I honestly, it was definitely mostly, you know, because you didn't have, I mean, your plane was beautiful, but it didn't have a lot of scale detail on it. I mean, you didn't do a freaking ladder, and the canopy didn't open, right? I mean, am I missing something? You didn't have any of that craziness on it, you know, powered canopy that opened, or, you know, it was just a nice paint scheme, Blue Angel paint scheme, you know, well done. But that pretty much was all that you had done to it, right? Right. Yeah, but I mean, you didn't do any extra stuff to it. You didn't make the canopy open, by the radio, or any of the nonsense this other nut did. So you know, there were a lot of really pretty airplanes there. So you know, and his fit right in with those. But I think his flight must have been what won it for him, because it was, I don't know. I was more impressed. I'm sure I would have been more impressed with the flight, because static-wise, you were definitely in the running for sure. But there were a lot of good-looking airplanes there, and the guy that won, had he had flown his, honestly, if he had probably just taken off and landed his, it would have probably been enough to win the whole thing. I don't think he would have had to do any maneuvers. If he just took off and landed, he would have won. You know, all he had to do is fly it. I don't think he even had to do any of the maneuvers. He got zeros on all the maneuvers and still walked away with it, I think. Oh, see, I didn't know that. Now, did you tell the judge that about the missile matching numbers and all that? Did you tell him? Because I was telling him everything about my airplane. So did you tell him all the cool things about it that you did? You know, did you narrate all that? Or did you just kind of let him look it over? I was telling him everything about mine. Just trying to get every edge I could. Well, I was flying the same time the Havoc was flying. Yeah, so I was up when you were flying. Because the Havoc guy was going for longest flight. And we were, you know, he was kind of talking to his timer. And he said he was going to land at 15 minutes. And I told him, I says, yeah, you don't want to land at 15 minutes. I can beat that. And everybody went, whoa, it was smack talk. And I just laughed. I said, no, I'm not smack talking. I'm just telling you, if you want to win this, you better keep flying because 15 minutes I can beat. So, you know, and that's when he took it to 20 minutes and ran it out of battery. I mean, literally landed with 1% battery left. And he didn't have any telemetry in the plane. That was pushing it. For a guy with no telemetry to push it that far, you know, I had telemetry. I knew where I was, you know, battery-wise. So I wasn't too worried. And I think I could have beat the 20 minutes had the plane not gone berserk. But I could have easily beat the 15. And so, yeah. So anyway. Yeah, he was flying at the same time we were. So we were flying at the same time. That's why I didn't get to see your flight. And you didn't get to see mine. Because if the Havoc was flying, we were flying at the same time. Because he was standing right next to me when I was doing my scale flight. Now, did you have some kind of like a placard or something you displayed in front of the plane talking about it? Did you do up a billboard for it? Okay, so you don't think we did our scale flights together? All right. But you said the Havoc was up when we were up. Because I know he was up when I was doing my scale flight. Because that's when I was, you know, telling him that 15 minutes ain't going to cut it. I can beat that. I was going for longest flight. You know, and I had already set the record at 12, almost 13 minutes. So he went 15 and thought that was enough. And I told him, no, I could beat 15. You need to go farther than that. And then, so he kept flying. And that was while I was doing my scale flight. Because that's the only time I flew. Other than, I got so little flying done. I was so busy farting around with getting all my planes dialed up. You know, the Yak for the static and the F-22 for, I don't know what I was, I don't know. I was so unprepared. I really was. I was so unprepared for that. It's the first one I'd done. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. Yeah. So I brought too many airplanes that had to be assembled. That was part of the problem. I'm still struggling with that. I haven't learned my lesson yet. So I took like 4 planes out to the field a couple weeks ago, and and I took more than 4, but 4 of them needed to be assembled. 4 of the 6 that I took needed to be assembled. So I spent about 3 hours putting all the planes together, and about two hours taking them all apart to put back in the car. So out of the day of flying, I spent 5 hours roughly unloading and reloading the car. Out of the whole day, I spent 5 hours just unloading the car and reloading the car and putting airplanes together. And so I didn't get much flying in. And I just looked at myself like, what in the hell were you thinking? You know, what a dumbass to bring this many damn airplanes out here at once that have to be assembled. So I don't do that anymore. And that's kind of what I did at that event. Because, hell, I think one of the planes I never even put together. I never even flew it. Because I had the airliner there, and I had the yak there, and I had... no, wait a minute. No, I don't think I had the airliner at that event. No, it wasn't that one. That was the second one. The second event I went to there. I had the yak, the F-22, I think both A-10s or just one A-10. The Avanti, the F-4, yeah, how many airplanes did you guys have there? 7, 8? You had a bunch of airplanes. So you're gonna fly it first, Bravo. Make sure it flies good before you go to the trouble of putting all the add-ons on. That's the smart thing to do. I really blew it with my T-33. I spent so much time. I added 9 lights to it and repainted it, put new decals on it. Yeah, I did so much work to that plane and never test flew it. And then when I flew it, it crashed in the maiden a minute and a half into the flight, and it disintegrated. So all that work went for nothing. It was pointless. Only thing I got was some photos, to remember it by. It absolutely destroyed it. So you had 10 airplanes there. Wow. Yeah, I didn't have that many. I think I had 6 or 7. The Avanti, the yak, the A-10, the F-22, I think the F-4. I think I brought that little hand toss. I didn't fly it. The hand toss F9F, I think. So that's 6. Yeah, I think that was it. I'm trying to think what else. Well, that's true. Yeah, because you and your dad were there together, so that's 5 for you and 5 for your dad. Do you remember if I had both my A10s there? I can't remember. I know I brought the FMS one because it wasn't flying good again. I don't know what's wrong with that airplane, but I got it used, and I think the reason the guy got rid of it is because it didn't fly right for him either. Now I have the LX810 and it's 1500, and the FMS 810, which is also 1500. So 2 1500 810s, and God, I can't remember if I brought them both. I know I wanted to take the LX810 because nobody would have one. Nobody, it would be a stand. So I thought for certain I brought that, but there might have been something wrong with it. I might not have taken it because there was something wrong with it. I can't remember. But I flew the FMS 810 at the end, and when you throttle it up, it tries to dive into the ground. So if you get the speed cruising and you have it trimmed good, it's fine, and it flies fine like that. But if you throttle up, it just starts diving hard to the ground, and I don't know what the hell's causing that. It's almost as if the nacelles are like twisting downward and forcing the plane to dive. Like it's just kind of, I don't know. I don't know what it is. It don't fly right. It don't fly as good as the other one by far. And I don't think that's a characteristic of the plane, because I don't think anybody else has this problem. But mine has this problem, and I don't know what it is. Yeah, I think I only brought one too, Matt. I don't think I brought the LX one. I wanted to, but I think there was something wrong with it. So I didn't bring it. Couldn't fix it in time. Last minute dash to try to get everything fixed for the event. And that's because I had issues with... Well, part of it was I crashed the Yak the week before. I had to fix it, because I definitely wanted to take that. And so I had to fix the Yak the week before the event. So I spent most of my time fixing that airplane. And I don't remember what else was going on. Yeah. My 810, my FMS 810 noses down at full throttle. I have no idea why. I get it all trimmed out, get it in cruise mode, get it trimmed out, straight and level flight. It's flying beautiful, beautiful. And then coming across the runway, I'll throttle it up, and the more I throttle it, the harder it dives for the ground. And it gets pretty violent. If I go full throttle, it's making a hard move for the ground. And I don't know why it does that. And, so it's a little aggravating to fly. I mean, as long as I don't make high-speed passes, it's okay. And then I stalled it on the landing, which it still landed on the wheels. It wasn't that big a deal, but it landed kind of hard on the nose gear, and I think it did something to the steering. I couldn't steer it after that. I don't know if I bent it or bent the tiller arm, or I don't know what I did, but it was kind of a pancake kind of bounce landing. And I just had to go out. I had to go out and pick. It was sitting on its wheels. It wasn't like broke off anything, but I couldn't steer it. So I just had to go out and pick it up and carry it back. It wouldn't steer. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've fixed it yet. I think it's still sitting in the rack the way I brought it home from that event. I know I haven't flown it since then. So it's been sitting in the rack. Yeah, well, that would be a Band-Aid fix, Bravo. There's got to be something wrong with the airframe. Like it's broken, cracked somewhere I don't know about, and it shows its ugly face when I throttle it. I just need to figure it out. I need to look it over, figure out what the problem is, why the incidence of the wing to the motor changes under throttling, and then, put a carbon fiber rod in it or whatever I need to do. I need to fix the real problem, and because I don't think anybody else does that. At least I haven't heard of anybody having that issue. Well, that's just it. I can't. If I give it that much up elevator trim, then it won't fly. If I'm not doing full throttle, it'll be in such a hard pitch up attitude. It'll just stall and fall. It won't. That's what I'm saying. There's something wrong with the airframe. And that's probably why I have it. Guys, returned it because it didn't fly right. Whether it was from a crash that he did or there's just something wrong with it from the factory. I don't know. I need to look at it. I need to spend some time and really look at it. See if I can figure out what it's doing. Yeah, I could always, do a mix and have it increase the elevator as I'm throttling, but I really don't want to do that. Because if I'm doing that much up elevator, I'm really dirtying the airplane up, which is going to make it fly a lot slower and take a lot more energy to push it. The more crap you got hanging out, so it's just going to kill my battery faster, which is just going to make it unpleasurable to do because flight time's important to me, and anything like that kind of aileron elevator kind of stuff going on is just drag, and it's going to slow the plane down and make the motor work harder. And that's the last thing I want to do to it. So I just need to figure out what's wrong with it. I need to take a really good hard look at it and see if I can figure out what's wrong with it. You're right, Bravo. But just that section right in front of the intakes. There's a small section between the nacelle where the gear goes up in and the fuselage. That there's a wing in there, a spoiler. And you're right. That's exactly what it's for. Because the air coming over that part of the wing was getting, turbulent before it went into the intake. So they put that wing there to smooth out the airflow. And the FMS A10 doesn't have that spoiler on it, but the LX model does. So that was one of the scale things that's on the LX model. That spoiler's there. It's not on the FMS model. So now, whether it's working on the model or not, I don't know. Yeah, when I was putting the LX model together, and I saw that little wing, spoiler they put on it, and I'm like, I don't know what this is for. And then I looked at the FMS one, and the FMS doesn't have this. So I went on and looked at it, and yeah, the real one has it. Like, damn. So just one more reason that the LX plane has more detail than the FMS one. You know, that's just one more of the many scale differences between the two planes. And so yeah, I didn't know what it was for though. I still didn't know at that time. I just learned that about the A10 recently, and when I say recently, probably in the last 6 months. I was watching a show on the YouTube channel. Somebody was doing a walk around an A10 and talking all about the features and all the different things and what they do, and he even did a cockpit view and showed you where the fire control for the engines and the everything. He was showing you everything, and he talked about that spoiler in front of on the wing and in front of the motor, you know, the nacelle, and why it was there. And I'm like, oh, so that's why that's there. And but I didn't know. I never paid any attention to it. Never noticed it until I built the model, the LX810, and they were in the box to install on the wing, and I like had still at that point had no idea what they were for, but then I learned recently what they were for. So yeah, that was pretty cool. I was impressed that LX models took the trouble of having that plastic wing spoiler manufactured to go on the plane, because it wasn't foam. It was a piece of plastic that you glued in place. You know, it had two little skirts on the bottom of it that matched the shape of the top of the wing right there. And then they fit right up snug against the fuselage and the nacelle. So the gear nacelle, the landing gear pod, whatever you want to call that thing. And so it would slide right down in between those. You could put glue on the outside edges and slide it down in there, and then it would sit, you know, the curvature of the bottom matched the wing. You just slid it down on there and then slid it until, you know, it flushed up with the wing and you had it in the right place. And it was pretty cool. Yeah, I don't think it's a pop-out design on the real one. Bravo. It's just, it's there all the time. You know, it's not something that deploys, you know, open closes. It's just there because they need to keep the wind coming over the wing smooth so it goes into the engine nacelle smoothly. So there's no reason to make it, you know, move, because it doesn't move. No, it's there all the time. It doesn't move with the flaps. You know, it needs that to fly. That spoiler there is there. It doesn't come out forward like you're thinking on a regular spoiler. It's not an extra lift item. It's there to stop the turbulent air coming over the leading edge of the wing on its way into the nacelle, because the engine picks up this turbulent air, which causes a compressor stall. I don't think it comes out. If it did, he didn't say anything about it. It was out when he was showing us it. It was sitting there out. The flaps weren't down. And because he did a walk around, and he's pulling on all the surfaces. You know, he's showing us how he pre-flights the plane. And it's just sitting there, open. I mean, if it moves, he didn't say anything about it moving. You know, it was already up. The flaps were up. And it's sitting there. So, you know. Well, what's the gun smoke thing we're talking about? Yeah, I know there's a thing for that, but that's when you shoot the gun. Okay, well that part might be true, Bravo, about the oxygen and the gun smoke. I remember him saying something about that, but I don't think it deploys. I think it's always up. Do you have any footage where they show it moving? Any YouTube video you can point me to? I don't think it moves. I think it's just stationary, and it does exactly what you said it does, but it's just there all the time. Let's take a look. You got me curious now. All these scale nut guys, I've never seen any of them make it move. You'd think if it was, you know, something that moved, these scale guys would definitely make their models do the same thing. Especially like Steve Hodges. He's got more crazy crap on his A10. So let me like take a look here. Now, see, these are all pictures of model airplanes. I don't want to look at model airplanes. I want to look at real airplanes. Every picture I'm looking at, it's not down. They're not running the gun. If they're just flying, it's up. It's not down in any of these pictures I'm looking at. And it doesn't look like it moves. I mean, it's just sitting there up on top of the wing, and it doesn't look like it moves. But it's not moving in every picture I'm looking at here. They're not firing the gun, and it's up. There's a picture of him firing the gun, but it's still up. Let me keep looking. No, it's up there. It's up there. It's up there. They're firing the gun. It's up there. Those are all models. Hang on. Let's get some real pictures again. Here we go. Oh, come on. Seriously? Alright, let's go somewhere else. I got one picture here that I can't tell if it's up or not. It's trying to get a closer up on it, but it won't close up. Yeah, those are all up.
Yeah, here's a picture of it parked on the ramp. It's up. Canopy's open. Obviously, they're not shooting the gun. It's up. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, there's a picture of them playing with the ladder. Plane's parked. It's up. Yeah, you're going to have to show me something, Bravo, that shows it going up and down, because I don't see it anywhere. I don't know if it moving. I don't think it moves. I can't find any evidence that that thing retracts. What the hell is that thing? Holy crap. It's a wild looking picture of an A-10. Hang on a minute. I might have found something. I can't tell in this picture, but it kind of looks like it might be retracted here. Let's see if this picture blows up. Got all the documentaries I've ever watched on that airplane. Nobody's ever said anything about that thing moving. Oh, you bastard. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, shit. The one frickin' picture. Alright, let me keep looking. That's not gonna work. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. What was that? Well, thought it was onto something. No, those are the wrong spoilers. That's not the one I want.
Oh, damn. What the hell is that?
Wow. That's crazy looking. You should see the picture I just found of an 810 with these diamond-shaped engine pods on the back of it. I don't know what the hell that is. They're not round. Alright, let's try one more thing. I'm looking. You got me wondering, Bravo. I think, you know, if this is cool to know, that's why I'm looking. I love this shit. It's not a matter of proving you wrong or anything. I want to know. You know, this is cool shit for me. You know, and I'm going to learn something tonight. Maybe. If we can confirm or deny.
I've seen two pictures that almost, I can't tell for certain, but it looks like they might be closed. And I tried to confirm it by going to the picture, and they're blocked. You got to join a website, blah, 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 crap. So I'm trying to find something else. But I found two pictures where it looks like it could have been closed. I've never seen that before. I've never heard of it moving. I thought it was fixed. So now you got me wondering. What the hell is this? What the hell's this got to do with an A10? Oh, crap. Alright, I'm onto something. Give me a second. Almost there.
And then you got a backup emergency side that we can utilize for braking. Being milliradians out there, so at 1,000 feet, 5 mils would be 5 feet. So 80% of your rounds are going to hit within a 5-foot circle, and that's at 70 rounds a second. So if you throw built easily fixed. Moving back, so now this is our O-box. So these bent out. They just gotta clean them every day. When you start the airplane, they're ports for that O-box system and those filters. So you don't want those getting clogged up by bugs or debris or anything like that. So clean that up. Moving down further from the airplane, so a lot of these are just electrical systems, circuit breaker panels, all that old school avionics. So remember, this was built in the 70s, just like the F-15C. There's a lot of room in there for avionics that were original to the airplane but are no longer there. You know, we've upgraded things. We've got.
Ugh. Don't tell me you did that.
Upgraded things. We've gotten smaller, more compact, require less airflow, and all that. Second side, wind fence, obviously same, slack at the same as the other side. And then all these parts are interchangeable, by the way. That's a great part of the A10. So this slat can work on that side. That slack can work on this side. This main link.
Okay.
This main landing gear tire can be over here. Or I'll set that wheel. Just for the CG, because the gun is empty, right? Some barrels of freedom, 70 rounds. Some barrels of freedom, 70 rounds a second, 4,200 rounds a minute. So does have some computer systems in there. Here you can see the ballast that we got loaded up in this airplane. Again, that's just for the CG because the gun is empty right now. Zapped. Even zapped. Always zapped. Other systems that you can tell from in here. So you have up front, we have our emergency accumulator for our hydraulics. You would have to take a look right up here to our reservoir. So emergency hydraulic system. So you got a left side, right side, and you got a backup emergency side that we can utilize for braking. And then this is actually just windshield wash. So that gun gas gets the windscreen dirty. You can just hit that and it'll throw some. And then gun gas. So it's going to suffocate it. So that's all that is right there. And then at a high AOA, this slat will pop open. It will smooth that airflow off the leading edge of the wing.
All right, it does pop open. You are correct, sir. You just said it. It pops open. Learned something new there. Look at that shit. Wow. Cool beans. So, Bravo, you are correct. It pops open. I did not know that. That is cool. I did not know. I knew why. I mean, I heard him talk about, you know, the whole oxygen thing, the gun exhaust, all that. But I didn't know it moved. I didn't catch that it popped open. It does pop open. You're right. So I learned something new today. What's that guy's show that learned something new every day? Now we all know. Yep. Good job. I did not know that. And I love that airplane. I mean, I've done a lot of research on that plane myself. And this guy doing that new walk around was very interesting. So I watched that video. But he said it pops open. So, and it's open right now on the ground. So I don't know why it's open. But he said it. It pops open. Yeah, it could be. I don't know what they would be inspecting that for, but yeah, it could be. I don't know why. I mean, the reason they're saying that it's there is, like you said, to keep the gun exhaust that doesn't have any O2 in it from going into the engine and making the engine starve for air. I don't know why it would. I mean, what kind of flight characteristics change when that opens, other than the way it diverts the air away from the nacelle, that it would cause. You know, you keep making the comparison of like on a Lamborghini or something. Well, that's increasing downforce for traction. It doesn't need that. You know, it's not trying to create downforce. Right, it diverts the air. Right, but it's not creating downforce. It's just channeling the air away. I'm guessing what it does is it makes the air hug the wing all the way to the back, so that it goes under the nacelle with the dirty exhaust from the gun, so that the air doesn't turbulate up and go into the engine. It stays clinging to the wing, like when you put the little what do they call those damn things? 3D planes. They put those little wings on the leading edge of the wing, the little V-shaped wings. What do they call those damn things? Actually, I think it's forcing the smoke under the nacelle, not over it. I think it's forcing the air to stay on the wing, so that it stays glued to the wing and doesn't turbulate off. It's the same thing, those little vortex generators. That's it. Thank you. Yeah, same thing the vortex generators do. They keep the air flow on the wing so that it doesn't create a cavitation or a turbulence. So I think it's doing that to keep the exhaust fumes smooth on the wing, so it goes under the nacelle, not over it. I don't think you could get it to go over it. If it went up in front of it, it would get sucked in. So it wouldn't go over it, but it could stay under it. The engine's high enough that if that exhaust from the gun stays on the surface of the wing, it would stay on the surface right to the tailing edge of it and go right under the engine. So, but anyway, it pops open. He said it on the thing that it pops open. I never saw it move before. That's the first time I've seen that. So you're going to make yours work, huh? Man, I can't wait to see that. That'll be cool as shit. Oh, sure, yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't add them until it's flying. Like I told you, I made that mistake once. I won't do that again. All the work I put into my T-33 to make it super cool, and then it crashed a minute and a half into the maiden flight. So power loss to the servos. I lost control of it. It was flying fine. I got the gear up and I was trimming it out, made 2 turns. I went down off the takeoff and made a turn, came back across the flying field. I was trimming it out, made my next turn at the other end of the field, come back across the field. And as I made that turn, I lost control of the control surfaces. I never lost the signal. The radio said, I never got a telemetry loss warning or anything. And I had to throttle because when it kept rolling and I couldn't stop the roll, I put the radio over my head, cut the throttle, was holding full right aileron, and it just kept rolling left. But the throttle went to idle, but I was still doing 80 miles an hour, so because the telemetry told me that. And it just rolled over and went straight in, inverted, and the plane exploded. I mean, there's nothing left of it. It's in a pile right there on the floor. And so yeah, I don't know what happened there. I don't know if my lights, all the lights I put on it, overpowered the Beck. Maybe the Beck couldn't handle that load. I don't know. It seemed to behave just like when Wes was maidening the Storch for Motion RC. He inadvertently screwed up, and he had it on the Beck in that plane had two settings. High voltage, if you were using high voltage servos, it was, I think, an 8 or 10 amp back. And if you were using standard servos, you could set it to be like a 3 or 5 amp. And he said he had the high voltage servos in it, but he accidentally set it for the 3 amp. So he took off, and he had control of it, and then he got out a little ways, and he lost control of the surfaces. He couldn't turn the plane. So he just cut the throttle, and he let it just, pancake into the high grass. Did very minimal damage, very minor, easy fix, no big deal. But that's exactly what mine felt like it did. The same thing his did. And, so yeah, anyway, he crashed it because he lost control of it, and he figured out that must have been the cause. So he reset it for the high voltage servos, and it worked fine after that. But so that's what mine felt like. It did the same thing his did. I never lost radio contact because I never got the warning until it hit the ground. Because when it hit the ground, the battery flew out of the plane and was, I mean, the circle of debris was, God, I don't know, 30, 40 yards. I mean, there was crap way over there and way over there. And, I mean, it took us 30 minutes easy to find all the bits and pieces. Like the receiver case split open, and the case was laying over there, and the receiver guts were over there. And we found both those pieces. We found everything, actually. We didn't lose anything. We found it all, but it took a while to find it all. The battery was destroyed. I mean, it didn't explode, but it was so smushed, and then it kind of fanned out in the back. So the front of it was crushed, and the back of it was fanned out like a peacock feathers. And at first it was fine. I mean, it voltage tested good. I charged it up. I think I flew it once after that. And then it was sitting on my stove for a week or two, and I checked voltage on it, and I think 1 or 2 of the cells had gone dead. So I said, okay, we're not flying that anymore. And I took it out to the field, and they like to shoot them with guns at my field. Blow them up, and then they smoke and fire and all that. That's how they dispose of them. So I took it out there, and they shot it. And it blew up pretty good. It was still a good charge in the other cells, so it blew up pretty good. And I cut the leads off of it and everything first. I keep all that stuff. So, but yeah, it just exploded. So, he said I stalled it. It sounds like I stalled it. I said, listen, there ain't no way I stalled it. It was doing 80 miles an hour. It didn't stall at 80 miles an hour. I didn't stall it. I lost control of it. I lost I lost authority over the servos. I couldn't move the servos. The plane would not respond to a throttle command. It responded to throttle. It throttled down, but it wouldn't. The servos wouldn't respond. I couldn't roll the plane back over. So, and they're still investigating it. They've been investigating this thing for months. First, they wouldn't do anything for me because it was a gift. I won it on Dave's RC show, so they wouldn't do anything. They didn't even want to talk to me. You didn't buy the airplane. No, but you shipped it to me. We don't have any record that you bought the airplane. But you have a record you shipped it to me. Well, yeah, we do. Okay, well then what more do you need to know? But you didn't pay for it. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? The plane's defective. The fact that I paid for it, somebody else paid for it, what difference does it make? Well, we can only talk to the guy that paid for it. So then Dave got involved. So now Dave's RC is fighting with them. And the last thing we had to do, which was about a week ago, maybe 2, they sent us this big form letter. We had to, it had all these questions, and we had to answer all the questions. Yeah, you shoot it fully charged. It explodes and smokes a lot more when it's fully charged. Yeah. Yeah, if it's dead, it doesn't do anything. It just, kind of... Okay, why did I just get a big diesel horn from a truck at almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't hear a truck, but I heard the horn. So yeah, if you shoot a dead pack, it doesn't really do anything. So if you want to put on a good show, and you're going to shoot a battery because it's puffed and you don't want to fly it anymore, you charge it up first. Then you shoot it. Then you get a big bang and a lot of fire and a lot of smoke and a lot of, it's real cool. So yeah, make sure if you're going to do that, that you charge it up first. So anyway, yeah, Dave answered all the questions he could answer. He sent them to me, and I had to answer the questions. How many years have I been flying? 47. How many jets do I own? 12. What were the circumstances of the air that day? Was it windy? Was it cloudy? Okay, I mean, yeah, it was partly cloudy. We had moderate wind. I mean, almost no wind. Just all the stupidness. And so he submitted all that paperwork a couple weeks ago, and we still haven't heard anything. So, Motion's just turned into Hobby King is what's going on here now. Motion used to have the best customer service. They would never question anything like this. They would send you an airplane. If you had a problem like that, they'd just send you an airplane. Not now. Now you got to jump through hoops and go through this big questionnaire and interrogation and all this nonsense. So, yeah, not happy at all. I think it's ridiculous. No, actually, nobody. I have witnesses, but nobody was recording. But they asked for witnesses, so I gave them the guys. There was a main guy there that watched the whole thing. He was sitting right there in our pit area watching. He was one of the guys that flies with us. So I gave him his email address and his phone number, so they can contact him to get his opinion of what happened. And got an eyewitness. I don't know what more they want, and yet we're still waiting for them to get back to us. So at this point, Dave's more pissed than I am. Dave's ready to, literally go down there and shoot him. He's so mad because, they're just treating us both like shit. And the thing they keep saying to me is it was a gift. That's their defense. The plane was a gift. Okay, what's that got to do with anything? I guess they're making the point that I'm not out any money because I didn't buy it. Okay, well, Dave's out the money because I won it on his show. So now he feels like he gave away a bum prize, right? Because he's the one that bought the plane for me and sent it to me, and so he's mad because they don't want to do anything. It's a ridiculous thing that's been going on for months that should have never gone that far. They should have just taken care of it. I spent $6,300 with Motion alone. I don't know how much Dave spent, but it's probably more than I have. And because he buys a lot of airplanes for people for the last 2 or 3 years, and so he's probably spent more than I have, and I've spent $6,300 there, over $6,300. So, like I said, it's Hobby King. They never want to do anything for you. Oh, I pretty much bought everything from Motion. I bought all my FMS, until Force RC came along. And they weren't in business very long because Horizon Hobby bought them out. But because they were killing their business. But until then, I was buying all my FMS from Motion. I was buying all my Flight line, Free Wing, E-Flight, because Motion used to carry E-Flight too. So I bought everything from Motion. I hardly ever did any business with Horizon. I always went to Motion for everything. And then Motion started dropping everything. You know, they get their own lines and start dropping all the other lines. So then they don't carry they used to carry Dynam. I bought my Dynam planes from Motion. They dropped Dynam. They dropped E-Flight. They dropped I think they were carrying Hangar 9 at that time too. That's when the Free Wing and the Flight line stuff came online. So when they got their own brands, they whittled out their brands, the competition. So they don't carry that stuff anymore. They still have some parts. If you go looking for, you know, like a tail feather for a Mustang or something for FMS, you sometimes Motion still has some of that stuff in stock. But they've pretty much cleared it out. But yeah, they used to have everything. So I enjoyed the customer service I got from Motion, so I bought everything there. I didn't deal with Horizon. And then Horizon had to step their game up to compete with Motion because everybody was buying from Motion. So now, when you call Horizon, they're like, "Oh, sure, we'll just send you another one." A lot of the time. Sometimes they still want it back. But most of the time now, at least for me, they don't. They just take care of it. You know, if this part's bad, that part's bad. You know, I needed the retracts in my T28 failed, and they were aware of that problem. So no problem. We'll just send you another set of them. We know there's a problem with those, so no problem. We'll just send you another set of them. Okay, thank you. You know, that kind of, you know. Then I had some issues with the FMS retracts that I had bought and the P51 Mustang, the 1700. I have never been able to get the 1700 plane. The one retract never works. I've replaced it 4 times now, and it won't go up unless I roll the plane inverted. And gravity helps. If gravity's not helping it up, it won't go up. It stalls every time. And so they finally had me send them all the stuff I had that I claimed was bad, and some of it was bad. It tested bad. The other stuff didn't test bad, but of course they're testing it on a bench, not in the airplane. When I'm flying it is when it fails, not when it's on the bench. And but they took care. You know, they offered me like 20% off. They said we can't replace these for free, but you know, I can give you a 20% discount on the ones that are bad, and the ones that are still testing good, I'm just going to send back to you. And I'm like, okay. And so they took care of that. They gave me new retracts for the T28. So again, Horizon's come a long way, and Motion's responsible for that. Yeah, the mains, even though if they're retracted, they still roll. So you can, and they're the lowest point of the plane, so you can literally land it with the wheels up on the wheels, and it'll roll on the wheels, which I think is very cool. So yeah, that was a neat feature that one I knew. And as a matter of fact, when I redid the A10 gear on the LX model and put the FMS gear in it, I made sure that the wheels rolled when they went up. Yeah, I got them as close to the stock location as I could get them, and made sure they cleared everything so they could roll in the up position, just because I knew the real one did it, so I wanted mine to do it. So
Oh yeah, I mean, considering how bad it would tear up if the wheels were not in play, yeah, very easy repairable once you get it on the ground. If the pilot does a nice landing on the wheels, even though they're retracted, yeah, minimal damage. So yeah, that was great. They get that thing turned around back in the air in a week. Probably less if they really push it, but yeah, they could. Well, and he was talking about how everything's interchangeable from side to side too. So if they've got an A10 that's down, they could just take parts off of that one, bolt them on this one, and they're back in the air. Probably in hours in that situation. Those diverter wing thingy panels for the gun exhaust, and any of that kind of stuff on the bottom of the plane that would have gotten tore up. Pylons on the wing, maybe, or yeah, they could just take it off of another plane and the tails and bolt them on, and the plane would be back in the air. Because structurally, it wouldn't hurt anything structural. It'd just be all that bolt-on shit. So yeah, that'd be very cool. Then the cells were designed to fall off if needed? You mean like they could push a button and eject the cells off the airplane? Or they would tear off, like on any airliner, the cells are designed to tear off the wing easily so they don't tear the wing off. I don't remember hearing that. How does that happen? How do they fall off? Have you seen the pictures of the one with the diamond-shaped nacelles? Go do an image search. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's just like all the airliners are the same way. If something happens to that engine where it starts to put a stress on the wing, it's designed to tear off the wing. To tear away from the wing, not tear the wing off the plane. Make sure the wing stays intact so the plane can fly, and the engine will tear off the wing and not do any more damage. It's, the way the bolts break loose is it breaks away down away from the wing. The bolts snap and it tears down away, so it doesn't damage anything. It just the engine comes off. And they designed that so that, like you said, if a fire or whatever, if they had a rotor fail, the fan or something, and it exploded like we've had some do, and it caused the engine to keep running, but like vibrating to the point where it's coming off the wing, it would just tear loose and fall off the wing and leave the wing alone, so it wouldn't damage the wing. So yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, go look at the. I just do a search for A10, and there's a picture of an A10 that has these diamond-shaped nacelles in the back with these big scoops like into the front of the plane looks the same, but at the back where the engines are, there's these big long, like, God, I don't know how to explain it, like fins that divert the air into the engines. And the engines aren't round; they're diamond-shaped, and the air comes off the fuselage and gets diverted right down into the diamond-shaped nacelle. Craziest looking thing I've ever seen. Never seen an A10 look like that. Might have been an artist rendering, but it looked like a photo. Could have been photoshopped. Who knows? Maybe it's a test airplane and they really exist. I don't know. But it's damn cool looking. I've never seen that before. So go do a search for that. You'll be impressed if you see that thing. Holy crap. That's nuts. Well, we were down to 9. We're back up to 13. And yet, Bravo and I are the only two talking. You still here, Matt? Dana, you here? Roll call. Who's here? David Martin, you here? Yep, you're still here. Cool. So you're just getting into the hobby, right? I mean, I know because I've from other shows I've watched your questions and stuff. You know, give me your background. Where how long you been doing this? You know. How do you pronounce that? Salim? Asani? Is that how you say that? Am I getting that right? Am I butchering that too much? Apologize if I am. Sorry. Welcome to the show. Bravo, you ex-military? Active military? Didn't even think of that. Well, good. I'm glad you finally made it into the hobby full both feet, David. So I started in '73. Never been out of it, but I've gone from heavy airplanes to heavy airplanes and helicopters in the '70s, and then in '83 I moved to Florida.
Now, I was a pylon racer up north in Ohio, so I did a lot of pylon racing. I got pylon planes still. You know, I have 4 airplanes here from 73 45, so they're 45 years old. Got down here, couldn't find any pylon racing, you know, and I didn't want to do pattern. That's not my thing. You know, I don't like... John's, I know you're here, John. So I got into car racing real heavy. I was on the cover of Car Action magazine in '89. Won a bunch of races. Was doing that pretty heavy for about 10 years. And then, you know, the recession. I had a hobby shop at that time, too. When I moved down here, I opened a hobby shop from like 83, somewhere late 83, till recently, actually. It's only been about 10 years, maybe, since I closed it. So, till, you know, 2010, somewhere around there. So I've never got out of the hobby, but my focus moved around some. So I never got out of airplanes. I still flew all the time, just not pylon racers. I bought a bunch of toy grade stuff, helicopters and hovercrafts, and if it's RC, I own it. I mean, I love everything: submarines, cars, boats, trains, planes. It don't matter. If it's radio control, I want it. So I bought a whole shitload of the toy grade stuff just to keep playing. And then I ran into these foamy planes in about, I want to say, maybe 2013. Got my first whiff of a foamy, and holy crap, that just regenerated my love for the aviation end of it. And so I've got well over 70 airplanes now that I fly. I mean, almost all of them are actively being flown. There's a few here and there, like the plane I learned to fly on, sitting right there. I'm not flying that. It's just sitting there. I got a clip wing Cub that needs finished. When I had the hobby shop, somebody came in with that and traded it for something, a monster truck or something, I don't know. And so that needs finished. And I've got a plane I crashed over there that somebody traded me, and I flew it around, and I crashed it because I was being stupid. You know, trying to fly a flat bottom trainer airplane inverted was not a good idea. So, and walking up to the crash site, I'm trying to figure, why wouldn't that thing fly upside down? Oh, I know why it wouldn't fly upside down. Duh. And yeah, so that was a stupid. But I'll fix it. It's not broke that bad, so it'll get fixed. And then I got a whole shitload of other shit over here. And but yeah, actively flying a lot of different stuff. And yeah, Tamiya cars. RC10. The RC10 I raced is right there on the floor. I got an SRP1, which is a all-wheel drive dirt oval car. That's sitting right up there. That's the one that was on the cover of Car Action magazine. And got a Schumacher off-road car, four-wheel drive, chain drive. I don't know where that is currently, though. I'm not sure where I put that. When I moved up here, everything's packed away, and I don't know where half the stuff's packed. Yeah, Bravo, that's good advice. Yeah, don't do the nosedives upside down. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, it wasn't a nosedive. I stalled it. I was flying it around inverted, and it was a fight. And I'm like, God, why is this thing flying so hard? It won't stay in. It won't stay upside down. It's, it won't fly. And, and it was a gas motor, and I'm hanging on the prop, and, it just didn't want to fly upside down. And I'm just like, you know, Christ, I do this in my sleep. What is wrong with this airplane? You know, and then it finally, you know, gave up and it hit the ground. And like I said, the damage isn't that bad. It's fixable. So I'm walking out there, shaking my head like, what the hell was wrong with that stupid? And then I realized, well, it's a fucking trainer. It's got a big flat bottom wing. You know, yeah, it's not going to fly with the crap upside down. What the hell was I thinking? And yeah, so I picked up the pieces and brought it home, and there it sits. And I don't know when I'll ever fix it, you know, because I don't really, you know, I wanted to fly, and I flew it quite a few times. I mean, it wasn't like a once and done deal. It was just this one time I was out there showing off. There were other guys at the field. I'm showing off, and you know, got it inverted. Made a couple low passes across the field, but like I said, it was a fight, and I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with this thing. And then I finally figured it out. So. I believe, I don't know. I'm going to let John answer that. I can't remember. John, is that the 190 from Hobby King? The 1600, is that the one you're working on? I don't remember. I can't remember if it's this one, the Dynam one, or if it was the one from Hobby King, which I have no idea who the maker is. I want to say it's the bigger one. I'm thinking, but I'm not sure. All right, John, put the paintbrush down and step away from the paint. Yeah, David, think about it for a minute. You call an Uber or a Lyft, whatever, to come pick you up and take you home because you're too drunk to drive, and there's no driver in the car. Better yet, it's a drone. Okay, it's an unmanned flying drone that you're going to get in and it's going to take you home. Are you going to get in it? Seriously? He's busy sniffing fumes. No, I'm not getting in either. There's no way. And if Amazon tries to deliver a package to this address with a drone, it's getting shot down. So, yeah, it's not happening. So, but yeah, I'm not getting in an unmanned. And when that's what they're, you know, the whole thing with the airspace with us is because of the new. And there's a YouTube video, so if you want to see one, you can watch one. There's a prototype that's already flying. An unmanned quadcopter that will carry 4 people, no pilot, it's autonomous. You get in it, you tell them where you want to go, and it's going to fly you there. Yeah, David, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, would you get in it? Are you going to get in a driverless car or a driverless drone, which is where it's headed? You know, the cars they're not going to do the cars. They want to do the drones. Because the cars, there's human beings on the road with the autonomous driven cars, and you know, the autonomous car is going to protect itself and you, and ignore whatever other danger there is out there. So if it's between hitting a kid in the middle of the road with a ball or stopping fast and hurting you, it's going to hit the kid in the road with the ball. You know, that's how it thinks. Self-preservation. So it doesn't care what it hits. You know, so it can't make those human decisions that we make. You know, it can't think like that. You know, do I go into the ditch? Do I go over here? How do I miss the kid? You know, all that we compute all that in milliseconds and make a decision. And the autonomous thing can't think that fast. Our brains work faster than they do. So it's got pre-program in it that it's going to protect itself, and it doesn't care what it kills. You know, so how many kids are going to get run over by these cars because the safer move is to hit the kid rather than stop short and get rear-ended by the car behind it? You know, that's what the programmers are trying to program into these autonomous cars. You know, and it can't make that judgment call. It can only run a program. So if it's programmed to divert from being hit from behind to run over whatever's in front of it, and there's a kid in front of it, it's going to run the kid over. You know, I'm not saying that's how they're programmed, but just saying that's the sense of it. So that's why they don't want us flying model airplanes anymore, because they want that airspace for the autonomous drones that you're going to get in, and that's going to fly you from point A to point B instead of drive you. They want it's safer because you're in the air, not on the road with other irresponsible drivers, for lack of a better word. So yeah, that's where it's headed, and we're going to have autonomous flying drones that are going to be Uber rides and shit like that, and you're going to call one and it's going to show up with no pilot on board, and you're going to get in it and it's going to fly you home. I ain't getting in it. You know, not unless I'm pilot in command, I'm not getting in it. You know, there ain't no way. So they're going to lose millions of dollars for millions of years before people get acclimated into getting in one of these damn things. If ever. I don't know what generation would get in the damn thing, but you got 2 votes already that, you know, Bravo ain't getting in one, and neither am I. So that's my question to you is, would you get in it? Hey, John, before you run off, which 190 are you working on? Is that the 1600 one from Hobby King? Or the 1200 one, the 1270 Dynam? Which one are you working on? What are you working on? I thought it was the bigger one, but I can't remember. Well, honestly, Bravo, it's not even that. The worst part is that when the owner of the company maintaining the drone has no risk because they've got nobody on board, right? They don't have pilots at risk. You know, their mechanics are going to be doing shoddy maintenance on them because there's no risk to them. You know, Their life is not on the line here. You know, they're not checking a car out, doing a walk around like a CDL driver does before they take control of their bus or car or whatever. You know, because they're not driving it. So, oh yeah, the oil's fine, and you know that's fine, and I'm not going to bother checking the prop. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure the glass guy checked it when it came in, you know, so it's good to go. And they send it out, and then it has a mechanical failure and falls out of the sky, and you're dead. Yeah, well, that's what it's going to be, you know, because those things aren't going to be cheap to run, and you're not going to pay $100 for an Uber ride home from a, you know, you went to a buddy's house, got drunk, can't drive home, so you're going to take an Uber. Well, you're not going to pay $100 to go 2 miles down the road or 5 miles down the road, whatever, you know. I mean, so how much can they pay their mechanic to maintain this monstrosity that it costs millions of dollars in batteries and engines, motors, and speed controls, and the computer software that it's, you know, autonomously flying from, and it goes on and on and on. I mean, oh my God. So how are you going to make that affordable? The airlines make it affordable because they carry more passengers. These Uber things are only going to carry 4 people. So, you know, how are you going to make any money at it? And do it safely? Yep, you're right, Bravo. You're right. That is worse. You know, at least dying, it's over. Yeah, if you're crippled, maimed for the rest of your life by one of those things, yep, then what? So, yeah, there's no way I'd ever get in one. It just ain't no way. You know, if it shows up that and I'm flying it home, fine. You know, as long as I'm on pilot in command, I'll fly it home. But if I'm not pilot in command, I ain't getting in it. So, same thing. If I don't know how to fly it, I ain't getting in it either. So, I'm pretty certain I could fly pretty much anything out there. You know, but I'm not gonna. Definitely not getting anything that's autonomously flown. No pilot. No, I'm not getting in it. So, I think the first time one of these drones from Amazon falls out of the sky over a neighborhood and maims some kid, that'll be the end of that project too. You know, there's no way that, and it's going to happen for sure. You know, there's no way they're going to build fail-safes enough into this stuff to make sure it can't ever do that. You're going to have an injury. Somebody's going to get hurt. And the first time that gets hurt, and there's this huge lawsuit because some kid lost an eye or whatever because the stupid drone landed in the wrong place or got hung in a wire when it tried to take back off or whatever is going to happen. You know, that'll be the end of it. So,
I don't know how long, but it's not just the 747. There's a lot of planes that can land themselves, or at least be commanded to land themselves. You know, if the pilot becomes, you know, unable to fly the airplane, they can command it from the ground to divert or land. But in most cases, there's still a pilot in the plane that can handle it. And then in that case, besides that, you know, you're talking about an airplane that flies on the wind, you know, under its wings, not a quadcopter that relies on a rotating blade, you know, 4 rotating blades working in harmony to keep the thing airborne. So there's a lot more mechanical issues, and it flies. It doesn't fly to airports. It flies to your home, office, the park, a bar. You know, it's landing in you know, unaccommodating for aircraft situations in most cases. You know, the world's going to have to change a whole bunch if they're going to have landing pads everywhere to make these things land safely. Otherwise, I hear something outside. Otherwise, they're just going to be landing randomly everywhere. In your people's driveways, you know, on top of buildings. And they're going to be falling out of the skies in the same situation. Overpopulated areas. You know, these situations don't happen with airplanes. You know, they're flying at pretty high altitudes. Normally, under normal conditions, even when there's failures, the pilot can still control the airplane to a safe landing, or at least crash it in a less dense populated area. You know, depending on what the circumstances are. It's not just going to drop out of the sky randomly wherever, which is what's going to happen now with these new autonomous quadcopter Ubers. You're right. Currently, there is not one available, a consumer available one. But that doesn't mean they're not on the road. They're testing them all the time. You know, they've been testing them for years. And, you know, they're out there. You're the one, you even said there was a fatality by you with one. You know, they're out there testing them. You know, I don't know what makes them think that the average person is going to get into one of these things. You know, I just can't believe they really think people are just going to climb into a, you know, robotic, autonomous car, or a, worse yet, a drone, and let it fly them home. You know. I think if it happens in 10 years, they'd be rushing it, and nothing good comes from rushing it. You know, I think they have so many more bugs to work out. I know Amazon's been given the green light to go ahead and use their package delivery system. So I'm sure they're using it in rural areas right now. You know, out in the country, where, you know, they're only flying over cows. Yeah, what's going to happen when they kill a cow? UPS had a video
I almost got hired at UPS, and I had to watch a video, and they showed a van out in the sticks, out in the country, way out in the country. You know, where there's 500-acre farms, you know, 1,000-acre farms. You know, there's nothing around. It's just land. And the UPS truck is driving down this road, and all of a sudden the roof of the truck slides open. A big drone emerges from inside up to the roof, and it takes off with the package. And the truck keeps driving while it's flying that way, and the truck's driving this way. So the truck goes and makes its delivery down over here wherever it's going, and the drone flies way the hell over there, miles that way, makes its delivery, and then comes and finds the truck because it's got a GPS tracker and it knows where the truck is. So it flies itself back to the truck, lands on the roof, the mechanism to, you know, retracts back into the truck, and the truck lid closes. So this is the future of UPS. Okay. So that's the only application I see it being used in, and I can't see how the billions, if not trillions of dollars that they put into the system, how they're ever going to recover their money by these one-off out in the rural country deliveries that happen. I mean, how much time and money are we saving that the truck didn't have to circle around and go over there and make the delivery, that the drone went and did it? How long is it going to take them to get their money, their initial investment of all these drones and all the technology and all the trucks specially modified to carry the drones and all? How long is it going to take before they break even? How many hundreds of years? You know. And by then they'll have invented the teleporter, you know, the transporter, Star Trek style. And they'll just put it on a pad and hit a button and it'll show up at your house. It'll rematerialize in front of your house. Or in your house. So, I don't know. I'll be very surprised if it ever happens. I don't see it happening. I don't see the driverless car, the autonomous car ever taking off. There's only one way it'll work. Everybody would have to be in an autonomous car. If all the cars are driven by autonomous drivers, computerized and everything, it's the only way you're going to have non-accidents. And that'll never happen. So, until everybody's driving around in autonomous cars, so that they take the human element out of it, okay? You can't have a drunk on the road. You can't have a kid on the road. Someone with no license on the road. Someone that can't see anymore trying to drive on the road. You know, when all those variables go away, because you're no longer driving the vehicle, the vehicle drives itself, that's the only time that there won't be accidents and people won't be killed by cars. As long as there's one man, one woman, one child on the road driving a car, we're in danger. You know, and that's where it's going to be for a long time. So, but that's you know, I would hope by then we have teleporters, transporters, that kind of thing. Because I don't want to get in a car and ride around town in a car that doesn't have a driver or whatever, or fly in a quadcopter. You know, just teleport me there. You know, instantaneous. I think that's where the future is. This autonomous flight shit, I don't see flight or driving, either one. I don't see it working. I don't see it ever, you know. Like I said, the only way it'll ever work is if there's no longer a human at the wheel and any vehicle on the road. It all has to be autonomous.
If it's not, then it'll never work. Yeah, Tracy, we're still up.
These guys don't want to go home. What can I say? This is pretty normal for this show. Yeah. You know, it's only 4:45. You know, we've been here many times. 7.5 hours. Yeah, so this is pretty normal. Yeah, that's where it started. I said it didn't. He said it did. I proved he was right, and it all went from there. Test it first. There's a couple of things to do. For sure, you don't want to be too close to foam, because the solvents could eat the foam. It won't be the paint, but it could be the solvents. So if you're back far enough where you're dusting, paint onto the plane and the solvents are pretty much evaporating before it hits the foam, you should be pretty safe. So do light coats, keep your distance. You could try, if you can, maybe lay down a sandable primer first and let that dry and smooth it, and then shoot the paint. But EPO foam, generally speaking, is paint safe. Most paints. Now, I paint a lot of automotive paint on EPO with no problem, and I paint a lot of latex from Lowe's, interior house paint. I paint a lot of that on the foam, no problem. There's a particular clear coat I use from Duplicolor. It's called Perfect Match Protective Clear Coat. And it's a small can, clear lid. It's a clear coat, and there's no rattle ball in the can. You shake it, nothing rattles. So there's nothing really mixing in there. It's whatever it is, it doesn't need to be mixed. Now, none of it says foam safe, but I haven't had any issues with it. They're not going to say foam safe because it's not a hobby grade material. It's not intended to be sprayed on EPO foam. But that doesn't mean it won't work. It just means that they haven't tested it. That's not the market they're after. I was working in an auto parts store until the COVID stuff, so I had easy access to the paint, because I worked there, and so I tried the protective coat first, and that worked perfect. And then, depending on the paint I pick, sometimes I would spray the clear coat down first as a barrier, let it dry, to spray other paints over it, so that it wouldn't attack the foam. Because if I already had a clear coat layer down that, was foam safe, and I've sealed the foam in this, clear coat barrier, now I can spray whatever I want over it. Again, being careful not to put too much solvent on there that could dissolve the clear coat and eat through it, get to the foam, and eat the foam. You'll know if it's eating the foam. The foam will bubble instantly. You'll get a reaction immediately. So, test it. Like I said, spray it from a distance. Just fog it on there lightly, light coats. Do it on the bottom of the plane someplace. Try it there first. Don't try it on the box. The foam box is not the same material as the plane. So if it eats the box, it doesn't mean it's going to eat the plane. I did a video on this 6 years ago. And I clear coated a plane I had gotten from Banana Hobbies. It's the FMS, the Cessna, the Sky Trainer. Used to be the 182 Sky Trainer. Now they just call it the Sky Trainer, I think. Clear coated the whole plane with that Duplicolor perfect match protective clear coat. And no problem. So I put that up online, and I've gotten so many messages over the years. Oh, I shot it on the box and it ate the box. Okay, well the box isn't made out of EPO foam, so there's that. So basically, you're not trusting me. I'm just here to pull your leg to get you to ruin your airplane. That's what my show's all about. So this guy did a whole I'm a lying piece of crap comments on my channel to he's right, I was wrong, it worked fine on the plane, it didn't eat the foam, I was just leery of it, blah blah blah, but whatever. Okay, so anyway, yeah, but just test it first. But yeah, the Duplicolor clear coat is safe for sure, because on EPO, because I've used it on shit. I can't even tell you how many airplanes I sprayed with that stuff. I would guess there's probably 50 cans, empty cans, laying around here that don't get thrown away for whatever reason. It's not like I hoard them. I don't know why. All right, I take that back. I've used 50 cans, but they're not here. I have a couple of cans laying around, but they still have paint in them. I usually have more than one can around because I might be balancing a prop with the paint over there or in the house, and I might be painting something over here, and so I've got cans all over the place so that I could just kind of reach around and grab a can and work it wherever I am. But yeah, that's how I, just test it, make sure. I don't have any Tamiya paint to test it with, so I couldn't tell you. I haven't used any of the Tamiya paint. Other people have. I think Air Marshal used it on that. I think. I think he used an airbrush. And actually, I think he was using on that new plane he did the Splinter paint job on. The F-18 he just did the repaint on. I think he used some Tamiya paint on that. Again, in an airbrush, not a spray can. The spray can problem is the solvents. What they use to pellet, to spray the color. You got to make sure that stuff dissolves in the air before it gets to the plane. Now, none of it's going to say foam safe on it. It's like I said, it's not designed. I don't even think the Tamiya paint is designed for putting on foam airplanes. This is model paint. For painting the Jeep, the tank, airplane, plastic airplane. It's plastic paint. I don't think it's designed to be painted on foam. But I know people have done it. They mix whatever they mix with it. I don't think they're mixing water with it. They're mixing something else to thin it, and then they airbrush it. So there's no solvents involved. It's just air. And so yeah, go watch Air Marshal's video on painting his F-18. I think it's called F-18 Splinter paint job, something like that. So yeah, go look that one up, and he's talking to you while he's painting. So he'll tell you what color he's spraying and what kind of paint it is, if it's Tamiya paint or something else. I know he has a lot of Tamiya paint. He's used it on a lot of different things. So I'm pretty sure it's safe, but that's I don't know for sure. I have never used it. Used a lot of automotive paint, but never. I know EPP foam did not like the clear coat I was spraying. I sprayed some of that on an EPP plane and it all bubbled up. So, yeah, it didn't like that, you know, kind of foam, EPP, but EPO it's had no problem with. So, and I clear coat a lot of airplanes because I talk about how dirt's going to get into the pores of the foam, especially bare foam, or in a flat colored paint scheme, for instance, like my PT-17. Every time I touch the airplane, I get it dirty. And I try to clean the dirt off, and it won't come off. So that plane needs to be clear coated. Before I fly it anymore, I need to get it up, get it outside, get it all cleaned up again. You know, spotless, no dirt, no dust, everything off the plane, off the paint. And then I need to clear coat it. Just to protect the paint. And so I know, like I said, the Duplicolor Perfect Match clear coat, protective clear coat will work for sure. I don't know about the rest of it. You know, I've tested other paints. I've got a can of Valspar yellow over there that I sprayed the shit out of on foam, and it worked fine. What else? I bought a can of clear coat from, not Duplicolor, big can. Some kind of bumper clear, I think it was called. Or yeah, that ate the EPO foam. So that's not safe for it. I don't remember what else I've used. I've used a bunch of different paints. I've used some Rust-Oleum on different stuff. Fusion. You know, the Krylon Fusion paint. I've tried that. They all seem to work. Oh, you're taking off, Bravo? Alright, man. We'll see you, man. Yeah, me too. I think I'm going to call it here in a minute. What else have I sprayed? Some no brand name paint, white. That worked. You know, the EPO is pretty accepted to most paints that I've found. But again, you know, dry coats, you know, very light coats. Try not to get propellant, just the paint. You know, stay away far enough where the paint, you know, all the solvents dissolve and evaporate, and the only thing hitting the airplane is the paint itself. You know, and keep it light, and you'll probably be fine. But again, test it in a spot that's not going to show first. Make sure it works. And I would do several layers. You know, don't just do one shot across it and like, oh, it's fine. It didn't do. No, finish that area. As much paint as you're going to put on the rest of the plane. Just put in that one little area. And make sure you can get the result you want before you start painting the whole airplane. Get halfway through it and find out, oh shit, this stuff's not any good. It's eating the airplane. So, because a lot of times when you shoot a solvent over a solvent, it reactivates the first solvent. Okay, and so if you've got it on there and it's in a dormant state, and you spray another coat on it and you reactivate it, and now it starts to eat the foam of the plane, and you've already done that light coat on the whole plane, and now you're going back for the second coat, you're going to screw up the whole airplane. So do one section and make sure you take it all the way, as much paint you're going to put on it, before you venture out on the whole rest of the plane. Make sure that one area can handle the finished product. And if it's good, then go for it. So that's my advice there. I've had very good luck with paint. I haven't had almost no reactional situations that's ruined an airplane. I did have one. I sprayed something on a plane, and I don't remember what the hell it was, but it just dissolved the airplane. I mean, like, just ate it. It was gone. It ate the whole, I think it was the front of that crappy Mustang on the floor over there. I believe it's an EPO foam. I sprayed some kind of paint on it, and it just ate it. It dissolved right in front of my eyes. And I got a rag. I'm trying to wipe the paint back off of it. It's dissolving as quickly as I could try to wipe it. It's just disappearing. It's not like getting lumpy, or it's just disappearing. Literally, it dissolved into thin air. And I was like, holy crap. So, but I don't remember what that was. A long time ago. But everything I've been using lately, the Valspar in a can, the Krylon Fusion in a can, some of the Rust-Oleums I've tried. Although I think that clear bumper clear I bought and sprayed that did eat the foam, I think that was a Rust-Oleum clear. I think. I just want to try it, see if it worked. Didn't work. So that's off the table. But I still have my Duplicolor that works. So that's safe for sure. And EPO. If you want to spray Duplicolor clear coat on something, even just to seal it so you can paint it with something else, you're good. That paint works. So, David, you're very welcome. I'm glad you're here. Glad you're in the right show now to ask questions. No, all the shows are good. I kid. I love all these guys, and we all get along really good. We're all good friends, and it's a great group to be in. So you found a good home here. Now, I'm not talking about my show. I'm talking about all of them. All the shows that we are affiliated with, that you see us all in everybody's show. I know you've seen me in Ryan's show and David's show, and so GBLynden show, and so on and so forth. You've seen them in mine now, and so yeah, it's a great group. We all get along great. Some of us have met in person. Some of us have not yet, but we will. And if you can make it to that Boozer event down here in November, you'll get to meet most of us, because pretty much everybody's coming to it that I know of. Most of us, anyway. I know Dave Marsh is going to be there. Dave's RC, Dave Garrett, he's going to be there. George Watts, I believe, is going to be there. Fred Barron, I believe, is going to be there. I think Shadow's going to try to make it. I'm not sure if he's going to or not. Ryan kids that he's not going to come, but I think he'll probably be there. He's been kidding. Well, if I have to wear a mask on an airplane, I'm not going, and some other silly stuff he's said that I think he's kidding. I don't know. I hope he's coming. But yeah, it's going to be a good event. I think we're going to have a good turnout, and it's going to be a place where most of us are going to meet in person for the first time. So if you can make it to that show, definitely, try to make plans for it. I think it's somewhere around the 21st of November, I believe. Somewhere right there. The Boozer Show has all the info. If you go to his show, you can read all about it. And so I'm going to call it, guys. TNRC, I see you're back. Yeah, Can't believe it. Well, of course you can believe it. You've been here before. You know, I'm the marathon man. You know, that's what they keep naming me. Yeah, I watch RC reviews all the time. Yeah. Yeah, Bruce he's funny, you know. I wish he'd get off his soapbox lately, though, and just talk about, you know, something in the hobby instead of the CAA and how they're coming down on these two kids. And, I mean, oh my God, he just goes on and on right lately, you know. Oh, so you're in Arizona, David? Well, that's cool. Yeah. You know. Why? What did you see on? Did you see something interesting you wanted to ask me about on RC model reviews? Oh, John at RC Video Reviews. No, I don't think I've seen that one. Usually it's everybody's talking about RC model reviews. RC Video Reviews. No, I don't think I've seen that one. Why? What's going on there? Who's John? Is he one of us? Is he one of the guys that are in our shows? Oh, he does a lot of OpenTX. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah. No, I don't know him. I haven't heard of him. I've watched a lot of this OpenTX stuff from a bunch of different guys, and you know, some of them are pretty good at it. Some of them don't know really what they're talking about. One guy doesn't even have a radio. He went online. I don't know why he does the video, honestly. Mark, I think his name is Mark, isn't it? Mark Henson or something. He does all of the programming and reviewing and everything through the companion software that you do on your computer. You know, he demonstrates everything on the computer. He doesn't even own a radio. Now, that's not to say he's not got good knowledge. A lot of the stuff he says is right. You know, he's on the ball with a lot of it, but not all of it. I don't think anybody's got it all right. But, you know, he's one of the guys that I was listening to in the beginning that was wrong about a couple of things. So I haven't watched him any of his stuff. Scott Page. That's another one, I think. That doesn't even have a radio. He just is, you know, playing with the OpenTX companion software on the computer and doing different mixes and stuff to see how it reacts. And then he gets on here and talks about it. You know. So, thank you, David. I think so. I think we're a pretty good group. Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, two brothers. I used to watch them a lot. I actually met them. They're the ones that bought the hobby shop here. Took my hobby shop. Yeah, I met them at the store. We talked for a couple of hours because I'd watched all their videos and stuff. So they have a place up in Ohio, a brick and mortar place up there, and they ventured down here. They bought, you know, they bought a hobby shop that was right here by my house, and they wanted to move it down to Tampa where all the other hobby shops are. And I said to Kurt, why do you want to do that? Why do you want to take an established store, the only game in town up here, move it down there where you've got all this competition, You know, why would you want to do that? Well, the sales are higher down there. Okay, but you're only going to get a piece of the sales. You're not going to get everybody to leave the other hobby shops that are down there, and they're all going to come to you. You don't really believe that, do you? So, you know, even if you're getting a piece of it, are you getting a big enough piece to move it from an established place? I said, listen, I know that you can't stay in the particular building, but there's buildings all over the place right here, 2 blocks down, you know. Just move a couple blocks down. They'll find you. Don't worry about it. No, he decided he was going to move it. So he moved it, and they hashed it out for about 2 years, and he closed up. It's gone. So I don't have a hobby shop at all now, because the one that was here moved down there, and now the one that's down there is gone. So all this down there now are the farther down in Tampa that's too far to go to for me. But yeah, I loved their show when they used to do it. They don't do it anymore. But yeah, I loved Kurt and Rob. I thought they did an excellent job. They were good guys. I feel bad that they did this venture didn't work out for them. I really do. I really like those guys. But you know, I think their store up in Ohio is still doing well. So it's not like they lost everything. But I'm sure they lost some money down here for what they paid for the hobby shop they bought, and then they basically didn't. All they bought was inventory. The client base went away because they moved away from the client base. So all the client base they had here that went to that hobby shop probably would have still gone to that hobby shop with the new owners. Lost that hobby shop because they moved it down there. And so they didn't really buy a hobby shop. They just bought inventory. I don't know what kind of price they got on it, but it must have been pretty good. I don't know. So, but, you know, one of the guys that comes in my show, you know, if you've seen him in here, Ben Miles, used to work at the hobby shop here, and he actually went down and moved with the shop and went down there and worked it again. So there was one familiar face that moved with the shop. And when they closed up, Ben lost his job. He doesn't work anymore. He's pretty happy about that. He's got a lot more flying. He gets to do a lot more flying now. So, okay, man. We'll see you next week. I'm glad you made it in. It's good to see you. John's back. What's up, John? I would say in the 80s, late 80s, especially in the surface market. Around 87, maybe 88. The surface racetracks were everywhere down here. Everywhere. You know, you could go racing every night of the week and have your choice of at least 2 different places every night of the week. So we got very heavy into the RC car racing. Very heavy. We were traveling all over the country. Been to Texas, been to Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia, Georgia. Where else? Alabama. I think both the Carolinas, North and South Carolina. I don't think we went any farther north than Tennessee. So we were all over the place. You know, I had a race team with my shop, you know, my store. I sponsored a bunch of guys. Ben was one of them. Before Ben worked at this hobby shop up here, he was a hired driver for me at my hobby shop. And
Great guy. Great guy. Good driver. We had a lot of fun. We won a lot of races. A lot of races. Locally. Went to nationals. The first Dirt Oval Nationals was held right here in 1988 in Altamont Springs, which is just on the other side of Orlando. And we went over there, and we did pretty good. I had one kid that I was mentoring who turned into be a hell of a good racer, and he now makes a living putting on a big event in Orlando once a year. One weekend a year, he puts on this massive indoor carpet race in Orlando at a hotel there, and it's huge. I mean, we're talking like 50,000 people show up for this thing. It's huge, and it's a whole week, and they have quite a system, I guess, set up. I haven't been over to it, but apparently, like, the whole scoring system and everything is broadcasted right to your room. The grids, when your race is coming up, so you literally can stay in your room and work on your car, whatever, get ready for your race, and then bring it down with plenty of time to get on the line, get ready to race, the whole bit. You can stay down there, there's bleachers, you can watch if you want. It's a big to do. But he didn't do good at this first Dirt Oval race, and his parents ripped me a new butthole. You know, how come we weren't prepared? You know, how did you blah blah? I mean, listen, locally we were winning everything there was. We didn't go anywhere we didn't win. The whole team, we were winning everywhere we went. So how was I supposed to know how uncompetitive we were at a national event? I thought we were the bee's knees, man. And I did pretty well, actually. I raced two-wheel sprint car, and I don't remember. I think there were 400 entries. The big local hero over there was a guy named Bill Blakesley, and him and I both qualified for the B main. We both missed the A main by hundredths of a second. So we were 1 and 2 in the B main. And then there was another guy, Fred Scadron, which was another one of my drivers, who was also in the race. Well, it was a two-car race. I mean, everybody was bouncing off the walls and crashing and everything, but Bill and I were wheel to wheel the whole race. And I ended up winning the race. So I won the B main, giant trophy, beat the local hero. So there wasn't anybody in the place that wasn't at trackside watching our race. Mostly because Bill was in it, and everybody heard he was the local hotshot. And the fact that me and Bill were wheel to wheel the entire race, so it was a really good race because we were just basically I was following him around, and I was perfectly good with second place, so I didn't want to screw that up. And I overshot a turn into turn 3, went a little wide, got in the soft stuff up by the wall. So coming out of 4, right in front of the driver's stand, I'm not right on his back bumper like I've been the entire race. So he looks back to see where I am, because he wants to know where the hell I am. Well, when he looked back, he hit the wall, lost control of his car, so he got all squirrely, and I went flying past him like he was tied to a pole, and that was it, because I was way faster than him. I beat him by half a lap after that, because he couldn't catch me. I was way faster than him. I just wouldn't pass him, because I didn't want to get into a wreck with him, and then have somebody in 3rd place come up and end up winning the race. So I was waiting to pick my spot. And if I didn't get the spot, I was going to be happy with 2nd. But, Bill screwed up. He hit the wall. I went flying by, won the race. Big deal. And then that was in 88. In 89,
my car was on the cover of Car Action magazine with my name on it. Ken Caniff. They spelled my last name wrong, one N instead of two. And his SRP1, blah, blah, blah. There was a big spread inside, too. It had a really cool paint job on it. We won the oh, no, actually, we didn't win the concourse. We should have won the concourse, but the main judge said that a real race car would not be painted like this. Well, unfortunately, he didn't know the guy that painted my car, because he races a car and it's painted exactly like this. So you're wrong. There are real race cars painted exactly like this. But on the car that we won, we finished second concourse. Everything, there was no decals on it. And when I say there were no decals, not even the number, the racing number. He hand painted everything on the car. The SRP1, Tightwad Hobbies, that was the name of my hobby shop, Tightwad Hobbies, Tightwad Race Team. When any cost is too great. That was our slogan. On NASCAR, all the little, Champion spark plug and castor oil, all the little, he painted all of those on there. So the car's sitting in the concourse being judged, and somebody noticed that it was painted, and he asked me, he says, is everything, painted on that car? And I looked at him and I said, there are no decals on that car. And some smart ass judge guy looks at me and he says, you mean other than the little sponsor decals? And I looked him straight in the eye and I said, there are no decals on this car. None. So he gets down on his hands and knees and he gets right up to it. He gets up shaking his head and he just walks away saying, you guys have way too much time on your hands. He just couldn't believe that he had spent the time to paint all those little tiny Champion spark plug and the little tiny castor oil. He painted everything. So there was not one sticker on the car anywhere. It was all paint. And oddly enough, we were the front and center on the cover of the car action because we got second. So first place was on the pole, which was not an elaborate paint job, but the guy went to the trouble of making a complete roll cage out of plastic. It looked like he used, when you buy a plastic model, here, and you have the trees, the little plastic trees that all the parts come on. Well, it looked like he made it out of this. Like he got a bunch of plastic trees and he cut it and melted, welded back together and built an entire roll cage out of this for the car. So it was a dirt car, so the back was all open just like this. But it had all this, protective cage in the back. And so it was cool. It looked really cool. And it was painted like a race car, it just very bland, I think it was white and orange, white roof and an orange, I have a 67 Camaro out in the barn that's painted exactly like this. It's black with this gold stripe that starts gold and it fades to orange to red to purple to blue. My 67 Camaro is painted exactly like this. And so there's another, real race car painted like, well, that was a drag car, but anyway. So yeah, so we were pretty hot in the surface for a while, And then I got back into the car thing died off. It dried up probably, I don't know. Let's see, it was 88, 89, 90, 91, 92. I want to say it was about 93. 92-ish, 93-ish, I think, is when the recession hit. Am I right? Do any of you guys remember that recession? What year was it? I think it was around there. And then it died off pretty heavy. Nobody had any money. You certainly weren't going to, you're going to put food on the table before you go racing toy cars in the dirt. So, 91, yeah. So it was 91 then. Yeah, so we were pretty strong from 80, 87, 86. I think I opened the hobby shop in 80. It might have been 85, 84, 84, 85. I don't know. And then the racing started getting really hot about 87. They had the first nationals in 88. We were traveling. I was in Texas in 89 for the nationals there. And then in 90, I went to gas car racing, 8th scale gas cars. And then it kind of dried up after that. The recession, nobody had any money to go racing, and there were still a couple tracks that were still open. There's one still here in Tampa. It's survived everything. It's been here forever. It's in a park. It's called Lake Park, and if you guys Google Earth it, you'll see the racetrack. It's been there forever. So there's bleachers on each end. It's a big grandstand where the driver's stand is. Wheelchair accessible. Pretty nice layout. Dirt, off-road dirt. Jumps and all that. And they have several big events here every year. 8th scale, 10th scale. So yeah, that was the big time. Those years, about those 5 years, 4 or 5 years, was crazy. And then it fell apart during the recession. And then it came back, but it never came back to where it was. It's never been that big again. Like, there's no tracks around here anymore. The only track, there's one semi-close over here at a hobby shop called Dean's. He's got a track that he runs. I forget what night of the week. And then there's the one in Tampa. I think that's it. Those are the only two I can think of. I don't think there's any more. There's another one somewhere around here, but I don't know that they run regularly. I think they only run like once a month or something. I don't know. I haven't been in any of the car races. I don't have the money or the time to get back into that. And I know if I go watch it, I'm going to want to do it. Because that's just how I am. So I've purposely stayed away. Because I just don't have the time or the money to go get back into that. But I won hundreds of races. Hundreds. I mean, literally hundreds. I've stopped counting. I've got so many trophies, I stopped counting them. They're everywhere. I mean, they're packed away. They're out in the barn. My 67 Camaro out there's got like 50 trophies laying on top of it. There's a refrigerator right outside my door here that's got like 50 trophies on top of it. The really important ones are in the house. In the bedroom, in the dining room, in the living room. Those are the big, my win at the first Dirt Oval Nationals is in there. I set the track record in the Region 2 Oval race that was down here in Apollo Beach. I won that event. We won another one. So yeah, I did well. I did well. My team did well. We did well as a team. I did well as an individual. We had a lot of fun, which was the most important thing. We had a lot of fun, and we did well. We were not embarrassing at all. We were accused of cheating a lot, which is a good thing. When you're accused of cheating, you're doing something right, because they're trying to catch you and they can't. And we've never cheated. We never had to. Listen, I could go on for hours. It's already 5:30 in the morning, but I could go on for hours telling you stories about the racing we did, with the crap that we did it with, and won races. So, but yeah, it was, the heydays were in the 80s and early 90s, till the recession. And Yeah, I don't know much about the stock market, David, so I couldn't tell you. I just know from, I remember that the first Dirt Oval Nationals was in '88, and I finished 11th out of 400, so I was pretty proud of that. Um, and then '89, I was in Texas, I think. I think the Dirt Oval Nationals were in Texas. Went there, came home with two big giant trophies there. Um, I won the. I think I won the C main. Let me think a minute. I think I won the C main in four-wheel drive modified, and I think I finished second in the B main of four-wheel stock. So the only car I was driving was that SRP1 in Texas. So I come home with these two giant trophies. So I had a sponsor at that race who screwed me. So I took his name before I even got to the race. I took his name off my car. And when I got there, he wanted to know why I took my name, and I said, because you promised me batteries, and now you're telling me you don't have any. Well, I've got too many guys, and they all, well, none of his guys even placed anywhere. No, none of not him, none of his guys, nothing. They didn't place anywhere at all, and they were all in low, G, H, I, J, not up in the A, B, and C. And I took two trophies home in the B and the C. So, so he could have gotten some exposure in the magazines for that, and he didn't. And then after that, I went gas car racing. And the first year in gas car, I finished third in the state, 8 scale on-road gas. So my first year in that, I finished third in the state. So that was pretty cool. It was a Serpent car, 8 scale, all-wheel drive. The company name was Serpent. So, and then it fell apart. When the recession hit, it all fell apart. All the hobby shops closed up. All the racetracks but one closed up. And then they've never recovered. I mean, that one track's still open. I guess Dean's opened a track a few years ago. Pretty small time. It's nothing like it was, and that's about it. There really aren't any tracks around anymore. Not like there were. I didn't have to drive 5 miles in any direction to get to a racetrack. Every night of the week, and we were racing every night of the week. So, yeah, it was a lot of fun. So, John, are you, is that your hobby now? Your wife can't take care of the greenhouse anymore, so are those potted plants now your hobby? All right, David. Hey, I'm really glad you made it into our show. It's good to see you here. Um, we'll see you next week. Well, I'll probably see you in Dave's show tomorrow night. Well, tonight. we're well into Friday now, so I'll see you in David's show tonight. You have a good night, man. Are you with me, John? Anybody else here? Who's here? There's 10 people lurking. Anybody still awake? Dana, you here? Bravo said he was going. Alright, that's it then. I'm calling it. Nobody's talking to me. I'm talking to myself. So we're over. Over and out. Thanks for coming, guys. Glad you were here. John, if you're listening, love that you're in my show, buddy. I know and you're probably got your hands full. I totally understand. You don't have to get up to say anything. Yeah, I know you're there. So we'll catch you later. All right? Take care. Have a good night.